I've been streaming all day, talking non-stop, breaking down news with each headline drop, reading some tweets, playing some games, turn off the stream, prep the next day, it's a wild game. In this Twitch worldview, for streamers like me and shouters like you, wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true. Yes, they are. Oh, they are. Streaming in the new world with Chatterino. These bitch men that are bitch made. Lord knows that y'all just wanna spam bullshit in chat. Want me to click their links, so I help farm their views, but they don't have no subs, and they don't have a view, and I'd give you a click, but I'm covering news, cause of bitch men that are bitch made. I wish debate bros would stick to ideals, but they drama farm for deals on other platforms out there. Lord, we got streamers on Kick showing their dick, and they're trying to make gambling look fair. Now if you're spamming away in a parasocial haze, my moms will step in, put you in a timeout phase. Young minds are in here right now, so stop breaking their brains. Take a week off of chat, there's your 5 minutes of fame. Lord, it's a wild game.
That's right.
In this Twitch worldview, for streamers like me and shouters like you, wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are.
Oh, they are. I've been streaming all day, giving it straight. At the top of the hour is a 3-minute break.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Dawson. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny, finally sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Today's a very special fucking day, lads. You know why. You know why it's a special fucking day. That's right, it's a Tuesday. And you know what happens on a fucking Tuesday. You know what happens on a Tuesday. Let me turn this around a little bit, yeah. Fucking hell. On Tuesdays, we get after it, yeah. We get after it, yeah. Everyone's got a way, a means, a method to make fucking money, right? And our means and our methods to make fucking money, yeah, is going to be a little bit different than the others, right? People talk about organized retail theft and a gangs. That's not what we're doing. We're doing a fucking heist. That's right. We're doing a fucking heist. We're stealing jellied eels on this fucking Tuesday news day, right? We're stealing jellied eels, the prime, the absolute most important cultural fucking artifact of the British Islands, right? Jelly fucking eels. We got Tony Two-Tone driving a fucking Willy. I'll be going in. I'm the head basher. I'm gonna be going in and fucking stealing the jelly eels. This is so unfunny. All right, well then, fuck off, mate. Take a day off. Come back when it's not fucking Tuesday. That's Wednesday behavior, right? Fucking hell. Anyway, folks. Beans on toast. You fucking what, mate? Fucking hell. Beans on toast. Are you gonna watch the Battle of the Gnomes? Yeah, I started watching it earlier this morning. That's what I was doing. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in the world of Hassan Ivy Piker. For all the parasocialists out there, it's the Parasocialist Update Hour. And let me tell you, there's not much going on. End of the broadcast. Watched a little bit of Better Call Saul. Realized that I might actually go down to Austin. Yeah. Fucking hell. This week. 2 things I'm trying to figure out. 1, can I bring Kaya with me? You know, maybe do a Alves collab. Fuck around and do that. Long time coming. That's like something I've been pushing back on for a while. Now, question is, do I get to bring Kaya with me? Can I bring Kaya with me? If not, who do I leave Kaya with? You look like you're about to ask to bum a cig at the local indie spot while your homie's band plays to a crowd of 15 people respectfully. Yeah, I know. The mustache makes me look like all of those things. I know. Will you wrestle Miskiff at his gym, lol? Maybe. My told me that I can't bring Kaya to Alvea's. Oh, you guys are saying Ray? Ray's not. Ray is got a business trip. I asked her already immediately. That's the first thing I did. So we'll see. Maybe Marat. I do take care of Fiona all the time. So ATX is super dog friendly. You could take a dog anywhere almost. Well, problem is Austin is super dog friendly. Getting down there with the dog is an issue. Get a PJ for Kaya while you fly first class. Yeah, I would not like crate Kaya anyway. Like I would not fly Kaya in a crate. Like that would not happen. But what I'm what's not, I thought that I could bring Kaya. Like I even messaged Cutie. I was like, what are you doing like this week? She has not responded, but if she did, I was going to actually ask her like if she wants to just drive down to Texas, which sounds insane, but take a Greyhound bus with Kai to Austin. Yeah, I can't do that. Are Farley and Kai chill? Yeah. I mean, Farley is a daddy's boy. He's a little bit weird. He's a little bit special, let's just say. Around daddy, he gets a little weird. Like if the environment is not perfect, like he's next to Will and like they're chilling and they're having a good time, it's whatever. If the conditions are not met that he gets a little wonky. But then when Will leaves outside of the vicinity of Will, he then first has a period of like freak out where he's like, oh my God, my dad is gone. What the fuck am I going to do? And then he just totally calms down, which is very interesting. My mom is taking care of Farley, and she loves Farley. She's like, he was so chill. I don't know what you were talking about. I was like worried that he would be a menace without Will, but it's like odd. So then Will could take her if Farley could handle that. Is what? No. What, your hair is short? No, it's just wet. I just took a shower. But yeah, aren't you in the trains? Thoughts on Amtrak? I like trains, but I think Amtrak sucks. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. If I leave Kaya with Marat, then I might just do it. So we'll see. We'll see what's good. We'll look at the Oscar noms too, obviously, as always. But yeah. So for me, Avatar: The Last Airbender released a trailer, so that's exciting. Yeah, we'll look at that as well. What product is that in your hair? I have no product in my hair. I guess I do. I put Rogaine in it, and that's it. My wife and her boyfriend told me to watch the stream on Twitch called Hasanabi. Love the streams XOXO. Yeah, you can get back at your wife's boyfriend by taking his Amazon account and connecting it to your own Twitch account, and then using his Amazon Prime here, by the way. Unless he's already a fan, and therefore that means that if he's already a fan, that means that he's probably already subbed here. So you're kind of cooked on that front, I guess. But in any case, but yeah, that's what I've been doing. Like on my spare time, I've been like doing business stuff. And also, this morning I took Kaya to the park and she enjoyed the wonderful, bountiful experience of being in a public park. Ran around a little bit, did a structured walk, did a structured run. This is the new thing I'm doing. I'm like one of those like TikTok dog trainers. You know how like TikTok dog trainers will be like, will have their dog like constantly around them, like constantly next to them. That's what a structured walk is basically. That's basically what a structured walk is. And that's what I've been doing with her. I run. Like I'll even sprint a little bit and she'll like sprint right next to me and then I'll stop and then she stops right next to me. It's awesome. Wait, hold on. Someone's knocking like I owe them.
The Fire Nation is embarked on a dark and the world might never recover. The world needs the Avatar. It needs you, Aang.
The Fire Nation has destroyed everything in their path. If the world is gonna have any chance, it's gonna need Aang.
Right. There goes the savior of the world.
God damn it. Speaking of fucking doing business deals, I have to sign some documents real quick. Sorry. Kaya, come here. Kaya. Place. 1 second, chat. Never stops. You know what I'm saying? Grind never stops. See my grind set.
It's my destiny.
not someone who can stop the Fire Nation. I don't want the responsibility.
You don't have to do this alone. You have me, Tara, and a flying ball of fur. What more do you need?
The world needs you. Remember what it is we're really fighting for. The ones we love.
Bro, make something new? What do you mean?
I'm the Avatar.
Oh yeah, as far as Avatar goes, I mean, I have some thoughts on this. I have some thoughts on this. Don't worry.
With my friends.
So many fucking signatures. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. It's like, ay. Okay. One, Avatar: The Last Airbender is bald representation, one of the greatest bald representations of all time. Two, Avatar: The Last Airbender is one of the greatest woke franchise, one of the wokest franchises of all time. I think that it's like, it's a perfect demonstration of like putting social justice concepts without like, and accompanying social justice concepts that we now get really fucking mad about or whatever, with like really good shit, with like a really good story. Team Avatar's Antifa. Yeah. I will be watching Masters of the Air as well when it comes out. Yes. Hold on 1 second. I haven't done any of this yet. 1 second. I haven't even blasted off yet. I just gotta give this back. Okay. Spreading rumors. Yeah, I had to sign some papers. I now have custody over you. I'm your full dad. I'm your dad now. Yeah. I've adopted you. Yeah. You're getting nothing in the inheritance though. Where was I? What was I talking about? I totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh, public parks. I love them. But yeah, I'm basically nowadays, I am basically a one of those like TikTok dog trainer guys, okay? One of those TikTok dog trainer guys who runs around in the dog park with their like super well-trained dog. So I do like sprints, and then like Kyle will sprint next to me, and then I'll stop and she'll stop next to me, stuff like that, doing training like that. So non-ironically, most of us don't have dads, so that's an improvement for us. Yeah. But yeah, I did that, played a little bit of basketball, and that's it. That's all I got for you on this beautiful day. Okay? That's all I did. And then took a shower, and now we're here. You gotta find a way to post that on TikTok more. That would be fun. Yeah. Not your stepdad, but the dad that stepped up. Yep. Kaya pretends to be obedient, so we give her treats. She's manipulating you. First of all, she's also very disobedient when she wants to be. Not necessarily disobedient, but she will absolutely get like, if she has too much energy and I haven't gotten it all out of her, she will go crazy. We have to like run around in the house. And she's also very stubborn. She's a very stubborn woman, very stubborn lady. Like when I make her stay in place and she doesn't want to, she'll just be like, You know what I mean? Are you talking about Nikki Haley? No, I'm talking about my dog. Speaking of Nikki Haley, New Hampshire primaries are happening. 24 IDF die in explosion. Oscar nominees: Avatar: The Last Airbender, Atla trailer. Yeah, I'm doing passive voice, of course. You are looking like Erdogan today. That's Reese. What did you have for breakfast? I don't have breakfast. Your stash does not reflect well for our common Palestinian cause. Ha ha ha. What do you mean? I'm trying to look like a racist American so racist Americans will listen to me better. Okay. Thank you for the playlist, the Macias. More airstrikes. Watching the Ben Shapiro debate later. Get in now. It's a big day today. And yes, that means like there will be a lot of Destiny on the screen before you guys freak the fuck out on me. Because Lex Fridman, being the skilled mediator that he is, has been able to secure a debate with Destiny and Ben Shapiro as a representative of the left and a representative of the right, which I think it's kind of silly because neither are actually good I don't think that either are like good representatives of their respective politics. We'll skip through parts and stuff, but nah, man, he'll farm clips, not worth it. I mean, it's fine. Palworld being base. What do you mean? Thanks for warning us about that. You're gonna cover that. I'd rather play League instead. Fine. All right. It'll be good content. Need a blast off meme? I have one, a Yakuza one that you guys sent me, so I was just gonna use that. Yeah, brother, I have good news. I have 7 years of working nonstop, being the sole provider for my parents and sister. I finally decided to stop being a corporate slave, working 12 hours and barely getting by. I'm taking a mental health break and finally doing something for me. Also loved your Palworld stream. Hell yeah. I wonder how many voters are voting Nikki Haley solely because their initials are the same as New Hampshire. It's actually an interesting. When are we doing the heist, or did I miss something? The debate between SAS and Orange Man would have numbers if it happened. Who? Stephen A. Smith wants to debate Donald Trump. I'd eat him alive. Oh my God, that'd be so sick. Now that is a fucking debate I can get behind, okay? Pure spectacle, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Pure spectacle. Nothing more, nothing less. Love that. Okay, where the fuck is this? Okay, let's do it. Let's post. Let's put this in there. But yeah, he would eat him alive. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Just want to send positivity before the debate trauma will receive. I mean, it's 2 hours. We won't watch the whole thing. That would be too much to watch, I think. But I see you're going to Austin to start your right-wing turn on the Joe Rogan podcast. Yeah. The CNN video that you're linking me about witnessing firsthand the Israeli occupying force desecrating graves, that we covered that yesterday. What's in the breakfast sandwich? Oh my God, this guy's been asking me what's in the breakfast sandwich since yesterday. Since I mentioned that that's what I eat at dinner. Last night I made menemen, okay? But here you go, chatter. You know what? I will tell you what's in the breakfast sandwich. I get, here, first of all, we're blasting off. I will tell you what is in my breakfast sandwich and how I make it if this tweet gets to 1,000 likes. How about that? I will tell you my secret recipe for the breakfast sandwich. Do it. It's a lot of work for an Italian man. Don't do identity politics with me, gabagool. Okay, we're at 190 so far. Juice it, juice it, juice it. What do you think of Lex? I think that, I mean, there's a lot of things that I disagree with him on, but I do think that he's very good at being agreeable with everyone. Like, I don't think we align on our worldview even remotely, and I think he loves like super rich people a little too much. Like, I don't know. I've never, like, all right, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's go. Let's get it popping. We're halfway there. He's what Joe Rogan used to be. I think so, but also much smarter than Joe Rogan too. Lex is legitimately a good interviewer. I just wish he'd pick better people to talk to. No, I think he picks really fucking incredible people to talk to. What are you talking about? Look, Lex Fridman is a great example of like a pretty solid interviewer. Even though he has like an agenda, I do believe he's like literally a centrist, right? What do I mean by this? What do I mean by Lex Fridman literally being at the dead center? Man, when I talk about many people being centrist, like oftentimes they're not actually centrist. They're just like hiding their position. I think he truly is like a directly down the center guy. Bro's doing tricks on that fence. No, I think he's just like not many people are actual fence sitters. Okay. Not many people are actual centrists. I think Lex Fridman is literally smack dab on the center. He doesn't give a fuck, dude. He'll talk to Benjamin Netanyahu, and then he'll talk to like Mohammed El-Kurd, right? But he loves super rich, super powerful people. Like, if there is a super rich, super powerful person out there, he will defend them. Just say you want to go on, brother. The other thing about Lex Fridman is that I have been incredibly critical of him time and time again. He's asked to interview me like for 2 years almost now. I don't know why you think I need permission from you. That's the funniest part about this. Why you didn't go? Because I don't want to go all the way to Austin. All right, we still haven't gotten to 1,000 likes. Chat, what's going on? All right, whatever. But yeah, and I said that this year I would go and get interviewed and do the interview with him eventually. But having said that, I'll explain. I will tell you what it is. I will tell you what my breakfast sandwich is that I make every night. Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Every night after I'm done with the broadcast, I turn on Better Call Saul on the television. I take out these ingredients from my fridge. The ingredients are 1 slice of low calorie, low fat, sharp cheddar. 70 calories. 2 slices of low calorie Nature's Oats or whatever it's called bread. 40 calories per slice, that's 80 calories. 1 egg cracked on top of a Teflon pan, sprayed with coconut spray oil. 0 calories, 140 calories for the egg. Then, after that, I slapped the egg on top of the toasted bread, put the cheese on it, and I put not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 slices of roasted turkey, a deli meat. An egg is not 140 calories. Sorry, it's 70 calories. I messed it up. Apologies. 4 slices of turkey, and then to top it off, I take a little bit of Chick-fil-A sauce, put it on one side of the bread, and there you have it. An absolute delicacy. And if I'm feeling frisky, sometimes I cut the low-calorie cheese in half, and I make 2 of those sandwiches. Your sandwich sounds so sad. My friend, that sandwich, and then I have that with a side of Elite Core 42 calorie Elite Core 42 grams of protein shake. Putting Chick-fil-A sauce on a sandwich with deli turkey meat? Why would you waste money on good meat? That's fucked up. What? Brother, this Conan Reacts has been pending for days. Turkey slurs we never got to. It wasn't good. I watched it. Turkey with the fucking egg. This is bar none the most insane take you've ever had. I don't mind it. I don't mind turkey with the egg. I don't mind. I mean, I prefer ham is good too, but I like it with the turkey. It's fine. It's inoffensive. It's unassuming. But yeah, overall, no, turkey meat is dry, but deli meat is not. It's fine. So you should do an Africa stream where you give kids pizza, water, and hamburgers. That sounds exploitative. Anyway, chat wild. I have turkey scrambled eggs all the time. However, and I'll tell you what this delicacy looks like. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna tell you right now. Calorie wise, that meal, that night meal, 1 slice of mature cheddar cheese, low fat, 1 bottle of chocolate core power elite high protein milkshake, 4 slices of Nature's Oats bread, 2 eggs, and Chick-fil-A sauce, and also 4 slices of turkey. That basically comes out to, because the 4 slices of turkey are like 30 calories, is like nothing. That basically comes out to 732 calories with 79 grams of protein in it. It's pretty good. And then often I'll just have, oftentimes I will also have a side of like Quest Cheez-Its, or like Quest chips. You know what I mean? How much protein do you consume daily? 220 grams of protein. Fairlife Elite Core being lactose, gluten-free, and low sugar and high in protein on top of them tastes amazing. Makes me think they cause cancer. I'll keep drinking that garbage. I order cases of it. Yeah. It's like Fairlife, technically under the Coca-Cola Corporation, absolutely does some weird wizardry. Like, it makes no sense. Aren't you like 6'4", 220? Yeah. I am 245 pounds, like 245 to 250 swings around. And 220 grams of protein is good enough. Where do you order cases? I've been looking. I love that shit too. Amazon, baby. Fairlife chocolate milk with protein. Fairlife strawberry banana milk is insane. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense. It genuinely, the macros on that shit don't make sense. I feel like it's not real. Like, I think it's like made up. There's something weird going on. There's something totally wonky going on there, but I don't care. Intelligent, you're 100% right. I feel like it definitely gives you like ass cancer, like a weird kind of butt cancer that you've never even heard of, but I don't mind it. So yeah. New Hampshire voter here. I just went to the polling station in my town, Southeast New Hampshire, and I show up and there's an old lady in the wealthy part who broke her leg outside begging for nobody to call an ambulance. Remember why you vote. That's crazy. Would you be on the side of the health debate that breakfast is important to health journey? I don't really care. I don't think that it matters. Like, breakfast, have breakfast, don't have breakfast, it doesn't matter. All that stuff is bullshit. You know what I think. I mean, I talk about this every day. It's like, it's something I bring up almost as much as the top of the hour ad break, basically. It's calories in, calories out, baby. That's it. Wrong. Science says otherwise. Yeah, okay, dude. Okay. Calories in, calories out. Ultimately, all the other stuff is marginal. Yes, the most healthiest, best way to eat is by constantly keeping your metabolism active, small increments, 300 calorie meals sparse throughout the day, you know, but whatever. I don't really care. Calories in, calories out plus genetics are the biggest influences. Yes. Breakfast never helped me, to be honest. I love breakfast food. It's my favorite type of food overall, but I'm not having that shit in the morning because I feel like it's a waste. I don't need it. I have lived fasted and worked out fasted for like 5-6 years now at this point. No, more than that. It's almost been like 10 years. It's been a decade. It does not. I'm sharp. I'm happy. I feel great all the time. Yeah. And I'm not hungry in the morning. So like, why would I feed myself in the morning? Anyway, the fact that we're even having this conversation, by the way, at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, which you can avoid by subscribing. But the fact that we're even having this conversation puts us like way ahead of the game for the average American, because as far as I understand it, it's like, I saw a tweet about this earlier that like the average American goes to Dunkin' Donuts and like eats, you know, a bunch of fucking donuts for breakfast and has like this towering shake on the side. And it's just all carbs. You're just drinking so many calories. It's just so crazy. My American crack soda for breakfast. Yeah, I mean, look, I drink a lot of soda. I'm a big soda boy, as you guys know. It's not a secret, but I at least, you know, will drink diet soda, which is probably giving me cancer again, but ultimately it's giving me the cool type of cancer. And it's also Diet Coke. I love Diet Coke. The sugar content could kill a Finnish person. As a non-American, your portions are wild. Not everyone eats Dunkin' for breakfast, bucko. I feel like I lived in the U.S. I'd be obese as fuck too. I wouldn't be able to stop myself. Yeah, the food is delicious. Like once you get over the hurdle of like being terrified of the American food and you just kind of learn to love the bomb, I guess, at that point, once you get over the hurdle, it's like, it's a dangerous prospect. Okay. Very, very dangerous prospect for all of you. I live in the US and I consume so much peanut butter every morning. I love peanut butter. I don't know why people were talking about like the you know, peanut butter controversy or whatever yesterday, but I eat at least 2 scoops of peanut butter a day for sure. 190 calories. I love that shit. I think it's the best. Did you see this Dunkin' Donuts employee saying this is what she eats every day? Plain bacon with cream cheese, bacon, and cheese. That's fine. Small caramel iced coffee. 2 glazed munchkins. All right, that's not great, but fine. A whoopie pie donut. I don't even know what that is. They make new donuts now. There's like donut technology is actually crazy. I wasn't even aware of this. Okay, another bagel. Fine. That's like, I guess, lunch. Mango green tea refresher. Large frozen chocolate. What is happening? Stop drinking things. Stop drinking. Stop drinking the thing. Drink water. Drink water. That's too much sugar. Drink water. Stop. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to have a heart attack. Okay, avocado toast. That's fine. That's healthy. Chocolate muffin. Oh my God. More iced coffee. Cookie butter cold foam iced coffee. What is happening? Strawberry dragon fruit refresher. You are not refreshed. You are not refreshed. You're not. You just drank, I assume, around 5,000 calories. 5,000 calories of mostly sugar. This got to be bait. I like that she tops it off with a small hot chocolate, though. It's genuinely difficult to find healthy fast food. Yeah, for sure. And also, even like the things that are presented as healthy, they're not so healthy. Fast food is not great. Remember, this is the breakfast you advocated for a few months ago. This is what it looks like. What do you mean? As a former Dunks employee, they make you pay all that except the drinks? Do you have any tips for someone in college who's trying to eat better when I'm not able to cook for myself very much? What do you mean? The cafeteria? What? Dude, when I was in college, it was awesome. I would just go to the cafeteria and literally make a pile of chicken. They have grilled chicken and they have boiled eggs. Make 1 pile of grilled chicken and 1 pile of boiled eggs and then sit there and eat both with hot sauce. Boom. And a pile of salad too. How do you overcome cravings? I cheat. And by that, I don't mean like I eat things that are, you know, I want to eat, but I find substitutes that are not as good, but still like make me feel like I'm eating the thing. Then you shit your whole afternoon lecture. Yeah. What cafeteria, bro? I live in Jordan. Okay. Well, the other chatter, I don't know. They just said like, you know, they're thought that they were in America. What did you eat for breakfast in Japan? It made me rethink American breakfast. I did not eat breakfast in Japan. That's the most weightlifting boiled chicken ass take I've ever heard. Grilled chicken doesn't have to be boiled chicken. You're crazy. What would you suggest if I crave chips a lot? Well, I'm lucky because I don't crave chips a lot, but when I do, I have Quest protein chips. I'm your height, but I'm 160 pounds. Thoughts? Eat like that lady who we just watched for like a month at least. But yeah, in Japan, I was having tamago sandos. I was slamming egg salad sandwiches like left and right. Just so many. Anyway, let's get to it. Nominees for the 96 Academy Awards have been announced.
6 Academy.
A lot of people are upset. Some people are saying their favorites got robbed. I don't really know anything about it, so let's take a look
Awards
at
were
what's
announced just
popping.
moments ago. I love this stuff. Fandango's managing editor Eric Davis joins us now to sort out all the results. Eric, let's start with Best Picture.
I trust him immediately because of that hat. I feel like when you have a hat like that, you're a trustworthy individual when it comes to commentary on movies, the arts.
Yeah.
The nominations in that category. Let's see them on the screen. The Best Picture nominations.
Ain't nobody's wearing a hat like that, if especially publicly on a setting like a TV show, unless they're very confident. Confidently wrong, but still confident. You know what I mean?
Are American Fiction, Anatomy of a Fall, Barbie, The Holdovers, Killers of the Flower Moon, Maestro, Oppenheimer, Past Lives,
Haven't
Poor
seen it,
Things,
haven't seen
The
it, have
Zone
seen
of
it,
Interest,
heard
No
this is
Color
good, haven't
Purple,
seen it,
Eric.
saw
No
some
Color
of it.
Purple. I
You know
think
I'm
Okay, here are my Best Picture nominees. Haven't seen it, have seen it, but it's like not Oscar worthy, let's be real. Holdovers is, I heard, very good, haven't seen it. Killers of the Flower Moon, watched like half of it. Maestro was so fucking boring, watched like the first half hour and then had to tune out. Oppenheimer, actually kind of great. Saw it, loved it. Past Lives, haven't seen it. Poor Things, haven't seen it. The Zone of Interest, heard incredible things about it, but I have not seen it. I don't even know what Poor Things is.
Eric.
No Color Purple. I
You know
think
I'm biased, but is this a snub?
I think it's a snub. I personally.
Barbie not Oscar worthy? All men? What? No, like Barbie is like a bubblegum movie. What are we talking about? Like, it was fun. It's cool. It's exciting, but like, it's not, I don't know. Am I crazy? Is that bait? Are you guys like actually, you're like, no, Barbie is 100% like a phenomenal product? Is that what you're saying? Or, I mean, maybe you guys are. Can bubblegum movies not be Oscar worthy? I mean, the Oscar classification is like circle jerky. Oh my God, look how woke we are. And, you know, this is film, not movies. The Barbie movie is like a Marvel Cinematic Universe type beat. You know what I mean? It's called a popcorn movie, not a bubblegum movie. I don't know why he's calling it. I was saying bubblegum, but you get what I'm saying. Guys, that's crazy. It's a Mattel advertisement. Like what? It's a fun Mattel advertisement. More Oscar worthy than Maestro, though. Maestro was just 2 hours of self-fart smelling. Yeah, but Maestro is exactly the type of movie that would be an Oscar bait somehow. You know what I mean? Because it's boring as fuck. But it's like a legendary composer that did a lot for the arts, right? So that's like exactly the type of movie that you make for Oscars. Maestro is Oscar bait. Barbie is just to sell you Mattel products, which is fine, but like, you know, it's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe type shit.
Personally would have put The Color Purple in there. I also think Ava DuVernay's Origin
Exactly.
could have been a bigger player this award season. But you know, I mean, I think
Let's look at the categories that we have, though. Let's put those back up on the screen, please, Shante. Okay, go ahead.
I think this is one of the most entertaining lists of Best Picture nominees that we've seen in years.
Even my man's saying it. He's saying this is one of the most entertaining lists, like, which is critics speak for. I didn't even have a hard time watching half of these movies. Okay, and I feel like you have to have a hard time watching an Oscar movie, or if you're watching an Oscar bait movie, it can be one of two things. One, white guy saves black people, becomes hero of all of the black folk. Okay, in a pivotal civil rights moment, it's always a white guy that saves everybody. Okay, that's number one. It makes every white guy feel great. It makes you feel woke just for watching it, and you go, "Oh my God, I love being a savior. I would be just like that guy." Okay, the other type of movie that is like Oscar bait is like anything that is tangentially related with Hollywood. Anything that's tangentially related with Hollywood, it can be good, it can be fun, it can be really fucking boring. But if it's related to Hollywood, every single person will sit there and go, wow, I love that. I love a self-suck. We need more of these. Not enough people celebrate the industry. You know what I mean? The most successful American franchise, the most successful American industry, okay, beyond the military industrial complex is motherfucking Hollywood. It's our greatest export, American brain rot. And yet these guys sit there and go, we really haven't celebrated each other enough. Okay? That's the second type of Oscar bait type movie. And then, you have all of this stuff, I guess. I don't know. And then you have like biopics, shit like that. They love that. Yeah, biopic, Hollywood theme of the suffering of poors and non-whites is just insta Oscar bait.
Years personally, a couple of things that I really like. First-time writer-directors with Cord Jefferson and American Fiction.
Killing the film bros by forcing them to watch your media takes. I think film bros need to hear my media takes so that they can get back down to earth a little bit.
And Celine Song with Past Lives. It's always great when somebody's first film gets nominated for Best Picture.
Past Lives is a wonderful movie.
It's really great movie about soulmates. And then alongside, legends. You have Martin Scorsese in there for Killers of the Flower Moon. I think Oppenheimer.
Also, I think Killers of the Flower Moon, this is a will take, but I think Killers of the Flower Moon, like The Irishman was a little bit better, I think. Like I feel like he's just going after movies for the sake of like being a guy that makes a 4-hour movie now. Too long. Bad take. Holy hell. Sure. Bad take. I know. I mean, I watched it. It was fine. It was cool. I say this as someone who like, what do you call it? I say this for the record as someone who literally, I watched Oppenheimer and I loved it.
That's the favorite?
And good,
that's a favorite.
Well, Oppenheimer's won everything.
It won Golden
Even
Globe.
though it's up against heavy competition. I mean, you're talking about Killers, you're talking about Barbie, you're talking about Past Lives. Those are all incredibly powerful films.
No doubt.
But Oppenheimer's been sweeping.
But look at Oppenheimer. It's the best reviewed film of the year on Rotten Tomatoes. It's the film that's won the most amount of awards.
It's also really, really, really good.
Really good.
Can we see Best Director, please, Shantae? Let's see Best Director in that category. Nominees are...
Christopher Nolan, Oppenheimer, Martin Scorsese, Killers of the Flower Moon, Yorgos Lanthimos, Poor Things, and Justine Triet for Anatomy of a Fall, and Jonathan Glazer.
Dude, what the hell is... I thought the Anatomy of a Fall was a meme. Like, this is like a real fucking... This is a real movie. Like, what the hell's going on? It's a legal drama set in the recent past in a chalet in the French Alps near Grenoble and a courtroom in Grenoble, France. So some guy dies, they fall and die. Is that what it is? Plot. In an isolated mountain chalet near Grenoble, Samuel Molesky is playing music in his attic so loudly that his wife, German bisexual novelist Sandra Voiter, asked to reschedule with the female student interviewing her. Their son Daniel returns from a long walk with his guide dog Snoop to find Samuel dead below his attic window. Talking to an old friend, lawyer Vincent Renzi, Sandra says the fall must have been accidental. That's such a funny way. Okay, Hassan, I'm begging you to shut the fuck up. Petition for Hassan to watch Poor Things and review Mark Ruffalo's stroke game? Sure.
These are the zone of interest.
No
Greta Gerwig.
Biggest story
Barbie.
here. Yeah, Greta Gerwig getting snubbed for Barbie. She's been in this category all along. I think Justin Triet, Jonathan Glazer may be taking that spot from Greta Gerwig. But again, I think Christopher Nolan. Never won an Oscar, Christopher Nolan.
He hasn't?
Has never won an Oscar.
Wow.
One of those legends that still is due.
Wow. Also, okay, here's a controversial take that I think a lot of people will agree with. I feel like the Oscars is always playing catch up. Don't get mad at me for saying this, but they always have like an Oscar-worthy year for these like legendary directors, legendary actors. And because they like don't get the Oscar when they actually deserve it, they'll always be like, all right, this year we're going to give it to you on a product that is not as good. Like Oppenheimer was good. Okay. But the reality is like, I don't think it's Christopher Nolan's best work. Right. So if he gets it this year, it's just like it's playing catch up, if that makes sense. Anyway.
I think he wins it here. I mean, look, he made a movie about a nuclear physicist that's like the most entertaining movie of the year. Like, the man deserves the Oscar.
And
That's the way to break it down.
Yeah, Martin Scorsese, too.
Martin Scorsese is great. I think to see Nolan versus Scorsese is a really fun.
Yeah, that's a great matchup. Okay, what's next, Beck?
Best Actress.
All right.
And the nominees are, let's see what we have. Annette Bening, Nyad, Lily Gladstone, Killers of the Flower Moon.
Yeah, but you can't say that about Oppenheimer. He directed the shit out of that movie. Yes, but I was just saying it's not like, dude, Christopher Nolan has such phenomenal bangers. Like not Tenet, but obviously like Inception, fucking Dark Knight. Like that is the peak of cape shit. Like genre defining. No one will ever do it like that. Prestige, Memento, Tenet, more like 10 out of 10. No, Tenet is like, no, I don't think Tenet is as good. Irrelevant if it's his best work or not. I mean, I think Dark Knight is not peak cape shit. No, it's not. That's why I'm saying I don't think it was. It took the genre of cape shit and turned it into something very different. Other film bros might get mad, but I think you're right about this one. Also, the Oscars is a lot of fart smelling, or La La Land wouldn't have won shit and would have been relegated to a dumpster somewhere like it deserves. All right, let's continue.
Sandra Hüller, Anatomy of a Fall, Carey Mulligan, Maestro, and Emma Stone, Poor Things. Again, tough category, but
Lily Gladstone has
Lily's
been sweeping it so far, but
Yeah.
people are talking about Emma Stone's performance. Not as much the movie, but her performance is knockout in Poor Things.
Without a doubt. I think Lily Gladstone is the top story here. She becomes the first Native American woman ever nominated in this category. Also voted most likely to win an Oscar by her high school, in her yearbooks or her high school class, rallying around her here. But in order to win it, she is going to have to beat Emma Stone, who's sensational in Poor Things. Emma Stone has won an Oscar before for La La Land. Emma Stone won the Critics' Choice Awards when they were together in the same category. However, both women won Best Actress at the Golden Globes when they were separated by category. So definitely a legitimate race for Best Actress.
Okay, Best Actor coming up next.
Actor.
What do we got here?
Let's
What
see.
is it, Nate? From
All
Best
right.
Actor.
So we got Bradley Cooper, Coleman
Yes.
Domingo,
Yes.
Paul
For
Giamatti.
Rustin, yes.
Cillian Murphy, and Jeffrey Wright.
But Cillian Murphy's been winning everything so far. Do you think it'll be different this time for Oscars?
I mean, not ever. Paul Giamatti won Critics' Choice.
I think Paul Giamatti deserves it just because it's Paul Giamatti, a national hero, an American legend. Okay, the absolute GOAT. I haven't even seen it. I haven't even seen The Holdovers or whatever. He's and I love Cillian Murphy, but God, dude, Paul Giamatti, my king.
That's
like
right.
Emma
That's
Stone
right.
did.
Yeah.
You know, but Cillian Murphy won the Golden Globe, as did Paul Giamatti. So I think very similar to Best Actress race, we have a legitimate race for
I think Bradley Cooper will win though.
Best Actor, too.
Between those two?
Yes, Cillian nominated for the first time. I think
Yes.
it's really great. Coleman Domingo nominated for the first
Very
time.
excited about that. Because
Leonardo
Rustin, the
DiCaprio-
movie, hasn't gotten a lot of buzz, but everybody's
But
talking
But his
about
performance
his.
is great.
He's
But
talking
I
about
also
his
look.
performance.
I'm a Jeffrey Wright stan.
Yeah.
I like
too.
everything he's ever put on celluloid,
talented.
and so I'm rooting for Jeffrey. But I know that Killian's been.
Yeah,
If Jeffrey Wright wins, Biden will end up winning in November. Jeffrey Wright is the #1 Democrat. He is the biggest Dem.
I
Yeah,
think
but-
it's great he's nominated.
But shout out to Jeffrey. Nominated for an Oscar for the first time. He's won a Golden Globe, an Emmy, a Tony. Never nominated for an Oscar.
Shout out to Jeffrey and to Cord Jefferson for that movie. All right, let's see. Supporting actress next. Oh, there we go. Emily Blunt, Danielle Brooks. Yay, Color Purple. America Ferrera, Jodie Foster, Da'Vine Joy Randolph, who's been killing it so far. For me, it's a competition. America Ferrera, that's a surprise
Yes.
on that list.
Yeah, that's a surprise. A lot of people say that's like her monologue that she has at the end of Barbie is what.
That's crazy. I'm sorry. That's an insane thing to put someone as a. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. That's so stupid. Oh my God.
That is what got her.
Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
she has-
It was powerful.
But
Yeah.
Danielle's not
Oh,
going.
shut up. He's like, yeah, I'm a feminist, by the way. Ladies, I'm a feminist. Come on.
Color Purple. Have I mentioned that I'm biased?
No, but Danielle Brooks is amazing in the Color
I think she
Purple.
wins this.
Yes.
First-time nominee, Emily Blunt, legendary actress, first-time
All
nominee.
right, Emily, Mrs.
Really great.
Krasinski. We like that,
It's
too.
the year of first-timers, which I think is awesome.
I always love that story. Best supporting actor is...
Sterling K. Brown, Robert De Niro, Robert Downey Jr., Ryan Gosling, Mark Ruffalo. All
30
incredible.
seconds.
By the way, low-key, insanely stacked list. Like, literally the most stacked list here. Like, what the fuck? What a list, dude. What a fucking list. Oh, my God.
Seconds left, Eric. What are you thinking?
Mark Ruffalo makes history. This is his fourth nomination in this category. He ties the most amount an actor has ever been nominated in this category. Don't think he's going to win. I think Robert Downey Jr. will take it. For Oppenheimer, it would be his first ever Oscar. Shout out Sterling K. Brown.
All right, we will know March.
De Niro was evil as fuck. Yeah, De Niro had at least double Leo's lines in that movie too. Super deserved at his age, and what a grinder. Yeah, dude, the man can't stop himself from popping out babies at the age of 80, dog. He needs those lines, okay? If Robert Downey Jr. wins this year, it's a retro fix for him being snubbed for Tropic Thunder. Robert Downey Jr. deserves an Oscar for everything he's done. He's great. Should check out the Lily Gladstone statement. What is that? Lily Gladstone being the first Native American to be Oscar nominated for Best Actress. Why am I the first? Why did it have to take this long for me to be the first Indigenous North American? Most of the films that show up in these categories are shot on Indigenous land in North America, and it's taken this long. Full list of Oscar noms. Best Actor, we looked at Best Actress, Annette Bening in Niad, Lily Gladstone in Killers of the Flower Moon, Sandra Hüller in Anatomy of a Fall, Carey Mulligan on Maestro, Emma Stone on Poor Things. Dude, you triggered like every annoying chatter on the planet messaging me about films. Never talk about movies again. I love talking about movies because it's so like low stakes. You know what I mean? And my position is the correct one because it's the dumbest position you can have. It's completely uneducated, and it's an issue that you can have a completely uneducated opinion on because it's supposed to be about fun. Okay? That's it. It's great. And if you take it super seriously, then you're in the wrong. You're automatically in the wrong. The moment that you take this super seriously and you get like very upset, you're in the wrong. You're gatekeepy and you're wrong. Okay? Best Supporting Actor, we saw Best Supporting Actress, Emily Blunt in Oppenheimer, in Guappenheimer, Danielle Brooks in The Color Purple, America Ferrera. I don't even know what The Color Purple is. What is that? It's an American coming-of-age musical period drama film directed by Blitz Bazawule. Marcus Bradley's screenplay is based on the stage musical of the same name, which is in turn based by the 1982 novel of the same name by Alice Walker. It's the second film adaptation of the novel based on the book. Hassan, Get a Grip. It's about black people being poor, a perfect Oscar movie. One of the formative works of black feminism. Yeah, but it seems like there's no white people in it, which is why it's not the perfect Oscar movie. I don't see a white person being like the hero in this story, judging by the cover, and that immediately says to me, sorry, sweaty. Hassan got no black friends confirmed. If you think any of my friends watch movies, you're out of your mind. The author of the original book refused to publish a book in Israel for BDS. That's awesome. Sick. What we're not going to do is diminish The Color Purple as simply a poor black film. No, that's not. That person is almost as uneducated on it as I am. But my point is, Caroline and Will, oh, that's true. They watch all the movies. You're right. But we never talk about movies because I'm so uneducated on them. I guess mostly because I don't watch movies. So I never talk to my friends about movies at all. Now you come at me, ask me about some shit from the Pornhub Awards or the AVN. I got some takes on that. My Mazon Scene, dude. Okay. Which porn director was revolutionary this year? Okay. Cum Sluts. Episode 5. Season 3. Okay. They were doing shit. They were doing shit with the cum shots that no one's ever thought of before. Okay. You're talking Dutch angle cum shots without showcasing the asshole. Very tasteful. Very tasteful stuff. Okay. Yeah. Christopher Nolan could never do that. Christopher Nolan would blow your eardrums out, not blow your back out while you're watching the cinematography. You know what I mean? And now I regret having you on speaker. Okay. I'm just kidding. All right, let's move on. International feature film Io Capitano, Italian. Perfect Days, Japan. Society of the Snow, Spain. The Teachers Lounge in Germany. The Zone of Interest in the United Kingdom. I feel like saying a UK movie is considered international is kind of funny. I know it's a controversial take, okay? But I feel like UK and Hollywood are just like, it's this, okay? Like, what do you mean? It's international. It's, okay, so it's just more Hollywood. Like, it literally is it is an extension of Hollywood. Half of the actors are from the UK. Yeah. Even all the Americans on TV are played by Brits. Yes. British people are so much better at portraying Americans than Americans are. Animated feature film, The Boy and the Heron, Elemental, Nimona, Robot Dream, Spider-Man Across Spider-Verse, Adapted screenplay, American Fiction, Barbie, Oppenheimer, more like Wappenheimer, Guoppenheimer, Walkenheimer, Poor Things. What was the Gucci Mane? Guoppenheimer. Yeah. Floppenheimer movie absolutely stunk in the box office. Wait, really? I think the language that matters. The movie's German. It's Polish and Yiddish. Original screenplay, visual effect. Okay, I don't really care. I just like documentary feature film 20 Days in Mariupol. Oh shit. That's a killer last year. You know what I mean? This year, I don't know. I feel like Americans don't want to think about Ukraine at all. They're like, "Oh no." Maybe that's like a hey, we haven't forgotten about Ukraine. Like you know what I mean? You and Will need to do a weekly show segment where you and him watch an American classic you've never seen, like Jurassic Park, and talk about it after. Sure. Yeah. If you watch the Hot Summer Broadcast live, it seems just about all the footage in 20 days, honestly. What? Bobby Wine, The People's President, The Eternal Memory, Four Daughters, To Kill a Tiger, original song, It Never Went Away from American Symphony, I'm Just Ken from Barbie, What Was I Made For from Barbie. That's crazy they got 2 Barbie songs in the original song. The Fire Inside from Flaming Hot, A Song for My People from Killers of the Flower Moon. Documentary feature film, cinematography, El Conde, Killers of the Flower Moon, Maestro, Oppenheimer, Poor Things, costume design, Barbie, Killers of the Flower Moon, Napoleon, Oppenheimer, Poor Things. Flamin' Hot is a movie about Cheetos? No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. So there's no shot that you're being for real. El Conde is about Pinochet being a vampire? What? Okay, that sounds kind of fire. Dude, I'm realizing I don't watch any of this stuff. I've watched like 3 things. The ABC's a book banning, The Barber of Little Rock, Island in Between, The Last Repair Shop, Nine and WIPO. Like I have watched. That's because you're a weeb, bro. Yeah, well, guess what? Despite being a weeb, I haven't seen the Heron movie either. The Boy and the Heron. I haven't seen that, and that's weeb. Is this a joke, right? You're joking. You're joking. You're joking. You're joking. You're joking. Flamin' Hot's a banger, dude. It's about a Hispanic janitor that created what's known as Flamin' Hot products for Frito-Lay. Okay, that seems kind of cool. It's like it's a fake story, though. Oh, really? So that's also just the ad, then? It's just the ad.
Yo no quiero vivir 250 años.
El Conde.
Porque me trataron de ladrón. A un soldado se le puede decir que es un asesino, pero no que es un ladrón. Pero robaste, ¿o no? Yo vine para acá porque dijeron que iban a repartir plata.
Eso te lo dije yo para convencerte, imbécil.
¿Y entonces no van a repartir nada? Buenas tardes.
¡Buenas tardes, general!
También es verdad que yo cometí errores. Errores de contabilidad.
The guy didn't invent the way he said he did, and I'm Mexican, it sucks to admit, law.
Papá, esta es la contadora que nos va a ayudar. ¿Es de confianza?
Totalmente, familia militar. Estuve estudiando su caso judicial. Dice que usted ordenó el asesinato y la desaparición de miles de chilenos.
Yo.
También hay dinero mal habido.
Mis hijos no saben trabajar y yo no quiero que se mueran de hambre.
Claro.
Pero no vaya a pensar que yo soy un ladrón.
No.
He visto muy enamorada de una joven contadora francesa.
Existen las criaturas del diablo que no tienen alma. Y yo se la voy a salvar.
A mí me gustaba matar. A usted le gustaba robar. No, a mí también me gustaba matar.
Usted y sus hermanos estuvieron presos por malversación de...
Fuimos presos políticos. Todos los generales que ganan guerras tienen derecho a saquear.
Por supuesto.
El ejército de Chile me enseñó como un valor el acto de la tortura. ¿Alguien se metió en su maleta? Trajo estacas y martillos de plata. Si los matamos nosotros, vos vais a matar a 4 vampiros.
This looks awesome. El Conde. Pinochet being portrait with such humanity while still a monster is a good analogy for the American propaganda at the time. This looks sick, actually. El Conde is a movie made by a rich right-winger family, Lorraine, and to be honest, is pretty shitty, like a uni student film. It looks sick. Wait, why would a rich right-winger prop up Pinochet as like a bad guy then? Looks like Chilean Death of Stalin, which is amazing. First of all, it's not like Death of Stalin at all, because Death of Stalin is at least like realistic, even though obviously it's greatly embellished and portrayed as a comedy. This is like about Pinochet being a vampire. It's not realistic, like it's not hyper realistic, but Stalin is not a vampire. Okay, this is like an analogy of Pinochet's like bloodthirst or something, I think. Lorraine is a lib, one of the few, and the movie suffered heavy backlash because it was launched on 9/11. Interesting. I have a useless film degree, so I'm qualified to say this. Your take about Oscar bait was right, but you left out two important categories: movies that are basically advertisements, Barbie, Flaming Hot, etc., and West-adjacent military propaganda movies, Top Gun, Nalvani, etc. They always get something, though usually it's like a VFX or some non-acting award. I mean, yeah, they don't. There's not like for the top slot though. MIC propaganda or State Department propaganda rarely ever gets top slot. I don't think it doesn't get top billing. Also, Top Gun was good. I know what 9/11 is as it pertains to Chile, for the record. I know. Lorraine's parents were Pinochet supporters. Lorraine hates Pinochet. Got it. Okay. All right. Well, that's the Oscar part of the broadcast. Let's get to the real. Did you see Fusli call you out on our pod?
It's okay. Yeah.
Good to be.
No, yeah, I agree. I think that's good. But yeah, sometimes I'm just like, oh, like I've got a strong opinion on this thing. And I'm like, I don't.
This is from 11 months ago, man. What are you doing? That's from 11 months ago. Stalin wasn't a vampire. Wow, confirmed tanky. You know it.
New strike.
Here's some more tanky news. U.S. and U.K. launched new airstrikes against Houthi militants in Yemen to stop against Red Sea, which, of course, I am against that because I am a tanky, a Muslim tanky. I want to restore the caliphate is basically what I'm saying, because I don't think that we should be bombing all of these countries. Anyway, here it is. America doing more good guy stuff, because this is good guy stuff.
On Iran-backed militants in Yemen. The latest response to repeated attacks on ships in the Red Sea. Senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has the details for us. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, Michael. The U.S., UK, and its allies have launched another major attack against the Houthis in Yemen. Now, their goal is to stop this militant group that's backed by Iran from continuing to attack ships in the Red Sea. But so far, multiple rounds of U.S. strikes, including a massive joint airstrike led by the U.S. earlier this month, they have failed to stop the Houthis from attacking. But this time, officials say that they have hit an underground Houthi storage facility in addition to drone and missile sites. Now, U.S. officials, they insist to me that their strategy is working, that it is making it harder for the Houthis to continue their attacks in the Red Sea. But the Houthis say they aren't backing down. They claim that their actions are in protest of Israel's military campaign in Gaza. It's created.
It's kind of crazy that they're at least admitting that now. I feel like people who misunderstand your opinions on things don't get your extreme levels of sarcasm. Yeah. Here is the straight man take here. Okay. It's kind of interesting that at least the media is like, one, openly admitting that the attacks are not successful. Two, at least mentioning what the position of the Ansar Allah government is, right? Which is good. Russia getting massive W's from Israel going batshit. Dude, if I was more of like a Ukraine NATO adjacent liberal, that's what I would say. I'd be like, Russia got Hamas to attack Israel so that Israel would strike back, and then all of the weapons would go to Israel instead of Ukraine. Therefore, Biden has lost the Russian gambit, something like that. Yeah, Russia and Iran are propping up Hamas. My giga-lib parents literally had that exact same take. Yeah, Russia. How far does it go, chat? Think about it. Stalin was pro-Israel. Okay. How far does the well go? Dun, dun, dun. And everybody knows Putin and Stalin, same guy. Lockheed Martin court stock jump when Biden declared Yemen bombing campaign. Yeah. That is such a stretch. Okay. I'm being sarcastic now. Everything I just said was a joke. Okay. What? Interview on Yemen? All right,
costly disruptions in one of the world's most critical trading routes, and it's created a dangerous situation. There's no clear end in sight to these back and forth strikes that have the potential to spiral into a wider war. Mary?
That is certainly the concern, Selena. Thank you.
I think part of the reason why it doesn't spiral into a wider war is because a wider war is just ongoing. Like, think about it this way, okay? In the news, you sometimes hear about like Iranian-backed militias striking American bases in Syria or Iraq, specifically in Iraq. And you're like, American military members are in Syria or Iraq? I thought we like pulled out of those places. What's going on? And it's a testament to the reality that like the broader conflict is already ongoing. It never stops going on, I would say. So that's why it's not like, I guess, escalating into something even deeper, with the exception of like bombing Yemen, because bombing Yemen is broadening the conflict for sure. What is this? I'm a total noob, I know, but is tanky a derogative term towards lefties and is reclaimed, or is it a specific kind of leftist / communist? It originally was invented in the UK to suppress the Hungarian revolution, counter-revolution, with the usage of tanks. So the British anarchists and British leftists, by and large, considered anyone who defended the USSR's actions there to be a tanky. Nowadays, it just means like anyone whose opinions I don't like that is a leftist. I guess back then it was kind of like that too, but it's mostly just a way to try and fit you contextually into a box that you can prop up and say is bad and wrong, while simultaneously still having some kind of claim over being like a progressive lefty. People that used to call leftists SJWs now use tanky. Yeah, it's just, that's it. It's a very liberal thing to say. Gross. Yeah. I thought it meant you just like tanks. No, I mean, yeah, that's a part of it. It's just used for libs to say you're going too far. Yeah, that's true. But also the strikes aim to temporarily remove the Houthi capabilities to specifically target ships and bases with their missiles and drones. The goal isn't to unseat the Houthis or kill the leaders of the Houthis, so their power / control isn't directly threatened. And so Iran won't get directly involved, etc. Yeah, but it's still not stopping it. And the more it doesn't stop it, the more the attacks will continue. Some of those attacks are going to inevitably hit civilians. Like, we know how America operates. If they continue along with this trajectory, they will inevitably say, well, maybe it's better regarding why it isn't. Oh, yeah, you're right. Regarding why it isn't becoming a regional war. Sure, fair. It is broadening the conflict for sure, and we know how the American and the allied forces operate in this situation, and we'll see what happens. I thought it was a China communist because you're an apologist for the Square incident. Wait, what? No, they just say that. They just say that for China and everyone. Look, nowadays it's just used by those who I guess are outside of the confines of like the American State Department positions. The Square incident, he means like Tiananmen Square. It's a terminally online liberal pejorative for anyone who's to the left of them, yes. And anyone who doesn't like fit the bill in the traditional ways that you're supposed to be like kind of in defense of the American State Department's positions on everything. Like if you say, hey, I don't think it's a good idea to bomb Yemen on moral grounds, like not even pragmatic, just straight on moral grounds. I don't think we should be bombing the poorest country on like one of the poorest countries on the planet, right? That just withstood a genocide. And if you say that, well, then you're a tanky. You want like Yemen to come and kill America. Like, it is definitely escalated into, to anything and everything that the American State Department considers to be a foreign adversary. It's like it's very successful way to counter propagandize against those who are anti-war by making those guys seem like they're silly and ridiculous because, like, of course America has to do war, but in a progressive way. That's it. Because like it's basically like saying, well, I don't think you understand how homophobic the Yemeni population is. You must be a tanky, as though we're like bombing Yemen to make them gay or something. Deprogramming is about asking questions, and I think letting people deal with their own contradictions. Yeah. They're liberal, except they think anyone wearing a balaclava or hijab needs to be liberated by gay bombs. Kind of like that. Word comes out of anarchist circles. Tanky equals pro-state, pro-imperialist leftist. Yes. Tanky is a thought-terminating cliche. Yes. It has like a similar utility to when someone says this is a terrorist. It is a way to just like, but because it's lesser utilized and lesser known for the most part, most people don't even know what the fuck it is, so you have to like explain the label first and all of the negatives associated with it. But overall, it's like it's like terrorism is something that you know. Everybody knows what terrorism is. It's bad. It's a non-state actor. They're doing bad. They're killing civilians, and they're violent barbarians, and they must be stopped through violent means, right? So like, but the real purpose of the distinction, the real purpose of the of slapping that sticker on someone on the political side is to deny them their habeas corpus, like the people that you're prosecuting. If you do apprehend them, you don't give them the normal civil liberties that you would give to other criminals. So that's number one. The other political purpose for it, from a marketing standpoint, is to just say, don't even like try to understand where they're coming from, because then you'll be giving into them, and these guys are bad, right? It's like the greatest example of this, something I've talked about a lot, is with Hamas, right? Like Hamas, just like any other militancy, engages in acts of terror, okay? But then there are certain circumstances in which, like, Hamas's militant wing 100% is not engaging in acts of terror. Right now, Hamas is not engaging in an act of terror inside of Gaza. They're actually defensively defending themselves. They have all of the rights, all of the legal rights under international humanitarian law to basically defend themselves and the Palestinian population inside of Gaza against a belligerent occupier. Israel, on the other hand, is currently engaging in statewide terror. Israel does not have a right. Yes, Hamas does not have a right to kidnap people. That's true. Okay, that's true. You don't have a right to kidnap civilians. You do have a right to have prisoners of war, but you do not have a right to kidnap civilians. So that part is correct. Okay. However, if we're looking at like war crimes across the board, Israel is engaging in a tremendous amount of war crimes. Hamas isn't defending Palestinians, though. They're just trying to inflict damage on Israel. No, right now they are. That's just not correct. So, having said that, the reason why we got to this, the reason why we're even talking about this is because, like, we were talking about the terrorism distinction, right? That designation is given across the board to people so that you can just completely remove, like, rational thought from their behavior. Because the fear is, well, one, it's a much more effective way of marketing whatever you do to deal with them, right? If someone is a terrorist, then yeah, 25,000 Palestinians are killed over the course of 100 plus days. And that's totally valid, because why? Well, we're dealing with terrorists. Like, terrorism is hard, you know? We got to do counterinsurgency. Like, we have to do it. And, you know, in that time frame, like, we're going to kill a bunch of people, and it's whatever, you know? They're not human, though. So that is, it's a convenient way to slap someone with a bad guy sticker and then also yell at anyone and everyone that even tries to understand what their position is, right? Like, if you even try to understand if there's any sort of rational thinking or any sort of logic in their actions, no matter how violent or inhumane those actions might be from time to time, and October 7th is a great example of the barbarity, for sure, right? If you do that, then you're a bad guy too. You must be like a defender of terrorism. Now, as a Muslim Turkish American, I'm no stranger to being called a defender of terrorism. I gained, I guess, I've started doing political commentary at the tail end of the Obama Islamophobia era, right, where it was popping off for sure. So I was always branded as a Muslim apologist, and that kind of went away under the Trump administration for a little bit, but we're totally back to that worldview now. And I do definitely remember the way that people were branded like Saddam apologists for being anti-Iraq war invasion, right? The illegal and unjustifiable occupation of Iraq, which now everybody agrees was bad and also claims that they were against, even if they weren't. At the time, the overarching feeling was, oh, dude, Iraq, you don't want America to invade Iraq, but you love Saddam? You know, he gassed the Kurds, right? He gassed the Kurds. And why do you hate our military? Why do you want terrorism to win? Why don't you go there? Why don't you go there? Why don't you go live there if you don't like America? So basically, that exact same principle has been recycled in different ways, and they still do that. Can't wait for every bloodthirsty lib call for genocide right now and say, like, in 5 years they were against Israel. Gonna be the whole this you posting happening. It doesn't matter. None of the this you shit matters. Guys, the reality is you can be wrong every day at the behest of the American State Department, and you will be elevated. Okay? No one will care about how wrong you were. On the other side, however, if you oppose the State Department and you're wrong one time, they will never let you forget that. Look no further than Hassan Thought Russia would never invade Ukraine. I have been branded a Vladimir Putin defender and Russia supporter in perpetuity, despite the fact that I've never been a Vladimir Putin defender at all, right? So it doesn't matter. And in order to make that narrative stick, people have gone to incredible lengths claiming that like I was duped by Arma footage, okay? That someone sent me in the chat, even though, you know, it was like a 30-second clip, claiming that, no, you say you were, but it's so stupid because you've never actually watched the full video. You've never watched a full video. Like you, if you look at the actual video, someone sent it in. I thought it was real for a second. Okay. I started off hate watching you for that one. Lol. Now I agree with you on most things. This is a common thing, by the way. A lot of people do come in here and think that like I'm a hyper pro Russia guy or something, and it's not the case. Oh, by the way, Yugopnik Twitch, thank you for the raid. It was a gun shooting tracers that spelled send nudes, and he realized it was Arma all 15 seconds after the clip started. Yeah, but the first 15 seconds, I'm like, what is this? And that's all that has gotten play. It's a very famous clip. It's a very famous clip of people thinking that it's like it's real, that like, oh, Hassan got duped for this. Look at him, he got duped for this. And if they had ever watched, this is facts. I used to be a DGG viewer and I heard about you. Then my friend recommended you, and now I simply do not watch the support tech air conditioning technician anymore. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I don't know what any of that means. But my point is those get elevated over and over again, and it doesn't really change much because people are not really interested in what my perspective is. But yeah, if anything, people football the Ghost of Kiev are worse off than your take. I mean, yeah, at the time I covered the Ghost of Kiev being most likely and not a real story, but it didn't matter. There was a bunch of stuff that like the pro-NATO side were wrong on, but it didn't matter. That's my point, guys. You will always hear Noam Chomsky getting like something wrong. Like Noam Chomsky originally said with the Khmer Rouge, like, I would hold back on believing the State Department information, and I would wait for more information to come, right? And they use that against him every day, all day, every day, nonstop, right? Why? Because he spent his entire, comparing himself to Chomsky, Lamau, but real? No, of course. I'm not saying I'm like Noam Chomsky at all. Please do not misunderstand me. After all, I never hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, and I would never do that, okay? My point is, if you are against the overarching State Department narrative, there are certain things that everyone kind of associates with you that is like bad, and they point to it even 50 years into the fucking future, okay? And that's not about finding the truth or having like a consistent moral position or anything like that. It's simply it's simply just going, well, this guy was wrong 50 years ago, 60 years ago. And I'm going to somehow make that like a moral issue. Like I'm going to say that he was wrong, remember, 60 years ago. But don't forget, most of the people that you listen to that are in positions of power have gotten things wrong over and over again. But if they've gotten things wrong over and over again at the behest of the State Department, then it doesn't matter. That's it. No one will remember it, and no one will care about it. Okay? You get a free pass as long as like everybody agrees with you. So that's it. Now, having said that, yeah, libs don't even care anymore. Look at the Nord Stream example. Yeah, this is a great example of this. I see we've reached the CIA probably blew up Nord Stream. Who cares, bro stage. This is a great example of this. If you remember, but you were fooled by it. See, this is what I mean. Like people still ride this thing. Nord Stream is a great example. The Bolivian coup is another great example. Every single liberal that defended the American position on this project, right, on both of these things, right, no one punished them for it. No one ever brings it up. Because why would you bring it up? It made no sense for Russia to blow up its own pipeline. On its face, it made no sense. I called it out. I said, I don't know, maybe, but it seems very unlikely at the time, right? And liberals went along with it. They were like, no, you're wrong. You're actually wrong. It definitely was Russia. Did a single person ever get called out for it? Did a single person ever get called out for the supposed Cuba Libre protests that were happening, SOS Cuba protests that were happening? Fox News and even liberal outlets showed pro-Cuba counter-protesters as though they were anti-government protesters. To that length, to that extent. Okay? But it doesn't matter. The Venezuelan election, remember when the New York Times said it was rigged and it was later confirmed by the EU and UN that it wasn't? Yes. It's just like we move on from it, okay? We move on from it no matter how ridiculous it is, right? Like Havana Syndrome, another complete falsehood that I was completely correct on. Like, it was ridiculous. And there were liberals who believed that too, that would come in here and yell at me about this. This does not mean that I won't get things wrong. Of course I do. I'm a human, okay? I'm by myself. I'm a human being after all. And I certainly will get things wrong from time to time. Everybody does. It's just, if you're getting things wrong while you're simultaneously, defending a position, even though you get things right almost all the time, but you make mistakes from time to time, people will grab onto it and use that as a way to say, look, he's wrong. Don't listen to anything he has to say. Please do not listen to his commentary. No matter what you do, just watch me tell you in like 3-second clips, 8-second clips, 20-second clips that I've like massaged in this direction, and get mad about him anyway. But like I always say, if you come in here and you're open-minded, if you're charitable, you will understand that you've most likely been lied to about my positions. That's it. Other than the top of the hour ad break, which is true. That is definitely something I will serve you at the top of the hour. So anyway, is this supposed to be some kind of gotcha? Yeah, it was probably CIA. Like, are you 5? You are ignoring the part about the far left now perfectly okay with causing oil and fuel leak into the ocean when they criticize over the Nord Stream. CIA acts on its accord 80% of the time, this guy says. I find it hilarious how hard the left cried when the Nord Stream pipeline got blown up and they said it was an environmental disaster, but shooting missiles at large ships full of oil and fuel is apparently okay in their book, Lamau. I think that it's not even comparable to the Nord Stream leak, but it wasn't the environmental disaster that was the major issue there. Yeah. The pipeline is going to cause a significantly larger environmental impact than a boat. Yeah. All right. Here's the term ad break now. Anti-trans bathroom genital check bill may pass in Utah. That's insane. Have you heard about the cyber attack Russia did against Sweden? Over 120 authorities are not going to get their salary paid because they've shut it down completely. I think this is the war against Sweden from Russia. That's crazy. Also, notice how they don't criticize the U.S. for dangling NATO like a carrot stick for 16 years. If they think NATO and Ukraine are so critically important, why does that not bother them? For Ukrainians, like, they have nothing. Ukrainians are very similar to Kurds in that regard, where they just have nothing. Like, they don't want to... Like, I understand there is... Especially now, the overwhelming majority is, in my opinion, not even remotely interested in associating with Russia, obviously. But given the chance, normalization with Russia is completely gone. But even if there was like a percentage of the population that was interested in dealing with Russia, okay, before the invasion, it was still not enough. It was a marginal percentage of the population. It was just not enough for it to be like a democratic association. And beyond that, at this point, it's like, yeah, they would rather get Western money, especially in the short term, and deal with the West. Ukrainian foreign minister Kuleba to Western countries, we offer you the best deal. You don't sacrifice your soldiers, give us weapons and money, and we will finish the job.
Important. You save few lives of your soldiers. So we kind of offer the best deal on global market of security.
It was marginal, and then post-2022 it became an extreme minority, quite understandably. Yeah, exactly. The example I use is Kharkiv. Kharkiv had a population within it that, it wasn't 50%, but there was still a not insignificant percentage of the population that, like, identified with Russian culture. There's no such thing at this point. Why would there be? It's just impossible. It's impossible to fucking be pro-Russia when... your apartment complex is being blown up, that your family members escaped the country because they didn't want to be conscripted because Russia is invading your country. You know what I mean? It's just like, not going to happen. The Crimea take pisses normies off. Yeah, there's a difference between Crimea and the rest of the other parts of the invasion. I know. The Crimea take absolutely frustrates people. It'll be frustrating when Zelensky or whoever is the Ukrainian leader, inevitably, if there is a peace deal, will throw the Crimea conversation back 15 years into the future for a democratic referendum vote on it 15 years in the future in an effort to just like stop the conversation from happening. The reason why they will do that is because Crimea is not like the rest of the country. The annexation of Crimea was not like the rest of the annexation of Ukraine. Anyway, do you think the model of social democracy in the short term, socialism in the short term applies to the third world as well, or do more dire conditions and intervention from the CIA and the like necessitate a revolutionary approach? Anyway, how much of the anti-Ukraine propaganda is true? Mainly the Nazi part. I mean, Ukrainian nationalism has a history with aligning with Nazis. That is true. And we did arm units like the Azov Battalion that were seen as the first line of defense in Donbass specifically. That also was, that is also true. But overall, politically speaking, the Azov or other nationalist factions, hooligans and the like that were fascist or fascist adjacent, their impact, in my opinion, has grown dramatically and has been directly whitewashed by Western media now as a direct consequence of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. A take that was probably my most prescient take. Something that I said directly on the day of the Russian invasion. Now, by the way, this doesn't mean that Russia doesn't have their own fucking fascists. Of course they do. It's the dumbest situation. You got fascists on both sides shooting at one another. So what you're supposed to look at is not like the prevalence of neo-Nazis in either side. What you're supposed to look at is whose cause is just. And my perspective on this has not changed. What Russia is doing in Ukraine is unjustifiable, immoral. Okay? What Ukraine is doing is emancipatory and just. This is why I regularly have talked about people just despise you because your foreign policy takes, because they get clipped down to snippets. There is no winning. Yes. This is why I've talked about over and over again how much of a massive failure the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been. How much of a massive failure the Russian invasion has been as far as like galvanizing other NATO countries, reaffirming the necessity for NATO in the eyes of the Western world, and even having formerly neutral countries actually join NATO. Massive issue. Russia is a fake socialist fascist state. There's nothing socialist about Russia. Russia is the remainder of the dissolution of the USSR, and it's absolutely propped up by Western-backed kleptocrats who were anti-regime, pro-regime change, and pro-capitalist, Putin himself included. Yeah. Minutes ago, Turkey just ratified Sweden's entry into NATO. Well, Turkey will do whatever is they're told. They probably cut deals. Russia doesn't even ever pretend to be socialist. Putin doesn't ever pretend to be socialist. The only thing that Putin cares about as far as like USSR imagery is the projection of strength, spanning over a vast territory, controlling, natural resources directly. That's it. There's nothing communist about Vladimir Putin. The only reason why this kind of imagery is invoked in Russia is because it is considered, the USSR is considered a fucking world power at the time. Not just a regional power, but a global hegemonic power. So it's a way to project strength through this mythology that you build. There's a strong communist party in Russia, though, but they won't win any elections. Strong communist party in Russia. There is no party in Russia that isn't controlled by Vladimir Putin. Get out of here, dude. Come on. That's ridiculous. The strong communist party of Russia also was pro-invasion of Ukraine. Get the fuck out of here. This is stupid. They're not strong. It's all fake controlled opposition. There's one dude that runs the show there, okay? The Russian socialists lie the Western tells are leftovers from McCarthyism. I think so, too. Russia has an effective four-party system, and Putin controls all four of them. Yes. So what happens when Putin dies? Massive destabilization. We'll see. Vladimir Putin. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yevgeny will return. No, Prigozhin. I saw a post saying you support the annexation of Crimea a few days ago. The comparison of that framing to what you just actually said is crazy. Your haters say that your positions lack nuance, but if that were true, they wouldn't feel the need to lie about them. Yeah. Anyway, in Russia, inside of you, there are two wolves, and they're both controlled by Putin. Yes. Yeah, I don't know what will fucking happen if when Putin dies. Not if, but when. I mean, he's old too, so we'll see. Kadyrov Ascension, Muslim Russia. Yeah, dude, Russians are gonna let a fucking Muslim Chechen guy run the show. Come on. Yeah, no, they're gonna have a Dagestani dude. They're gonna get Khabib Nurmagomedov run the country. It's the same clip, but they never watched the full clip. Yeah, they're gonna have Hezbollah run the country. Anyway, the oligarch with the biggest military support will become premier, or America will worm its way inside. We'll see. I have no idea. I don't want to talk about it. The nuance is that we actually support Crimean annexation for the Tatars and by way for the Turks. I've said this before. Crimea belongs to the Tatar population, okay? In a period of Russification, far before Russia or Ukraine had any stake, any ownership on Crimea, the Tatars were forcibly removed from Crimea. So if we're talking about who actually owns Crimea, it's the Turks. Give Crimea back to the Turks, the Tatars. That's number one. If it's not owned by the Turks or the Tatars, then it's owned by Russia in that situation. Forcibly removed after collaborating in World War II. Doesn't matter. Not Turks, but Greeks. Greeks have an ownership claim over it too. Fine. Crimea, Turkey's Kashmir. Anyway, the latest clip circulating was their stance was NATO was built with Nazi generals and that through neoliberalism, fascism, and Nazism won, but it's just true. Yeah, I think that's one of the funnier things is when like my haters will clip something that is like objectively and demonstrably true, but because they don't know that it's like actually like that, and they know that most people are just like unconditionally going to be pro NATO regardless, they will promote it. It's one of my favorite things that like Post Left Watch or whatever does all the time too. Anyway, we're talking about ownership. Remember, nobody owns Trump. He's a businessman and can't be bought, famously. All right, let's get back to it though. Explosions occurred. Now, of course, is Crimea a Russian state thing? I don't understand. Crimea is the one of the easternmost points, had a military base, a Russian military base that was lent to Russia by Ukraine. In the 2014 annexation, the Russian military came in and took over and annexed Crimea. Leading up to the Crimean annexation, God, I've talked about this so many fucking times. There's videos on it, not from my haters, but videos from my channel if you'd like to know more about the Crimean annexation by Russia. But leading up to the annexation of Crimea by Russia, and this is like recent history, I'm not talking about Tatars. Leading up to the Crimean annexation of Russia, or the annexation of Crimea by Russia, okay, there were numerous polls done, and the saying at the time, now obviously this is very different now, but at the time, contextually, the further east you went out, the more there was Russia support in Ukraine, okay? There was political struggles. Russia wanted to keep Ukraine inside of the Russian sphere of influence over the Western sphere of influence. There were a lot of Western NGOs and civil society organizations that wanted to take Ukraine and bring Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence that they can use against Russia. So it had political importance. It's also a material importance. What ended up happening is after Russia's annexation, there were elections held. It's largely bullshit. I care more about the polling done before and the actions that happened after. For Ukraine, one of the moves after the Crimean annexation, after the Russian annexation of Crimea, was to blow up the waterways and dam or destroy the USSR built canals that gave water to Crimea. Yeah, he got Yanukovych to essentially turn against the EU association agreement as a step towards membership, which would move them into the West. Exactly. So the realpolitik answer is that Russia had concerns about Ukraine getting into the Western sphere of influence, and they wanted to stop it. And one way to manipulate that was by having DPR and LPR remain autonomous regions that would still be under the banner of the Ukrainian nation state, but that way they could interfere with the affairs of Ukrainian domestic politics. Okay? Ukraine obviously did not want this. And before that, obviously NATO membership was also dangled as a carrot for Ukraine, just like with Georgia. So Putin pulled a Georgia, or wanted to pull a Georgia, to completely ensure that Ukraine never actually joins NATO, and said that that is a red line and wanted to enforce that red line. And I was wrong when I said that he would never invade, and thought that they never floated DNR and LNR being under Ukraine. No, that's 100% a part of the Minsk agreements. You're wrong. No, Russia wanted DNR and LPR to stay under Ukrainian territory, but have autonomy from Ukraine in an effort to interfere in Ukraine domestic politics. That was the overarching goal. I'm not wrong on this. That is what they wanted to do. I think the Sevastopol port and the overall military relevance of Crimea are more relevant goals here. Yeah, Crimea is a different story. We need Moldova, Mama Liga. They're the only ones with the correct take. Yes. You said this last year and the year before. Yes. So I just want to say I'm 2/3 done with the Lex video, and I suggest not watching the entire 2 hours. There's timestamps of the subjects. Much love. Yeah, we will do it. We will do the Lex Fridman Shapiro Destiny video. Don't worry. Later. All right, let's get to the IDF explosion.
News overnight in the Israel-Hamas war. At least 21 Israeli soldiers were killed in Gaza. Matt Gutman is in Tel Aviv with the latest developments. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Mary. This was the deadliest attack on Israeli troops
I thought it was
since
24.
the
The number increased to 24, no? 24 soldiers killed on deadliest day for Israeli forces in Gaza combat. All right. UK not seeking confrontation with the Houthis, says Sunak. Nice.
Yeah, the Israeli military said that a unit of Israeli reserves was trying to demolish a pair of two-story buildings in Gaza when Palestinian militants nearby fired an RPG that hit a tank. That blast apparently triggered a chain reaction that detonated the mines the soldiers were going to use in the buildings, causing a
What a crazy way to explain the story, by the way. Why were there so many mines? Why is there a controlled demolition happening in these buildings? You know what I mean? Like, how are we looking at this situation and going, oh man, it's just, what a sad state of affairs, guys. It's like, bro, we're talking about an invading force doing an illegal occupation as a belligerent occupier upon a population that it's like destroying and doing ethnic cleansing towards. And then they like comically explode themselves as they're horny to fucking shoot another TikTok video about how sick it is to blow up another Palestinian home. And then, yeah, the defensive forces in that situation blow up a tank, and then the tank explosion triggers all of the landmines, ending up with 21 guys dying in the rubble. Yeah, it's they went full Rube Goldsberg. Yeah, exactly, like a machine, a chain reaction. It's just ridiculous to cover it on simultaneously cover it with like neutrality, right? The neutral tone that they are invoking here, as though these guys were just like casually there, not doing anything bad, okay? But then beyond that, they're also talking about it like it's a massive atrocity. Your chat is disgusting, dude, and you let them act this way. They're disgusting for what? They're disgusting for what reason? You would never, ever in a million years look at this if the IDF were not considered to be foreign allies, okay, attacking what is declared a foreign adversary. You would never look at the circumstance and go, oh man, I'm so sad about this. Obviously, every death sucks, okay, across the board. But the notion that like these guys they're military. They're an occupying force engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing. It's ridiculous, dude. It's ridiculous. The greatest way to avoid these casualties would be to not do ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear about moralizations from dudes who are fantasizing about like 19-year-olds in Yemen being blown to bits by American, our awesome super missiles. Okay, crazy. These guys are doing something that is incredibly fucked up. They're not just, the mines aren't there for de-escalatory purposes. The mines are there to blow up civil society, okay? What remains of like the homes of the Gazan people. This is like the purest act of self-defense. It is so, if you think that I'm going to sit here and act like, oh man, this is such a bad situation, you're out of your fucking mind. You can get mad at me all day, okay? people did this, and much worse, by the way. I'm not even like jerking off to the violence here, by the way, because I'm not a fucking Reddit NATO liberal who masturbated to like Russian conscripts getting blown to fucking shreds when they were also engaging in an act of unjustifiable violence inside of Ukrainian boundaries. So look to your own past, your own recent past, okay? If you want to understand, you know, how one may feel in this circumstance. It's crazy. It's like, I'm of the mindset that the Russian conscript has less of a say in the invasion of Ukraine than the fucking IDF conscripts do, or the IDF reservists do, by the way. That's the other thing. We're talking about not a fucking invasion on a country that is like being armed by the United States, by the way. The side that is armed by the United States is the one that's doing, the one that has like the one that has demonstrated awesome power. Anyway, I'm more worried about how Israel's going to react to this. I don't think you should worry about how Israel's going to react to this. I might be totally off base here, but I think a massive casualty toll like this looks really bad in Israel. You can't hide it. You just took a fat fucking L and that greatly accelerates the shelf life of this ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? That's it. That's the difference. 1,000 Palestinians can die in the hands of Israeli forces, okay? But one, they have nowhere to go. Two, they consider that to be martyrdom in defense of their, in defense of what remains of their home. But when Israel is engaging in an offensive act like this, one death of an Israeli reservist means so much more. Like there is, and so far 200 Israeli occupying force members have died, right? Have been died in this offensive war that is completely unjustifiable so far. Okay, so the reality is, that we know of, right? The reality is that greatly lowers the time that Israel can conduct itself like this, and this came right as like Israel was potentially leaning into a 2-month ceasefire, according to Barak Ravid's reporting yesterday, because the pressure against the Israeli government has mounted tremendously. Okay, like Israel is now dealing with a shit ton of opposition internally. Okay, so something to consider.
There are many who are saying that, frankly, the Biden administration should have acted sooner and faster. That hundreds of billions of dollars.
This is about the Houthi targets from the U.S. and U.K. I'm going to show you this while I go pee really quickly.
Has been put at risk because the Houthis have held this area in the Red Sea at ransom.
Sorry, so just let me get this straight, Yalda. So we are bombing one of the poorest countries in the world that has been under a humanitarian blockade. There has been famine. These people have been decimated. And we are bombing them because a couple of guys in dinghies in support for the Palestinians who are having a genocide committed against them. They're objecting to that, and we're bombing them. Come on now. This is just an insane world for us to even think. I'm so sorry your Amazon packages are delayed. I really am. I wish mine came on time. But, genocide, guys, genocide. There are 2 mothers a day dying in Gaza right now. It's 109 days into a conflict in which a humanitarian crisis has been declared to the world day day out.
By the way, Dr. Francois, there are many who are Yemen watchers who monitor and follow the Houthis who say this is doing wonders for their branding, actually, that it isn't just the Palestinian cause that they're focused on.
So call a ceasefire now and end the positive branding. If you want to stop the Houthis doing what they're doing, then call a ceasefire
Do you genuinely believe
right
that
now.
the Houthis would stop doing what they're doing?
They have literally said that that's why they're doing what they're doing. They have not previously blocked those routes for any other reason except this one. So yes, I do. And I also think the West needs to start to understand that you cannot just go around playing cowboys in the world. There are consequences to your actions. You cannot just go around bombing people's countries, ignoring...
I've never seen such... this is incredible.
International law and expect no repercussions. For every cause, there is a consequence. And just because you don't like a couple of guys trying to resist,
these
the fact
are
that this is
now prescribed terrorists.
Sure, according to Western governments.
Well,
It's awesome. See, look, notice how she immediately hit the, well, you're defending terrorists, by the way. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. Okay? They weren't until last week. Biden decided. Who cares? Bullshit. Bullshit. Get out of here. The next phase of this is to say, well, they're slavers. They've done this, they've done that, right? It is ridiculous to call the Ansar Allah administration terrorists while simultaneously saying that the Saudis and the UAE and their actions upon Yemen, not terror, but good, is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah. Hassan, you should become religious. Freddy Fazballs, you want to spend an eternity in hell with the IDF? Fred, your name is Freddy Fazballs, okay? You're going there too.
Also, according to the Yemeni people, because they've
which is a Saudi-backed government, which is essentially our.
But the Yemenis who live, under Houthi rule talk about the fact that this group continues to terrorize them as well.
No, that's not true. It's not true. You are always going to have people who are obviously objecting to their own individual governments. That part is of course true, but the notion that, like, God, the slavery thing is so funny, especially because, like, dude, the people bombing Yemen do infinitely more slavery. Like, it's wild to look at, like, the UAE and Saudi Arabia and what they're saying about Yemen as it pertains to slavery, and just like it's like if it's like if the Confederates were claiming that there was slavery happening in the North as well. Okay? Is there truth to that? There was wage slavery, some forms of course, institutionalized racism as well. But, like, it would be like claiming that the Confederates were actually fighting to abolish slavery in the North. Okay? That's what it feels like. Yemen women's rights non-existent. Fair. Like, these are obviously it's not great. Okay? The point is, half the reason why it's not great is because these countries have not even been able to, like, develop on their own without foreign interference. But more importantly than that, these bombing campaigns are not done to protect the slaves or free them or anything like that. It's just, like, such a stupid argument to make. Yeah. The notion that, like, our bombing campaign in Yemen is going to give women's rights to the Yemeni population is so fucking stupid. Two wrongs don't make a right. Okay? Son, I'm Yemeni. I would like to clear things up for you. Go ahead, clear it up in the chat. Yemeni chatter. I mean, I hear a lot from Yemeni academics and journalists and whatnot in the past week or so since my interview, but the perfect position here, is pretty easy to understand. It's, okay, let's try ending the genocide in Gaza. And if the Houthis still keep going, then we'll deal with it there. It's bullshit. The Houthis weren't genocided? Oh, okay, got it. What? As a Yemeni, are you going to tell me, Pan-Arabist, that it was actually like the Houthis themselves that were responsible for the genocide and not the coalition forces? Is that what you're going to say? Because like even the Yemenis were genocided. Fair. This is true. Okay. That is correct. Yes. Both are bad. Okay. Got it. Do you think Western nations that have destroyed these Middle Eastern nations should give humanitarian aid to rebuild the countries, or should we completely pull out of the region? No, I think that we should be doing a Marshall Plan without any sort of additional asks, like reparations to every country that we have bombed and destabilized. His name is Pan-Arabist, so I want to hear what he has to say. But I think you whitewash the Houthi crimes. No, I don't. I don't whitewash the Houthi crimes at all, because I look at the greater crime, and that is genocide. If genocide is the greater crime, then that's it. Genocide is the greater crime. This is a perfectly normal position to have. And the genocide upon the Yemeni population is significant, is a direct consequence of the American proxies in the area and their interests in what happens in Yemen, or what should happen in Yemen. See, I like what they're doing now and I support their actions. Okay, so you and I are in 100% agreement then. Great. Not even a debate.
It's like claiming you're pro Saddam for saying the American invasion of Iraq was bad. Exactly. It's exactly like that. It is identical to that, which is funny because like that is what they were saying back then, and that's kind of what a lot of people are saying now. The Houthi crumbs of what? Being a militarized force? No, dude. They seized power in, I would say, a relatively opportunistic fashion due to the real interest from the Yemeni population to overthrow the leadership at the time. And in that process, given that this is like, given that this was already an incredibly poor country, and the regional actors and their bombing campaign that ensued, the things that they did in that process, were obviously, especially by Western standards, horrifying. Okay, that's it. As far as like child soldiers, for example, which, by the way, once again, the Saudi-aligned forces also utilized. You're making things up. What am I making up right now? What have I said that's wrong? What I mean, I hope you have a take on this. Anyway, I'm a Yemeni and they were right now and before this pan-Arab blaming them for the coalition that genocided the Yemenis that these mercenaries asked for and supported. Anyway, what? Bro, you can explain to me? You had that young boy Houthi pirate guy on the show after he went viral. He mentioned, if I remember right, that he didn't support pirates or Houthi as such, yet the days after they are bombing Houthi pirate places. Where's the logic if they knew that most, if not all, these pirates wasn't a part of the Houthi, then bomb them? What? I don't even know what you're saying. The interview has nothing to do with the bombing. But if anything, I think people are mad because they want to make the bombing feel good and it makes them feel bad. I think you failed, but it's also important to mention that they're bad because it serves no purpose. It serves no purpose. I talk about like the banner that they have where they say curse the Jews is anti-Semitic, but overall there's no reason to mention this. Okay, it's like it's playing the same role over and over again. It's like constantly talking about condemning Hamas, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas. Like it's a way to just move the conversation back to a comfortable framing that like Western audiences want to understand and want to believe. And the reason why I don't want to do that is because in a situation between bad and worse, yeah, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with the bad when there's so much worse happening to the bad. That's it. Especially when I'm trying to help Americans come to terms and see the humanity in the Arab population, something that they have refused to do almost systematically. All right.
I'm no fan of the Houthis, apart from when they're blockading in favor of a ceasefire, which should have been called a long time ago. 55,000 people are dead in Gaza right now. There are over 60,000 people injured with no access to food, water, aid. How dare we have a conversation about trade when there are children right now being treated without anesthetic? Well,
it's funny because like the condemnation conversation also is so stupid. Because, like, there's never any condemnation for America's actions. And if you're even criticizing America's actions as an American, you are met with, like, condemn the Houthis, condemn the Houthis, condemn the Houthis, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas. There is no condemnation for the IDF. And if we are looking at the lesser evil here, okay, America's actions in that region and Israel's actions in that region are significantly worse. Okay, and I'm a harm reduction guy. Okay, that's it. It's a false binary. It just lets you reduce reality to good or bad when these revolutionary forces require nuanced understanding, the same nuance the West was so quick to give Israel. Yeah, that's it. And it's being done by people who desperately want to cling on to any reason to feel good and morally righteous about blowing up targets inside of Yemen. That's it. Exactly what you just said. If you point out the base 24/7, which you already point out, it's going to give them more reason to hate them anyways when they're already talking or listening to you in bad faith, probably. It's just, that's it. I'm doing harm reduction. Okay?
Things that require us to make some sacrifices, and this would be one of them.
They do have the global economy, global markets hostage.
Good for them.
Bill Browder.
Wait, what did she say? Global market hostage?
Being
What?
treated without anesthetic.
Well,
there are things that require us to make some sacrifices, and this would be one of them.
They do have the global economy, global markets hostage.
Good for them.
They're keeping the global markets hostage? Yeah. Okay, what's worse? Genocide in Gaza or someone trying to hold the global markets hostage, okay, so that the genocide in Gaza stops, especially when we have the opportunity and the capacity to stop the genocide in Gaza. And it's much simpler. Like, guys, there are certain things that are completely outside of Biden's power, okay? If there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure that he could do a better job, right? Or maybe even do things that are unconstitutional. And who gives a shit if, like, the Supreme Court doesn't agree with him or whatever, right? He could be a bit of a tyrant if he wanted to, right? In the direction that is positive, but won't do it because he's an institutionalist lib when it comes to, like, I don't know, having healthcare or something, giving every American healthcare. Like, there are a lot of things that he has to go through Congress on. Israel is not one of them. Anyone that tells you that Biden can't single-handedly cause Israel to cease its hostilities is completely oblivious to the power that the president has, and is also completely oblivious to the history of the American presidency and what the executive office has done in the past with other cessation of hostilities in Israel. Biden himself in 2021 literally made a phone call to stop Israel. Okay? One phone call. He said, it's over. It's done. Enough. And they did. Ronald Reagan has done this in the past. Okay? And ironically, Biden has actually sidestepped Congress time and time again when it comes to helping Israel. And here's the actual truth. Okay? I can't believe I'm going to use this guy's tweets again, but I think it's very informative on how liberals, one, don't fully understand the things they speak on. Hold on. But still, that doesn't stop them from being, like, really smarmy. Where is it? I saw, like, a thread from Will Stancil. Okay, I don't know. Oh, here it is. Here it is. People keep saying, well, actually, Biden does have the power to unilaterally impose sanctions and order airstrikes, etc. Here it is. This would not work. Biden can't instruct Netanyahu to do anything. He can't even stop sending weapons without defying Congress. Wrong. He can do both of those things. He certainly can't simply command Netanyahu to create a Palestinian state conditioned on the return of hostages. It's an independent nation. Every single thing that Will Stancil mentioned here is demonstrably false. Okay? Every single part of this is wrong. Literally every single part of it. And he knows it too, because people yelled at him. It's frustrating because the widespread belief that Biden could simply call the whole thing off makes it harder to seek things he could do. Support a ceasefire, make noise about war crimes, which, by the way, he's not doing. Not doing either of these things, by the way. Why is he not doing either of those things? I don't know. Express much more public sympathy for Gazans. People will clearly see those as dodges. Yeah, that's the reason why Biden is not doing those things, because people would see them as dodges. Now, obviously, everyone yelled at him, and he immediately turned around and said, people keep saying, well, actually, Biden does have the power to unilaterally impose sanctions and order airstrikes, etc. But the point is that Congress would freak out if he turned hard anti-Israel. It would be a political catastrophe, and he'd lose. We're not going to, like, attack Israel. Oh, so Biden does have the power. It's just not politically favorable. So why didn't you say that up here? Why didn't you just come out of the gates swinging with, well, actually, Biden could unilaterally, single-handedly stop, impose sanctions, or even stop Israel, not give Israel the weapons, okay? Not give Israel the munitions, even though it is currently sidestepping Congress in its effort to send as many dumb bombs to Israel as possible, okay? So why didn't you say that in the beginning? Is it because you were oblivious to the reality? I suspect yes. You did not know that that is the case. And then people yelled at you, and then maybe you recognized that that was the case. So then you had to move the fucking goalposts and be like, well, it would be politically not favorable. Okay. Okay, then. But you didn't say that in the beginning. Okay? That's it. It's so stupid. It's such a perfect distillation of the way liberals think and operate. Oh, actually, you silly idiot, you don't understand. The institutions do not allow him to do this. Oh, wait, he is actually overriding the institutional controls specifically to help Israel? Okay, well, if he didn't do that, then people would be mad at him, and therefore he would lose his power. All right, then what is the distinction between him and fucking Donald Trump then in this situation? Also, ironic considering that, like, Biden is already incredibly unfavorable anyway. Is Will Stancil just a useful idiot? He's nothing. He's just the guy that everybody yells at on Twitter. But I like using his takes because they're, one, very dumb usually, and two, demonstrates liberal thought perfectly to a T. It's just like a Twitter guy that everybody fucking freaks out over. Yeah. Legal problems, political problems, and market problems get painted with one brush by liberals who don't care enough to make the distinction because they want to stack it in their favor to get the chance. Yes. Proud member of Do Something Twitter. Yeah. Do something. What is that something? Continuation of genocide, it seems. So yeah. The right is saying he's wasting tax money like Vivek, and the left recognizes genocide is wrong. No. The reality is that, obviously, unconditional alliance with Israel is overwhelmingly popular in the demographics that do vote. That's just the truth. But I don't care, okay? I think being strong and reining Israel in this regard, in this situation, would be great. You would look like a fucking badass. That's it. Nothing better to assert U.S. dominance than the call of the me watchdog. What? Guys, Joe Biden ran on the position that he was going to restore America's position globally. By the way, it's Kitschy. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That was like 8 minutes ago, but I didn't call it out at back then, and I'm calling it out now because it's at the top of the hour, and you've allowed 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Okay, so congratulations for letting 20 people no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. But Biden was going to restore America's position and its soft power globally. It's Kitschy with another 20 gifted subs. Goddamn. And the D&D Andy with the 5 gifted subs. 20 more, why not? Thank you. Okay? It's raining. It's raining gifted subs. But what Biden is doing now with this wishy-washy, soft-pedaling, send Israel all the guns and all the weapons in secrecy, while simultaneously publicly acting like you're actually trying to rein them back and dial it back, while their genocide continues and Benjamin Netanyahu publicly defies you on a daily fucking basis, all you're doing is taking the worst. You're taking the worst position. It's like how the Harvard president took the worst position. They were like, yeah, being pro-Palestine is actually, akin to Holocaust denial or being an advocate for genocide. But as a free speech maximalist, I think that's valid. That's the worst position you could take. You took on a faulty premise and then went along with the faulty premise that makes you look bad and defended it. For Joe Biden, he looks weak. If Joe Biden was a Republican and was saying, of course Israel's going to bomb these fucking Muslim dogs. Are you kidding me? Suck my dick. Then at least he would look good. It would align. His narrative would align with his actions. With Biden, his narrative doesn't align with his actions. So he just looks weak. So even from a pragmatic perspective, this doesn't make sense. Now, as a liberal, it's also more difficult for Brandon to come out and be racist like Donald Trump would in this circumstance. So he has to do this like wishy-washy, soft-pedaled baby shit. ACAP for Cutie. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. MX GDX Leno, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So yeah, if Trump was doing what Biden was doing right now, AOC would be calling for a revolution, Lamau. I think so. I think a lot of political operatives and those who are fans of one party or the other would just absolutely behave in reactionary ways. I will say that. Anyway, and the Houthis literally do this. I know this from family members that are forced to work for the government for no pay. However, this doesn't justify bombing Yemen, but it's also important to mention the facts. Also, I'm new to the stream and I really like it here, but you guys should do a bit nicer to new cheaters like me. You wrote to something about the Houthi slavery. Yeah, I mean, look, I've talked to a lot of people in Yemen that say that this is not what is going on and that slavery is relegated to mostly tribal areas. And beyond that, once again, it's completely unjustifiable regardless of who's doing it. And if the goal is to end slavery, which should be the goal of every single person, bombing said country is, of course, as you correctly pointed out, is not going to solve that. We do not bomb Louisiana to abolish slavery in prisons, right? Because of Angola's existence, the Louisiana State Penitentiary, we are not going to turn around and bomb Angola. That would be a ridiculous thing to claim. Okay? I think we did, didn't we? What do you mean? I mean, there are examples of what we've done in other countries that did not have slavery, but the practice was instituted after our bombing. Libya comes to mind, So that's something to think about. And when I say Angola, I'm talking about the Louisiana State Penitentiary. that is named after the plantation that was named after the area where the African slaves were shipped from, not the country. I think it was named. I don't know if it was like racistly named that or not. I think that was the name since it was a plantation, right? But yeah, we're talking about Louisiana, the Louisiana State Penitentiary, where like slaves still pick cotton straight up. All right. So yeah. The IDF attempted demolitions were to create a buffer zone between Israel and Gaza, aka a war crime. No way. I mean, it's even wilder because like I thought they were doing it for the sake of funsies for a TikTok or something. But anyway, let's get to the IDF explosion. 21 IDF soldiers were killed after houses they lined with mines collapsed following fire from Hamas. Why were they lining the houses with mines? I've seen analysts speak of discipline and clearing mistakes today, but the idea of committing a war crime is the more pressing issue. The IDF says the buildings were to be destroyed for creating a buffer zone so residents of Kibbutz Kisufim could return. 10 residential houses in Maghazi area were reportedly marked for destruction. The law on this is quite clear and unambiguous. The Rome Statute, which comprises the crimes that the ICC tries, says extensive destruction of property is not justified by military excessive destruction of property not justified by military necessity is prohibited. You cannot blow up civilian houses because you feel like it or because you're scared. It's called, Lebensraum. Okay? I think we did, didn't we? Dude, the Holy Mountain Man 9/11. I must ask you, okay? I know that you're like crying because dudes in the process of doing a war crime as ethnic cleansing continues in the Gaza Strip got blown up by their own war crime machines. Okay, you're crying that this is like unacceptable. Okay, if your goal is like mine to stop the bloodshed, then you should be the loudest advocate for, Israel ceasing hostilities, right? Anyway, but yeah. This is a major amount of Israeli soldiers that were killed, that died in an explosion, okay? That died in an explosion. And it's significant because you can't really deny it. You can't cover it up. Like there's no way to soft serve this. This is like devastating news. And it directly goes against the argument that you're making that you're dominating Gaza right now. Because as far as I've seen in the Israeli news, the way that the war is being covered, and at least the popular channels, is things are going really well, and we're just like stopping the missile strikes entirely, and yada yada yada, right? But regardless, this is a violation of codes of conduct in war. The thread on this was deleted from Reddit. It just so happens the comments were critical of Israel. Yeah. No, Reddit is like completely captured, in my opinion, by Hasbara trolls. There are very few places online where you can actually have this conversation in a normal way without being like bullied, humiliated, yelled at. Reddit is not one of those places for the most part. Don't you think it's a little disgusting that you allow your chat to celebrate the deaths of innocents? First of all, do you think that the Israeli occupying force in the process of fucking mining a building are innocent? If they're innocent, then who's not innocent? What the fuck are you talking about? These are not civilians, dumbass. These are literal military combatants, armed to the fucking teeth, setting up explosive ordnance inside of civilian houses. What are you talking about? They are a belligerent occupier, currently conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign. I do not celebrate deaths regardless. Just because I'm not a fucking Redditor pervert, okay? Even if even if in this circumstance Palestinians have a right to defend themselves and they're perfectly valid and perfectly just for defending themselves against the Israeli military, the Israeli occupying force, I'm still not going to celebrate it because, like, yeah, it sucks. Your chat does though? Yeah, it sucks to suck, dude. I know. Well, here's the greatest way to not die in Gaza, okay? Don't fucking set up explosive ordinances inside of someone's house as the occupying force in Gaza. Get the fuck out of here.
Here's your innocence, okay? Like, your innocence, dude. Here, you want to see more innocence? Here, hold on. Let's take a look at some more innocent civilians, dude. Damn, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at how innocent these guys are, bro. They're so innocent. Do you guys have any more innocent civilian, innocent small bean Israeli soldiers and their actions? Let me show you some more innocent ones. Hold on. Let's see. They got more. Eunice has a shit ton. It's not like these are secret, by the way. They posted themselves, right? Yeah. Here, let's look at some more innocents.
אבו עומרי, נותן לנו פה חצי הגדול. קצת פיתות. וואו. וואו. נכון. איציק להיזהר. תראה איזה שולחן הוא פתח לנו.
מפעל של ממתקים שמחלקים לילדים כשעושים פיגועים. אנחנו...
Soldiers were filmed setting fire to scarce water and food supplies as a flex.
שורפים אותו. אני תמיד אמרתי...
Others were seen rummaging through private homes and filming boxes of lingerie. Okay? Hold on, there's more. Let me show you more innocence.
משחקים לי פה אותה, כל הג'לביות, וכפיות, ואללה ודוניה.
This soldier appears to be smashing a children's toy after entering a shop. I mean, it's a snow globe. What tactical utility is he presenting in this TikTok? What reason does the IDF have? Here are the soldiers singing a song, which, by the way, ironically, this was included in the South African ICJ case. Okay? Yeah. Here's some more innocent soldiers. IDF soldiers breaking into the safe of a Palestinian's home. Having fun with it, dude. I mean, this is literally pillaging. But yo, dude, they gotta raise morale, you know what I mean? Here, let's take a look at this. Israeli soldier dresses up as a dinosaur costume, launch bomb towards Gaza. You would never be able to do any of this, for the record. I hope you understand. You would never be able to do any of this if you weren't fighting against an enemy that has nothing, okay? That is using like bathtub rockets against your tanks, your Merkava tanks, okay? Like, that's the other part of this process. You are killing civilians. You can only flex like this if you are killing civilians and not like a real standing military. Nice, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, the most fucking Reddit ass military of all time, dude. They accuse you of celebrating death when you oppose this because they celebrate death when they support it. Exactly. Now, none of these motherfuckers are innocent, okay? They are not. They are currently engaging in an act of ethnic cleansing. When you get upset about this, it's because you see their side as valid. You see yourself closer to where they're at. That's it. You cannot put yourself in the shoes of a Palestinian. You cannot put yourself in the shoes of an Arab. You cannot put yourself in their shoes because, like, you've never been able to see that kind of, you'll never understand that kind of violence. You will never understand that kind of violence. Okay? The only time you've ever seen that kind of violence is in movies or on CNN when it's like either brown people doing it to other brown people or we're doing it to other brown people, like entire city blocks reduced to rubble. So you have no framework to understand how devastating that is. Okay? That's it. I can put myself in both shoes. It's called having empathy. Is that why you said you're right? Now do the other side? Do you have empathy? If you have empathy, why are you asking me like, oh, well, now do the other side. Now do the other side. Because it doesn't seem like this was an empathetic approach. It just seems like you're trying to, in your mind, win an argument. Let me clear it up for you very quickly. Okay? Because on October 8th, when there was celebration, I guess, of people that, of militants that like had a bunch of Israeli civilians in the back of the picture press, I said that was condemnable actions. Those are not appropriate things to celebrate. Okay? The difference is you're doing that thing again. You're claiming to be a centrist, and many people do this to specifically be like, what's your position on this? Can you condemn Hamas? Can you condemn Hamas? Can you condemn Hamas? Well, simultaneously, the real purpose for this because you only get upset about the one side and show one side. That's not true. There's only one side engaging currently in an insane amount of violence. I showed the other side's violence when the other side was doing the violence. Yeah. You didn't just say they were condemnable. You also condemned them. Don't want to give D fans bait, so you say you didn't condemn them. I did. I did condemn them. I did. Okay? The reason why there's only one side to the fucking violence is because it's a genocide. And the genocide is being conducted by one side, which is a superior occupying force. Okay? Come on. It's ridiculous. Come on. 25,000 Palestinians have been murdered. Come on. Be for real. Look within yourself. Like, we get so caught up. We get so incredibly caught up in whatever the narrative is from dominating parties. We just have no way of looking at this and like maybe pulling ourselves out of this conversation for a brief moment and going, hold on, is this appropriate? Like, what is it cool to talk about Claudine Gay for 5 weeks under the framework that like, it is actually a call to genocide if you say things of, say things like from the river to the sea? Why is it that always those kinds of conversations are dominated? Why is it that it's only those kinds of conversations that are dominating the media cycle? What's up with that? So who are we even against at this point? They're both destroying each other. What bad guys do we support? Come on, brother. That's crazy. There's one side that's destroying innocent civilians, okay? That's it. Yeah. And no, I will not condemn militancy that is defending its civilian population against a belligerent occupier, okay? So don't come to me and demand centrism in the middle of centrist takes in the middle of fucking ongoing active ethnic cleansing. Like, that's crazy. Very difficult for me to have some kind of empathy for the genocidaires in this circumstance. Like I've said, every single death is sad, is a tragedy, okay? But I would say some are less tragic than others, if that makes sense. Very strange to me that so many people that were, begging, screaming for condemnations for Hamas on October 7 have no smoke for the Israeli occupying forces at all. Talking about activists yelling from the river to the sea 24/7. Meanwhile, almost no one is covering Netanyahu saying it. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? I have no words. Heartbreaking. Israel had a difficult day yesterday with the fall of 21 IDF heroes in the war in Gaza. 17 names have been released. And there was apparently a fucking general. That's crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? You had a 26-year-old general, a major general who's younger than Independence Day. Obviously, there's also rank inflation. There's rank inflation, but then there's also, they posthumously add one extra rank when you die. But I've never seen rank inflation to this degree. I'll be honest. I don't understand how it works like that. I also feel like this does I feel like this is probably bad for, there's no way this is correct. Like, and even if it was correct, it feels like it's a bad idea to like do rank inflation of this sort, because doesn't that destroy morale? Like, this is a fat W. I could be wrong, but I think that's a mistranslation of Hebrew, which turns major general in English, but I don't think it's the equivalent. Oh, okay. Because like, this is a major W for like every fucking bathtub rocket making Al-Qassam kid, basically. When Israel reveals it, like they just murked a fucking general, you'd be like, oh my God, that's so sick. Like that's a major boost to the morale of the defending forces in that situation. But yeah, the bodies coming home draped in Israeli flags is going to start having the same effect it did during America's invasion of Iraq. Yes.
Massive explosion and bringing those buildings down on them. We know at this point there have been 21 Israeli reservists killed. Unclear how many wounded, but Israel's prime minister saying there will be a military investigation into this and vowing that Israel will press on against its war in Hamas until total victory. But this incident is likely to raise the division in Israel about what total victory looks like and to increase the pressure on Netanyahu to focus more on bringing the hostages home.
Hi, everyone. George Steph.
Young officials, not usually a thing. IDF's superb army is a myth. If IDF fighters in any regular army, it'd be disastrous for them. Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys understand, like,
what these guys were doing is completely unjustifiable, okay? They died while engaging in directly well-documented and well-celebrated war crimes, okay? IDF's conduct that brought about 21 of their soldiers being killed yesterday isn't out of place either, but it appears to fit a larger scale pattern of behavior that exceeds the boundaries of what is permissible, entirely wanton in character. Sorry for blowing up your ears harder than the IDF did. Like, Mossad commentary posted this voluntarily. It's like directly a war crime. Been trying to review exactly how Intel would handle the situation as well. Regarding military necessity, the IDF could prove that buildings within that distance from the border were being used systematically for military activities over time. Would it not fall under military necessity? Does that type of alleged doctrine even meet the criteria of military necessity? Criteria enough to outweigh the protections given to civilian infrastructure? Till now, other than claiming the area was being used for terror infrastructure, the IDF has not provided evidence. The IDF said it was to create a buffer zone for residents to return to the kibbutz. This isn't military necessity that would permit destruction of civilian buildings. Are Israeli people also putting pressure on the government? I saw a video about citizens storming government offices. Yes, they are. Did you know that according to the UN analysis, the Israelis have murdered a higher percentage of civilians compared to combatants in the attacks on Gaza than Hamas did on October 7th? Yes, that has been the case. I've been saying that. That's why I sometimes jokingly, but also sometimes not jokingly, say that Hamas is the lesser evil between Israel and Hamas. It is true. All right. Anyway, speaking of lesser evil, before we get to New Hampshire and stuff, let's talk about. Oh, here, I'll show you the families of the. Remember the families of the Gaza captives in the Knesset? They broke into the Knesset, I think, yesterday, and stopped one of the meetings. But yeah, let's get to lesser evil voting, or rather, something that we talked about yesterday quite extensively. Perfectly aligns with One Dime video about phantom democracy and the two-party simulation.
As the Tanzanian anti-colonial leader Julius Nyerere famously said,
"The United States is also a one-party state, but with typical American extravagance. They have two of them."
While hyperbolic, there is some truth to the bigger picture of this sentiment. And given the extremely low voter turnout in the United States, it appears that many regular Americans intuitively sense this as well. While this is a common attitude among those who do not vote, most people who consider themselves somewhat political go about their lives acting as if they believe that this is not the case. You would be quite surprised as to how many people in the mainstream media and mainstream political science departments still believe that the United States is a democratic republic representing the high point of liberal democracy, and that the two main parties, the Democrats and Republicans, are significantly different. And if one of them wins over the other, it represents an existential threat. Because it has two parties instead of one, the United States is automatically assumed to be a real liberal democracy like Canada, Britain, and France, unlike the so-called phantom democracies seen in the likes of Russia, Turkey, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Many people with eyes can tell that the United States is not very democratic, and a typical response to this is that, well, America is a republic, not a democracy. But no actually existing constitutional democracies are pure democracies. This is obvious. The argument being made in this video and in my other videos involving the United States is not the simple banality that the US is not a true democracy, but rather that it is extremely undemocratic even by liberal democratic standards. And despite being the most liberal of the liberal democracies, at least on paper, it is one of the least democratic ones. More importantly, we'll analyze why so many people still buy into the democratic facade despite the evident lack of democracy. We will look at what exactly makes the democratic facade so convincing on a psychological and metaphysical level. How fake populists like Donald Trump actually reinforce the democratic myth, rather than accelerate its disillusion. And how this democratic mythology is deeply embedded in the unique history of America's founding, which has allowed the United States to legitimize its authority at home and abroad more effectively than any dictatorship. By analyzing the simulation of democracy, I will introduce you to Jean Baudrillard's theory of simulation, which is where this relatively accessible video may start to become a little more complex. By the end of this video, you will get a better understanding of what we can call the two-party matrix and the simulation of US democracy. The two-party matrix. Since 1853, every single US president has been a Democrat or a Republican. Unlike most countries in Europe and even Latin America, the United States has never had a serious socialist or social democratic opposition party that represented the working class. The Democratic Party, originally an outgrowth of the Democratic Republican Party, has never been a workers' party or a social democrat party, like how the Labour Party in the UK used to be. and all efforts to make the Democratic Party into one have been thoroughly crushed, often through very undemocratic means. For instance, party elites and powerful financiers within the two parties wield significant influences over which candidates become leaders. The so-called Democratic Party also has this very undemocratic practice of superdelegates, where the votes of party elites count significantly more than the votes.
Position that they've successfully defended in court, that it's a intra-party affair, and therefore they have every mods pin link. Yes, can we pin the link? Do it myself. Phantom Democracy and the two. Damn, we got no mods in here right now. That's crazy. Mods asleep, chat. Don't fucking. Phantom Democracy and the two-party simulation. Bye. There you go. There it is. Okay. Pin that shit.
Of ordinary party members who vote in the primaries. Now, while there are indeed policy differences between the Democrats and Republicans, whose significance is often exaggerated by their rhetoric, whether they have disagreements does not tell us much about the degree of democracy that Americans have. Total ideological unity does not even exist in the most totalitarian states. In one-party states, members of the ruling party often have plenty of ideological differences, and one-party regimes have seen the rise of various leaders who have differed considerably ideologically, and implemented completely different socioeconomic agendas. For instance, just consider how much Nikita Khrushchev differed from Joseph Stalin, or how significantly different China was governed under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping compared to Mao Zedong. However, the inevitable liberal counterargument to this is that multi-party liberal democracies lead to a system of power sharing, unlike one-party states. And they do have a point. But is this really true for the United States? The value of power sharing is supposed to be one of the things that differentiates genuine liberal democracies from so-called phantom democracies that are dominated mostly by one party. The American two-party duopoly does share power between different factions of the dominant property-owning class, but they hardly share power with ordinary citizens. If political power is to mean anything for the majority of citizens, it would be the capacity of a social class to realize its specific objective interests. This is the definition of political power used by Marxist theorists such as Nikos Poulantzas, and non-Marxist scholars such as the sociologist G. William Domhoff, whose study of distributive power essentially defines political power as, quote,
the ability of a group, class, or nation to be successful in political conflicts with other groups, classes, or nations on issues of concern to it.
In his book Who Rules America, Domhoff developed 3 indicators of distributive political power. 1. Who governs. 2. Who benefits. And 3. Who wins in policy disputes. The empirical research outlined in this book found that the American corporate rich, which make up only 0.5% of the population, score higher on all 3 power indicators than their counterparts do in every other major industrialized democracy. The American corporate rich are overrepresented in the seats of government power, are statistically the most likely to have their wills carried through in decisions over alternative.
No, but you don't understand. We just always have a way of democratically coming to the conclusions that just simply end up benefiting the super wealthy and corporations every single time over the interests of the citizens, even though, and we actually democratically voted for it. You fool, you idiot, you simpleton, you simply do not understand. We voted hard, we must vote even harder, and in that process of our voting hard, no matter what happens, things that we want, we cannot get. Things that corporations want, both parties seem to deliver no matter what. It's just, but that's just the way it is. That's just the imperfect nature of the democratic process. Also, I will be rich one day. So it's kind of cool to fantasize about what kind of amenities I'll have when I'm rich one day.
Policy proposals, and enjoy a greater share of wealth than their counterparts do in all other industrialized liberal democracies. Now, that is not to say that getting rid of corporate finance will fix the root problem when it comes to the capitalist state ruling in favor of the corporate rich. I highly recommend checking out my article on Cosmonaut titled Why the Ruling Class Need Not Rule. Nevertheless, American politics are significantly more corporatized than they are in practically any other well-respected liberal democracy. Furthermore, party competition only entails a more democratic society insofar as citizens are given a greater ability to represent their demands, influence.
It is kind of funny that one guy made this video literally as we were talking about this specific thing yesterday. There's also another concept that Zizek and many others have talked about with the difference between the neoliberal structure of rule and governance
or like the liberal democracy and its version of ruling a nation versus an authoritarian rule. And the authoritarian rule is interesting because people understand that they are subjects in that circumstance, and therefore they have a much higher likelihood of rising up if there is a situation that they are unhappy with. COVID shutdown examples are actually like the COVID zero policy in China is a decent example of this. So the government has to be more responsive in this circumstance if the feeling of a democratic option is not there.
Government policy, hold state officials accountable, and have alternative parties with different policies that they can vote for when the ruling party goes against their will. This is hardly the reality in the United States. Unless you consider the Republicans blocking any meager social reform as holding the Democrats accountable, to which the Democrats spinelessly accept, the reality is that for the most part, the two parties do not hold each other accountable for actions that concern the majority of citizens. Certainly not foreign policy, as practically every US president is effectively a war criminal. Check out Hakeem's video on that. Definitely not the national security apparatus's curtailment of civil liberties, and not for most economic policies, where there is practically a consensus. And despite all the Democrats' woke virtue signaling, they are just barely different from the Republicans when it comes to immigration policy, with Barack Obama having the highest record for deportations, and Joe Biden continuing Trump's border wall. The great political theorist Sheldon Wolin sums up the contained opposition role of the Democratic Party as follows, quote,
"Oh, the timidity of a Democratic Party, mesmerized by centrist precepts, points to the crucial fact that for the poor, minorities, working class, anti-corporatists, pro-environmentalists, and anti-imperialists, there is no opposition party working actively on their behalf. And this is despite the fact that these elements are recognized as the loyal base of the party. By ignoring dissent, and by assuming that the dissenters have no alternative, the party serves as an important, if ironical, stabilizing function and, in effect, marginalizes any possible threat to the corporate allies of the Republicans."
Thus, the US can hardly be said to have party competition, one of the most lauded features of liberal democracy. Third parties exist, but it's damn near impossible for them to get elected to the House, Senate, and especially the presidency. This is due to a variety of factors, like the winner-take-all system of the US Electoral College, the inability of new parties to compete with the massive financial resources of the two established parties, and the lack of media coverage. Many popular demands don't even make it to the presidency due to the way that the US electoral system is designed, which makes it practically impossible for third parties to challenge the two-party duopoly. It's nearly impossible for third parties to gain traction in the first place because they are never platformed by the unaccountable corporate oligopolies who own all of the mainstream media networks that host the presidential debates. Not to mention all of the undemocratic institutional obstacles that come with the Senate and Supreme Court. As a result, the US government can get away with ignoring the demands of its citizens a lot more easily than other representative democracies. For example, a widely publicized study published in Cambridge University Press found that the preferences of the bottom 90% of income earners in the United States have, quote, a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. Yet the periodic rotation between the two parties and the constant circus of political campaigns, along with the cultivation of paranoia between Democrat and Republican partisans and their partisan-affiliated media, make the fantasy of democratic politics more believable compared to managed democracies where only one party dominates. The American system has been able to domesticate democracy to such an extent that it achieves the stability longed for by dictatorships while enjoying the legal legitimacy of a liberal democratic state.
This is, I do 100% agree with this. This also goes back to something I've been an advocate for a very long time, which is that like, this is an infinitely more effective way to govern than having an authoritarian government, because the idea that the simple notion that you have a choice in the matter and your will is being reflected creates this incredible mechanism of sedation. Like all of a sudden you're just like, yeah, well, you know, I wanted this to happen, it didn't happen, but I still voted for it, and at least I'm in a situation where I can actually like I can I can actually make a decision here. Like, I have some power, right?
Those who have studied political science, political theory, or sociologists like Max Weber would know that the concept of legitimacy is a crucial component to any socio-political order. Before the Enlightenment and liberalism, legitimacy under feudalism was based on the divine right of kings. Modern constitutional democracies are typically legitimized by popular sovereignty, aka the will of the people, the consent of the governed. Legally speaking, the power is legitimized by the people themselves. On the other hand, the legitimacy of absolute dictatorships and totalitarian states often depends on the regime's ability to economically perform or fulfill the stated role of the ruling party. Like, for example, in the Soviet Union, the legitimacy of the party state was based on the Communist Party's ability to perform its stated function as a representative of the proletariat and progress towards the transition.
Why do you still vote if you know that it doesn't really matter at the end? Well, because there are aspects of voting that do matter, especially down ballot voting, and power down ballot vote. Like, the irony is, my advocacy on this is no different than, like, I guess the understanding that it's kind of like the Chinese government, right? One party structure, but your local municipal officials are important. Except in that process, like, our local municipalities are also, I would say, less democratic than at least like the Chinese version of it, because there is some kind of, I guess, unless they're like super corrupt somehow, there is some kind of like efficiency and performance marker that you can point to. So I do believe that you should vote specifically for down ballot races and ballot measures, and then beyond that. There is obviously the argument that even though both parties are basically aligned on the issues that matter, that pertain to the material reality, one party does definitely push further and further right the country. The other one also normalizes that right-wing swing while simultaneously claiming that they're going to actually, bring the country back to a left-wing path, I guess. This is somewhat reductive. And they don't do that, so they do end up playing the role of normalization. Those marginal differences between either party do yield massive consequences for those on the ground, for like the real civilians, the citizens. So when there is no revolutionary vanguard that will bring about some kind of socialist dictatorship of the proletariat in the United States of America, you just have to keep making sure that the inevitable death spiral towards fascism is slowed down as best as possible. That's why I say voting is the least significant, most important thing you can do, at least for whichever party you're voting for the presidency. Beyond that, lower voting for lower offices is important.
Into communism, and how the socialist transition got defined eventually just got implicitly watered down into improving living standards. Thus, when the USSR's economy began to stagnate and living standards stopped improving, less and less people believed in the official ideology of Marxism-Leninism, and consequently, the legitimacy of the Soviet Union, like many other Soviet regimes, fell apart rather quickly. The more generic right-wing dictatorships, on the other hand, have a much more vaguer sense of legitimacy. Their legitimacy is usually based in the goal of restoring order, and is heavily tied to the dictator. And because the legitimacy of the state's authority is tied to the ruling dictatorship and not the people, such regimes are very prone to overthrow, and it's a lot easier to justify revolution. Unlike in liberal democracies, in which authority is already, at least formally speaking, legitimized by the people themselves. But today, many regimes that are effectively one-party dictatorships, such as Putin's United Russia Party and Singapore's People's Action Party, have adopted much more clever tactics when it comes to legitimacy. These more sophisticated dictatorial regimes, which theorists such as John Keane have labeled the new despotisms, actually legitimize themselves through popular sovereignty, by having formal democratic systems with multi-party elections, at least on paper. But these elections are highly managed, though not directly rigged, in such a way that there is virtually no opposition to pose a threat to the ruling party. Yet, because the facade of their democratic process is not that believable due to being dominated only by one party and a hegemon.
I like that you said, I love China, but surprisingly, he's not mentioning it. He is mentioning it. I think that's what the entire video is to show. In my opinion, the entire video is to show that, like, the Chinese system or the Russian system is not all that different in comparison to the managed democracies that you see or I guess the phantom democracy that you see in the Western world, or also our allies, right?
Demonic leader, their legitimacy is often paper thin. While they allow for more dissent compared to classic totalitarian regimes, these so-called phantom democracies tend to be fairly illiberal.
Like Turkey's a good example of this. There's a coalition. It used to be a parliamentary structure. Now it's a presidential structure, but there's still a parliament. There's parties. Turkey's a multi-party system, right? You have two factions. You build two coalitions. You have the opposition coalition and you have the ruling coalition. Except it's Erdogan. It's Erdogan fucking in the leadership position for the past multiple decades now. Right? No matter what happens, it's still him. Now, the elections are unfair but free. I guess that's the designation. They're not fair and free elections in the sense that they are free elections, but they're not fair, right? And many countries do similar things, okay? Many countries do similar things, but our understanding of whether or not they are democracies, like actual democracies or not, are completely reliant on our opinion of the country. Are they a foreign adversary? Are they an ally that sometimes fucks up, like Turkey? Or are they just like a permanent foreign adversary, like China? Only then do we apply rigorous standards of like what the democratic process looks like.
American regime on.
But this for the record, this does not mean, okay? This does not mean that I'm stating that like the Chinese system is better, okay? I'm not saying that at all. I like the concept of democracy. I like the principles of democracy. After all, I want America to be more democratic. Maybe I'm an idealist, but I do believe in that still.
On the other hand, enjoys strong legitimacy through popular sovereignty, but without being beholden to popular will. The rotation of the two-party corporate duopoly within the spaces of political power fosters a more convincing illusion of democracy, akin to a game of football in which the people can only watch, but not participate. Any alternative non-corporate opposition party...
Oh my God. Read Bordiga Stalinist. Leftcom does not equal Trotskyism. This is correct. It's even funnier. Okay? The other chatter. In Marxist terms, voting in bourgeoisie elections is only used to rally a particular communist party. It is idealist to argue otherwise. How are you a Marxist if you think voting matters in the U.S.? Stalin was a liberal revisionist. Read theory. You got it, man.
That represent the working class majority are effectively blocked out.
Leftcom is what happens when you read too much theory, okay? When your brain is melted and you've moved beyond. You've moved past the boundaries of normalcy or how anything is supposed to be governed. Tell Chatter that you left Com and the Chatter's mom. Oh my God, that was so good. Jesus Christ.
And as we saw with the separation of powers video, even if a populist working class candidate were elected, America's unique system of checks and balances are designed specifically to prevent any kind of popular rule against the propertied minority. America is unique because on paper it is the most liberal of the recognized liberal democracies while being among the least democratic in practice. At least on paper, people in America have more formal liberties to criticize the government than people do in any other country. But this freedom to criticize only fosters a democratic illusion as the people are rendered powerless, as they are given no real institutional means of seriously challenging the shared monopoly of the established parties and their policies. And unlike a one-party state, a political system with internal binary oppositions better synchronizes with human inclinations towards dualistic thinking and in-group out-group dynamics. The illusion of democracy becomes more real than real through the hyper-real carnivalization of politics. The media circus maximus of partisan disputes, a simulation of political polarization masking the absence of any real politics. Let me explain what is meant by the word simulation. I am referring to Jean Baudrillard's theory of simulation and hyperreality, which is not quite the same thing as what is depicted in The Matrix, contrary to what this title might suggest. Jonas Cheka, the YouTube channel CCK Philosophy, has a great video showing why the Matrix movie gets Baudrillard's ideas completely wrong, even though it is a good series. Explaining Baudrillard's ideas in such a short video would be a Herculean task, but I'll briefly give a short account of the idea of simulation and how it applies to this video. The simulation of US democracy. The word simulation denotes how the phenomenon of contained opposition takes on a distinctly new form in modern, or shall I say postmodern times. It's inspired by Jean Baudrillard's theory of simulation and hyperreality. which is extremely difficult to explain, and I highly recommend my podcast on it. But one of the key ideas is that imagery and mediatized representations of reality have reached such a level of technical perfection that they have become hyperreal. That is, more real than reality itself. But the degree of perfection that reality can be codified for us through simulation has a disenchanting effect.
This is my least favorite type of top of the hour ad break debate. Okay, it's cheap. It's cheap. You come in here, you say, "Why do you love Putin?" And as soon as I'm looking at you and I pull your name up, you go, "Putin, the top of the hour ad break." I called it ahead of time, and I actually used your lazy attempt at trying to do an ad break debate by substituting it with my own ad break debate, effectively neutering your ad break debate, dismantling it, and then taking it over. Okay? Don't come in here with that weak sauce bullshit. You understand me? You think you are comfortable in this space, in this darkness, in the pits of hell that is known as the Hasanabi chat. I was born into this madness. Okay? You merely adopted the madness. I was born into it. But of course, the darkness of the 3-minute ad break overcomes you at the top of the hour. But there is a way, there is a method to avoid said darkness. That is, of course, by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Increasingly leads to the extermination of illusion and human imagination. The forces that are capable of allowing for the reversibility of meaning and radically altering the existing symbolic structures. This can be a bit difficult to grasp, but just think
8-bit register, thank you for the 10 gifted, and Blarthel, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Think about it on a practical level. Despite the real lack of new and substantially different alternatives on the political scene, many are convinced that polarization is at its highest, and that America in particular is more politically divided than ever. How do people come to believe this despite the absence of any real politics? One of the reasons why is that the increasingly hyper-real mediatization of the political spectacle makes people much more invested in it on a libidinal level, all while lobotomizing our ability to actually imagine new radical alternatives to the existing state of affairs. The simulation of the news cycle and the implosion of meaning in the media creates a facade of politics all the time, when in reality, politics is rare and sequential, and events are scarce and ephemeral. By their very nature, events represent a rupture in the established logics of the existing world. Considerably low voter turnout in the United States suggests that many Americans are not quite as enchanted by the folklore of US democracy as much as the preachers of its gospel are. Notwithstanding the ardent fan bases of Team Republican and Team Democrat, the biggest believers in US democracy appear to be none other than the nation's most educated minds, such as academics, media professionals, middle-class managers, who are part of the broader category that some describe as the professional managerial class. The 2016 election of Donald Trump, and even more so, the infamous January 6th incident, aroused media panics about the supposed loss of American democracy, and the need to protect America's democratic institutions and combat populism. Trump did not fundamentally change America's institutional structures when he was in power. He just packed the Supreme Court with more Republicans, as other Republican presidents have done before. So what they really mean when they say that Trump represents a threat to American democracy is that he represents a threat to the legitimacy of American democracy, and that he undermines American hegemony by tarnishing the country's image, not the reality behind the image. But is Trump really a crack in the matrix? Does he really undermine the simulation of US democracy? I think not. Quite the contrary. If anything, the spectacle of Donald Trump helped reinvigorate the facade of US democracy and gave a whole new meaning to the Democratic Party's hollow existence. As was the case with Richard Nixon after the Watergate scandal, the depiction of Donald Trump as an authoritarian exception to the noble rules of liberal democracy, far from saving democracy, restores faith in the noble lies that legitimize the very institutions that obstruct.
I do also simultaneously think that it has the exact opposite effect too, right? On the one hand, the Democratic Party gets a second wind. It's restoring democracy. On the other hand, it contributes further to the polarization while simultaneously gets a lot more people to check out entirely from politics because they recognize that under the Trump administration, there was a lot more political movement. There was a lot more outside of the system actions that people engaged in. People joined groups like the DSA. People were doing BLM rallies.
And then they realized that all of that was for nothing, because the Democrats come in saying, "Oh no, we hear you. We're going to do everything you want us to do." And then what happens under the Democratic Party's reign? There is an insane amount of psychopathic reactionary propaganda that completely beefs up the narratives that there is like crime running rampant around the country, and that this is somehow a consequence of defunding the police and all of this stuff. All these false narratives that the Democratic Party also then leans on heavily and says, "Oh, we can't do anything. All of our grassroots activism on the ground, like, you guys suck. The cops are our heroes." They do have the one of the higher approval ratings in this country, by the way, institutionally speaking. Cops have what is it, plus 48? It's crazy. So overall, I think like I always say, the Democratic Party plays its role in normalizing a lot of the reactionary positions that the Republicans present. That's the role that they play.
Truck democracy. In other words, Trump's election woke some people up from the American dream of democracy, only to give them sleep paralysis. The simulated facade of US democracy has to be maintained at all costs to absorb radical discontent back into everyday politics, and to ensure that people still recognize the state's institutions. Believing in this myth of democracy, the duty to believe in it, or more importantly, act as though one believes it, is one of the few civic virtues still expected of the domesticated American citizen. If the simulated code of the system's democratic formalities no longer produce their legitimating effect, politics could become political, and this Pavlovian democracy could turn fugitive. With Americans becoming increasingly disillusioned with the prospects of electoralism, it is likely that America's illusory democratic legitimacy will hinge on its ability to conjure new threats to it, constantly invoking the threat of fascism, which will help manufacture consent for the existing system. The scapegoating of more far-right candidates like Donald Trump and his clones has a conservative effect that makes the liberal order seem a lot better than it actually is. However, this is certainly not to fetishize revolution and disorganized violent protests. Spectacles of depoliticized and disorganized violent agitation can reinforce the illusion of democracy in its own way. The mythology of American democracy is deeply rooted due to its unique revolutionary history. Unlike America, which was the first country to establish a republic completely freed of feudal vestiges, for most countries in Europe, liberal democracy was established more gradually, through a protracted struggle waged by the oppressed classes against the lingering feudal classes and the conservative factions of the bourgeoisie who sided with them. Contrary to America, there was an enduring feeling in Europe that the democratic revolution had been left unfinished, and required constant struggle to create a more democratic society. The deeply entrenched myth that the democratic—
Wait, what? Not worth platforming, but I wanted to share with you for visibility, as he's the Jordan Peterson impersonation guy and also my uncle. He went on the Hill spewing genocidal rhetoric I have to encounter every Thanksgiving.
Been something everyone has agreed upon from the—
This guy's your uncle? That's so funny. No way.
State or effort to create one is only when—
Who's this guy? Comedian and musician Ami Kozak? Damn, bro, I guess we both got famous uncles that kind of look like different versions of Nick Merckx. That's so sick. Listen, bro, I know what it's like to debate your uncle, okay? Don't care, still voting for Jank? Yeah.
The revolution has already been completed in America is one of the many reasons as to why the US regime has gotten away with such undemocratic tendencies for so long. While neoliberalism and neoconservatism may have been the nails in the coffin in undoing the demos, Americans must undo the spell of their national mythology to rebuild it. If you get value out of videos like this, consider supporting my work on Patreon. By becoming a patron, you get access to our Discord community and a bunch of exclusive content,
No, not yet.
like
I will in a
podcasts
little
and
bit.
lectures. You can also press the Super Thanks button to donate what you believe is the equivalent of—
All right, my goat, one dime, with another great video. You should do a video such as this one analyzing democracy, but for European social democracies such as Sweden and Germany, for example. I often hear social democrats say that these European social democracies should be the desirable end goal, but as I'm sure you know, they have their own issues, some of which are unique to them, but many of them, their problem also stem from the capitalist system undermining their democracies. Oh, dude, what the fuck? The New Hampshire exit polls are already coming out? Jesus Christ. Do you think Joe Biden legitimately won the 2020 election? Yes, 49%. No, 49%. That's awesome. Are you a part of the MAGA movement? Yes, 32%. No, 64%. That is so sick. because that means that like almost half of the New Hampshire primary voters do not consider themselves to be a part of the MAGA movement, and yet still maintain the position that Joe Biden did not legitimately win the election. That's so awesome. God, I love how fucking insane people are. 53% of the New Hampshire primary are not Republicans. Yes, the largest voting bloc in New Hampshire, as I've talked about before, are independents. That is right. Okay? I hope you understand. This is why I've said time and time again, New Hampshire is the Arizona of the Northeast. Okay? New Hampshire is the most libertarian state in the Northeast. Not Vermont, it's New Hampshire. They are psychos. It's awesome. Oh, it's so good. Oh my God. I don't know. I wonder how well RFK Jr. is going to perform there. That is where I'm at. That's where my mentality is. Okay. I'm on RFK Jr. watch. None of this other shit.
What you're looking at, what we've been able to gain access to, is the final step in the process for voters. After they've gotten their ballot, after they've gone behind the privacy screens to make their choices. This black box, this is the ballot box. This is where the voters, this is their final step. They insert it into the box, and then that is that. The latest count that I've been able to get is there have been 1,987 votes cast. For some context, Jake, here in Ward 3, there are just under 5,000 registered voters. There's still time to go. It's been very busy the last, I would say, 30, 40 minutes here, as obviously people are getting off work and they're coming in to cast their ballots. So this is a well-oiled machine here. They are coming through quickly. At 8 o'clock, what's going to happen is Jed, the ward moderator, he's going to be able to hit that tabulating button, and that is when you're going to get the totals, the unofficial and incomplete totals, but the first read on where this ward is going to be going. After that, then they have to go through the process of going through and sifting through all of the ballots that require hand counting. That could be write-ins, as we know people are concerned about needing to do going through a lot of write-in ballots because of Joe Biden, but that part of the process will then take some more time. Come with me, though, because after this, the voters come out here, they leave, and we have a voter with us right here. Carmane's going to come here. Justin, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Nikki Haley today.
And you were undeclared?
Yes.
Why did you vote for Nikki Haley?
Because I think that Donald Trump is more of an existential threat than the Republican Party at large. So I voted for Nikki as a vote against Trump.
Wrong. Dumbass liberals also portray this narrative as though it's true. Wrong. There's no such thing as a moderate Republican. All the moderate Republicans are voting Democrat. Wrong. All Republicans are going to be fucking nutty with it. Doesn't matter. Wrong. I hate this fucking narrative. I hate this narrative that like, oh yeah, I'm doing this to save democracy by voting for the reasonable Republican. It's like, no, dog. If you want the shit to just eviscerate, if you want the shit to implode, yeah, keep voting Republican. Don't matter which Republican you're voting for. Fuck it. Vote for the Democrats and then don't even try to hold them to account either. You know what I'm saying? Just let it ride, baby. Watch this shit implode, okay? It's gonna happen. It's already happening. It don't matter.
Legitimately won the 2020 election, which he did. It's split half and half. 49% say yes. 49% of primary voters today say no. Again, in Iowa last week, 2/3 of Republican caucus goers said Biden did not legitimately win, though he did. Big difference in the electorate. Is Donald Trump fit for the presidency, even if he's convicted of a crime? Today in New Hampshire, Republican primary voters, half of them say yes.
That's almost 50-50.
Even if he's a convicted criminal.
That's sick.
No, 47% of voters today say no.
Sick.
Again, big difference from the 2/3 who said yes in Iowa last week. And then we asked overall, no matter who you're supporting tonight, will you be satisfied or dissatisfied if Donald Trump wins the nomination? 56% of Republican primary voters tonight in New Hampshire, no matter who they support, say they will be satisfied if Trump's the nominee. But this number here, 43% will be dissatisfied. That shows the work ahead for Donald Trump if he becomes the nominee, that he will have to do some healing within the party, Jake.
Very interesting, David Chalian. Thank you so much. And I suppose it is a
sign of the times, Aaron Burnett, that it is good news that only half of the Republican electorate believes the lie about the 2020 election, and the other half is actually reality.
That's cool. He's like, what a dub.
Right, you look at it and say, oh, does that put a
What a
ceiling
dub
for
for
Trump
us.
tonight? And then you take a step back and say, wow, half of a population that includes undeclared voters thinks that the election was stolen. Glass half full or glass half empty. As you look at what is happening right now, though, Jake, these exit poll numbers that we have, Caitlin, from your sources in Trump world, how do they see these numbers so far? Specifically, some of those things that David was just saying that, at least on the face of it, don't look great for him right now.
I mean, I think the most remarkable, though, is that 50% said that they still think he's fit for office, even if he's a convicted felon. And 47% only said no. I mean, when you look at what Republicans are saying, a lot of people who have been voting for Nikki Haley, just anecdotally speaking, have said it's a vote against Donald Trump. But a lot of Republicans, even those who are her biggest surrogates, have said they'll still vote for Trump, even if he is a convicted felon, including the governor of New Hampshire, Chris Sununu. But I think what the Trump team is
Including
hoping...
Nikki Haley.
Including
Nikki Haley. She put her hand up. Yeah.
It's very, very few Republicans who say that they're backing someone else that say they still wouldn't ultimately vote for him over Joe Biden. But the Trump campaign is walking into this tonight. They want to end the 2024 primary race. Right. Trump said earlier he doesn't care if Nikki Haley drops out or not, depending on how tonight goes. His political advisors very much do, because they understand that if she gets out of the race tonight, then it turns to the general election, and they can start focusing their attention, but also their dollars and their resources on that general election. And that is something that they're eager to do, and not instead have this drag out for 3 more weeks. Now, that's walking into this with an air of confidence after Iowa last week. We don't know yet what the voters are going to decide, so they're obviously having to watch that as well.
And look, this is an electorate here that is probably as favorable as it's going to get for Nikki Haley. It's more moderate. New Hampshire is a state that likes to kind of countervail the conventional wisdom. However, as we look at these exit poll numbers, as Caitlin pointed out, those last...
I feel like everyone's been mentally neuter and we're all just floating to the end. 100%. Nobody cares. Like, I can't wait to see what like the numbers look like for this primary. I suspect that it's not good. Okay. We are literally floating our carcasses are floating over to the other side of the pool at this point. We're all dead. We're in the pool. We're just we're not swimming over there. We're just kind of trailing along with the flow. The liberalism will continue until morale improves. Morale is not improving. It will never improve. We are cooked. Hey, good afternoon. Who's your favorite VTuber? Iron Mouse. I was about to say, I don't have a favorite VTuber, but you know what? Iron Mouse. We have to constantly remind ourselves that the only people paying attention to politics right now are absolute freaks. No, at this stage, when the primaries start, there's supposed to be at least more freaks that are interested in politics. Like, this is not the midterms. This is the primaries, you know? We're supposed to, this is not the midterms, primaries for the midterms. This is like the actual primaries for the general election. It is officially started. And the thing is, I look at my own level of interest and fascination. I look at my own personal fascination with what's going on. And I'll be honest, I'm not that interested in this shit either. I think it's all like fucking boring. Not sure if you talked about this, but how do you feel about the New Hampshire DNC delegate situation? What is it? Does this change if Biden has a low taper fade? Dude, it would change dramatically. Couple things that could change alter the course of this primary season and the election cycle. 1, Biden gets a low taper fade. Okay. 2, Kamala Harris comes out as being a part of a polycule, and that Doug Emhoff is actually gay, right? That could like restore some interest, I think. Either of the candidates dies, like Trump or Biden dies. Oh my God. That will definitely restore a lot of interest in the election, because all of a sudden things are very confusing, right? So you got that. Yeah, beyond that, I feel like there's not much else going on. Careful, it's unalived. Yeah, I will not say that. Number 3, Joe Biden OnlyFans. Okay, I am a truther for the Joe. I don't even think those things are going to be valid, though. Honestly. Do you feel like the stakes for this election seem lower because there's no illusion that Biden will be significantly better than Trump? Oh, Maya said, I am for real finding out about this from your alt Twitter right now. Yeah, I never told Maya that I was planning on. I didn't tell Maya that I would come. I forgot. I didn't even tell Cutie that I was gonna go either. I'll text her now. Most communicative Hasanabi moment? Yeah. Bro, it's a 21-hour drive. You gotta fly. I'm not gonna fucking drive there, dude. I was just trying to figure out if I could bring Kaya with me or not. Anyway, getting that mid-30s late response takes habit already. Brother, I've had that habit for the past 10 years. You gonna go on Lex Fridman? Probably not. First wave of New Hampshire exit polls show 53% non-Republican electorate, 45 ID as independents, 8% as Dems. Non-GOP share in 2016 was 45%. First wave also shows 37% of GOP primary voters consider themselves moderate or liberal. In 2016, that was 29%. Again, this is the first wave of the exit poll. More to come, and numbers can and often do change. It's a wrap for Joe Brandon if Trump takes Haley for VP. I think so, but he doesn't seem to be interested in that at all, I think. Did you see the Ben Shapiro versus D debate on Lex Fridman? No, I watched a little bit of it this morning when I was getting ready. And no, I want to watch it. I want to watch it on stream. I said I'm going to watch it on stream. Obligatory meme before you react. That's funny. That's a good one. Actually, this is quite ableist, okay? Just because they're both manless doesn't mean you can make fun of their height like that. You are quite privileged for being a tall. I'm going to write a Reddit essay now. Bro, 2.5 hours. They know what you're getting through today? No, I'm not gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. That would be insane. Hassan hates his short chatters. This is literally not true. I am a defender of short kings. Oh my god. Wait. I saw those guys making fun of Ron DeSantis. I didn't realize that the dudes making fun of Ron DeSantis also got a laugh out of Ron DeSantis' wife.
Real quick, before we get started, thank you, everyone. Senator DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, it's probably not going to win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. I mean, he's special, he's unique, and he's...
Oh my god. His wife is all over that shit. Bro, that's crazy. It's Jover. It's never been more Jover ever in the history of being Jover. This is like, oh my god, this is so bad. This is like cuck porn.
Our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go. Do you want the award?
What? Nothing's going to stop us.
Real quick, before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy.
She goes, ha ha ha! That's crazy. Oh no! That's bad, bro. That is bad. That's not good.
That's
bad.
the machine that counts and tabulates the ballots. And when these voters are done feeding their ballots into the machine, I can give you a live look at how many voters have cast a ballot. All right, that voter's going to put their ballot in. And Stuart, why don't you come over here? Let's shoot this number right here. If you can push in right there, as of 6:21 p.m., 2,736 voters have cast ballots in Manchester Ward 6. 2,700. The record here is 3,700. Now, what isn't known is how many are Democratic ballots, how many are Republican ballots. More than 2,100 will be a record for Republicans. I've been told there are a lot of write-in ballots. You want to know how many? I was told by the moderator here, that many. A visual demonstration of a stack of ballots that high for write-ins here. Now, once voters vote, they come outside of the hallway, and we are allowed to talk to them. I'm okay. There's a voter right here. What's your name?
Judy.
Judy. You cast your ballot in the First in the Nation primary. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for President Trump.
You voted for Donald Trump. Why?
Because we had 4 amazing years. We had no wars. No wars for 4 years. We had...
We had no wars.
We had safe borders. We were taking care of our veterans.
She's right. We had no
wars. Are you
wars.
an undeclared voter or a registered Republican?
I'm a registered Republican.
Who do you vote for 8 years ago if you were here in 2016? Do you remember?
I voted for Trump.
Hardcore Donald Trump voter turning out here in Manchester Ward 6. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Now, Donald Trump in 2016, when this was a competitive primary, he won this ward by about 20 points.
Bro, Americans love thinking that we're like above this North Korea shit. Like we always talk about like, oh, in China, they hide the truth from you. And then you like point to the median voter and they're like, what do you mean? There's no wars. America's not been in a war until Joe Brandon came around. You know what I mean? And it's like, dude, you're insane. Okay. You're insane. You are so fucking stupid. You are the dumbest person on the planet. Hello. You have, in the United States of America, you have access to the internet. You have access to an unimaginably, just a fucking steady flow of information, okay? That's so crazy. There's not been a moment where America's not in war. I think it's like, what, 17 years in its history where America wasn't directly in war? What are we talking about? That's awesome.
Familiar with Manchester? You come southern part of the city, you see the New Hampshire Mall, off you go into more leafy, beautiful Bedford. Now, why are they worried about that, right? I just want to go back in time. Number one, 12th most populous township in the state, so a decent amount of people there. Number one. Number two, though, if you go back to 2016, the Republican primary, Trump won it. But he only got 28% of the vote if you round that up there. And remember, in 2016, Donald Trump won the suburbs, often in the primaries, including in New Hampshire, and then narrowly against Hillary Clinton in the general election. It has been since then. 2018, 2020, 2022, we saw the suburbs revolt against Donald Trump. Now,
something,
these are Republicans.
wait, okay, but I'm going to fucking stop John King here for a second, because there's something very funny about being a Republican voter who says, like, Democrats are the party of war. I'm voting for Trump because he's anti-war. Now, it's funny because, one, it's obviously not true. Both parties do love war. That's kind of what, keeps the gears turning here in the United States of America. But also, like, you're Republican. Like, you love war. What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. Because, like, you're simultaneously yelling at Joe Biden for pulling out of Afghanistan. You're like, yeah, that's right. No war under Trump. Except, I guess, the one that Biden pulled out of, which was bad. And I want that to continue. But also, I hate war, and that's why I'm voting for Donald Trump. When there was no war under Donald Trump. Except for the one that Biden pulled out of after Donald Trump, which was bad. And I want that to continue, the war there. But it's not a war. Also, we have to invade Mexico. It's like, what are you saying? What do you mean? I hate war. That's why I'm voting for Donald Trump, because he's going to invade Mexico.
I'm in New Hampshire. Most polling places are set to close at the top of the hour. Stay right here as we track every vote and bring you all the up-to-the-minute results on this momentous night in the 2024 election.
Oh, God. You guys fucking freak out at every top of the hour. It blows my mind. It's not even top of the hour yet, okay? Chill out. Chill out, chatters. I know he said top of the hour. I know. Yeah, we saw the woman in California that got arrested for stealing an entire fucking cart of Stanley Cups. Anyway, let's watch what New Hampshire voters have to say on Fox News about Joe Biden while we wait.
New Hampshire congressional candidate Matt Mowers. Matt, look, she's off to a perfect start.
Bro, Republicans want to invade Mexico. They want to abolish the Department of Education. And every Republican candidate, I guess with the exception of Trump hasn't really mentioned it, but he would do it if push comes to shove, wants to increase the retirement age again. And it's just like, I don't know what to say. Like, yeah, the Republicans, Democrats are bad. Okay, they're bad. They're not good. I say this every day, but like, Republicans are still worse. Like, there's no moment where I've ever said that the Republicans are the better option. There is no advantage to ever voting for a Republican. It makes no fucking sense. Oh my God. Ay.
She's 6 for 6, but in reality, if she does not outright win tonight, what is the margin that you are looking for where she will say, look, I'm going to continue with this campaign or I'm out?
Well, I don't expect it to be a shutout, unlike in Dixville Notch at midnight. But, look, I think she's got to keep it within 10. If she's able to do that, she's going to show that she was able to build a campaign in states like New Hampshire. Now, there's a lot of things going for her. And honestly, for any candidate that would have emerged as the non-Trump candidate.
It does if you think Democrats are pedophile, transgender, zombie vampires, and you strongly believe Ted Cruz is your salvation. Yeah, that's the other part of the problem is that, like, there's nothing I despise more than when dumbass liberals go, we need a strong Republican Party. The Republican Party needs to return to normalcy. And it's like, I want to David DePepe myself, okay, when I hear shit like that. Because there is no strong Republican Party. The strong Republican Party is insane, okay? They all think you're a transgender pedophile vampire, okay? They think you're a socialist transgender pedophile vampire. Shut the fuck up. Have you talked to, like, the average Republican voter? That lady was a perfect example. She's one of the more liberal sides of the Republican Party, right? New Hampshire. She just said Donald Trump
There was no war under the Trump administration. It was 4 years of beautiful prosperity. That person has blanked out COVID in its entirety and everything else that has happened under the Trump administration. That person did not benefit from Trump's tax cuts. Okay? That's one of the only important pieces of legislation that the Trump administration pushed for and passed successfully, beyond like the obvious stuff like destroying the federal agencies and the regulatory mechanisms in general. Okay? The idea that was good for you, that was beneficial for you, is just all vibes based. Okay? It's all entirely vibes based. That's it. There certainly wasn't a migrant caravan trumped up and got the hogs all fired up. You know, there was. You're wrong. There was. Except it was the same energy. It doesn't matter. It's always bullshit. There was a migrant caravan, and Trump said he was going to bomb the migrant caravan. Oh, you were being sarcastic. Okay, I thought you were saying, like, there's a migrant caravan now under Biden, but there wasn't one under Trump. Like, they're only hyper focusing on immigration under Biden and not Trump or something. No, it's like the media is always right-wing. I apologize for having a neurodivergence moment there and not understanding your sarcasm. The chat actually understood, which is crazy because I didn't understand. Anyway, yeah, migrant caravans only show up every 4 years or every 2 years, really.
You have
media is not right wing. Where did that bullshit come from? Right from my mouth, brother. Straight from the mouth of babes. Okay, what do you mean the media is not right wing? First of all, you think CNN is Clinton News Network. CNN very openly is saying they want to be more right wing. Like, they are right wing and they want to be even more right wing. That's number one. Number two, in this country, the Democratic Party is also center right on a lot of issues, especially issues that pertain to the economy. Okay? Yeah, every now and then they lend support to like trans people. They'll be like, oh, don't do a trans genocide. Fine. Okay? Fair. But everybody that props that up as like the end all be all, as like the beacon of progress and prosperity, is a fucking silly little fool. Okay? The idea that the media is not beholden to the interests of capital and that is inherently right wing is silly. They love war. There's never a war that the media doesn't like, okay, across the board, whether it's New York Times, whether it's CNN, whether it's MSNBC, they love that shit, okay? They mainline it nonstop, okay? They hate any kind of socialism. They hate socialized medicine, right? They hate any kind of socialization, implementation of socialization policies for healthcare. They despise it. They're literally backed by Big Pharma. They're backed by the insurance companies. They run ads on the motherfucking channels nonstop. Then they have their PR people go on without any revelation that they're actually doing PR for the company at that time, or even in the future, or even in the past, sorry. They've done PR for the very same companies that they're objectively defending. The media also pushes the anti-narrative, the anti-immigration narrative, the white nativist immigration, the underlying white nativist attitude towards America's immigration policies, all propped up by the media, talking about how, like, oh man, we have to do something about immigration. Joe Biden is not doing enough on immigration. Okay? The media also absolutely played a role in solidifying the narratives that crime is a massive problem in this country, and it was a byproduct of defunding the police. Crime didn't fucking increase in dramatic levels at all. That was a lie. And police never got defunded anywhere. That was also a lie. So tell me how that isn't right-wing media across the board. Are you such a fool that you see one trans person and then like a media person saying, let's not kill this person and correctly gender them, that means all of a sudden, oh, these guys are leftist communists? Is that what you think? I do think that a lot of right-wingers absolutely operate like that. They're like, oh, there's a trans person and they're not bashing that person, so these guys are taken over by socialist communism. Anyway.
A number of independents are going to make up almost half of the electorate, probably about 45 to 47%, according to most polls. So that was be independent or unaffiliated voters. You've got a popular Republican governor in Chris Sununu, who is campaigning almost like her running mate right now. And so if she can do that, if she can show that she can bring it close to Donald Trump here in New Hampshire, she can then look to other states that have open primaries or potentially no party registration states, including South Carolina, her home state. state, but also then looking to states like Michigan and a whole host of other states.
To be honest, leftists do the same thing with right-wingers, thinking they're all followers of Hitler, when some are followers of Mussolini. That's a good take. Yeah. Come on, there's Franco followers too. It's like, listen, dude, there's followers of all different sauces and varieties, okay? These guys are so crazy. They don't get it.
States that have similar types of voting patterns on Super Tuesday.
In terms of the issues, going all the way back to Iowa.
So the guy that said that the media was a state apparatus, that's kind of dumb. That's absolutely not dumb at all. If you know anything about the media, you would recognize that they work to solidify the. First of all, they work to solidify the narratives that the whichever respective party is pushing for, or more importantly, given that this is a capitalist country, whatever the corporations want, they are pushing for that. Okay, and considering that this is a bourgeois democracy, where both parties, Republicans and Democrats, are beholden to the interests of corporations and the wealthy. Okay, they just simply align. It's ostensibly the arm of the government. Just because it's private doesn't change that reality. I'll give you a great example of this. Turkey has TRT, right? TRT. This is the radio television broadcaster in Turkey. This is the state broadcaster of Turkey, right? But beyond that, there's also private media, right? There's private enterprise. There's so many newspapers, so many television channels that are owned and operated independently outside of the boundaries of the state. And yet, they all churn out the exact same propaganda, right? Why do they do that? What, 1010? Why do we say that? Okay, this guy doesn't know what the hell's going on. He doesn't even realize I'm responding to him right now. It doesn't matter. These guys, they can be private enterprise, or they can be privately owned, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, they are still operating at the behest of the Erdogan regime. It's all owned and operated by wealthy benefactors, wealthy people that also are aligned with Recep Tayyip Erdogan. That's the whole point. The purpose of the media is to look at all of the cruelty that you see around you and contextualize it and reframe it in a way that is like more comfortable as far as a narrative goes, to make you feel like, you know what? Things could be much, much worse if there was something way scarier, like socialism. That would be so much scarier. So just shut the fuck up and be excited that you don't have that. Okay? İsrail'le ilgili söylediğin şeyler saçmalık, aptal, orospu çocuğu. What's going on? There's a lot of Turks coming in here yelling at me about my takes on Israel. What happened? Did the Turks also, did some of the online Turks turn around and decide that they're Zionists again? Is that what happened? I thought all the constituencies, all the parties in Turkey, regardless of whether they're pro or anti-Erdogan, had realized that like maybe it's not a good idea to be pro-Israel. Anyway.
Well, last week, exit polls show that immigration was the #1 issue on people's minds. What do you think is going to be driving people to the polls in New Hampshire?
Well, you know, every state is a border state, and actually in the case of New Hampshire, we truly are a border state.
Every state is a border state. Let's go. Yeah, no. But some are more border states than others. Like, you know, I feel like the moment that you go above like 75% white, you're automatically a state that cares about its borders, right? Not with Canada. I just mean in general with like, I just mean Mexico.
State with the Canadian.
New Hampshire borders Canada. Brother, no one, and I mean no one talks about the Canadian border when they're talking about protecting our borders. Come on. By the way, when people talk about the border, they're not even talking about regular border crossers, okay? That's the irony. More than 50%, the majority of undocumented immigrants in this country are visa overstayers. They're not people that are crossing the border on foot, okay, illegally. It's actually visa overstayers that came in, for the most part, through airplanes, okay? They got visas, and they flew into the country legally, and they stayed. They stayed past the date of their visa expiring, okay? That's it. That's a fact. But when people talk about the border, they're not talking about the Canadian border. They're talking about the border with Mexico. And when people talk about the border with Mexico, they're not talking about like people coming in through that border. Like I said, they're talking about brown people. Okay. That's it. That's why nobody gives a shit about the Canadian border in general, because that's a civilized white country and not an uncivilized, barbarian, brown country. This is the perspective that Americans have.
Canadian border, we've actually seen an uptick in the amount of illegal crossings of the northern border, including a lot of movement of drugs. And so it impacts folks in New Hampshire just as much as many other states across the country. And so I expect it's going to be the border, but also small businesses are the backbone of the New Hampshire economy. And so rising inflation continues to be one of the #1 issues here, alongside concerns about security on the southern border.
Meantime, Democrats, yeah, they're doing something tonight as well. They hope President Biden gets enough write-in votes, but here are some angry.
Yeah, there's also another writing campaign, of course, Chunk Weigert, okay? He's also asking for a writing campaign. You have Marianne Williamson and Dean Phillips also looking for writing campaigns. And then beyond that, there's also the writing campaign for Ceasefire Now. According to the Democratic Majority for Israel, a right-wing think tank that only cares about progressive candidates in the Democratic Party for some fucking weird reason, this is unconstitutional. They should not be allowed to write Ceasefire Now as a writing candidate on the New Hampshire primaries. That's what they're pushing for.
New Hampshire voters, listen.
Well, I'm kind of angry.
Oh, sorry, Marianne and Dean are actually on the ballot.
About it. And some people have said, why should we write his name in when he won't even give us the time of day?
We're disappointed this year not to have the Democratic primary, and that's why we're doing this, because it's not meaningless like the DNC says. It really is meaningful.
I think, the Democratic National Committee has said that the Democratic primary here is not relevant or real, and I think that's just nonsense.
Neighbors. These are the people you live with and around. Are there enough betrayed New Hampshire Democrats to somehow give Joe Biden a loss tonight?
I mean, I don't think you're going to have enough to create a loss, but it is going to be a closer than expected scare for Joe Biden. The challenge you have is that every single Democrat elected official, so Jeanne Shaheen, Maggie Hassan, the 2 U.S. senators, as well as the 2 members of Congress, have gone out and...
Oh, yeah. Also, Maggie Hassan is obviously one of the absolute worst. Like, she's a part of the Wrecker coalition in the Democratic Party. She's a part of the rotating villain. If it's not like Bob Menendez, it's Maggie Hassan. If it's not, it's the Joe Manchin, the Joe Manchin coalition. Anyway, let's continue.
Publicly said they're writing in Joe Biden. They're telegraphing that message to grassroots Democratic activists to show a sign of their belief in collectivism and just kind of all fall into line, by the way. The advertising sent out and direct mail pieces on social media by the Write in Biden campaign shows the communist fist on to stand in solidarity with Joe Biden. And that shows the type of collective groupthink that's happening right now in the Democratic Party. With that said, I think Dean Phillips, who's invested $5 million of his own money into this race, who's out there working hard. I've run into him now a couple of times on the campaign trail. Super nice guy, by the way. He's out there. I think he's going to overperform what many folks were expecting. Recent polls show he might even be getting close to a third of the vote, or somewhere in the 20s. If he does that, it's certainly a message to Joe Biden about frustration from Democratic Party activists, and whether that's because of overall dissatisfaction with his administration or potentially because he decided to try to kill off the first of the nation primary here in New Hampshire.
Well, the polls open in T-minus 49 minutes and 51 seconds.
The camera's hiding it a little bit. Yeah.
So it's going to be an exciting day in New Hampshire. But who's counting? Matt, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your perspective. We appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
Brian Kilmeade. Have you seen this as a powerful statement? What? Wow, this is a powerful statement. What? Bro, this has 19. Okay. No, we're not going to listen to the drums of liberation right now interlaced over Palestinian footage. Okay. Here is Biden.
Donald Trump is betting on vote on.
Dude, he is campaigning. He's in campaign mode. Finally, they fucking dusted him off and he's on campaign mode. Now they've remembered abortion again. Okay? We did it. We did it. That's why they got the Defend Choice on here. They got the Biden-Harris placards. Okay, we're back. We're so back.
Issue. But guess what? He's betting we won't hold him responsible either for taking away the rights. He's betting you're going to stop caring.
Don't be that excited at the prospect of women's civil liberties being taken from them because it's going to give you a fucking massive electoral advantage. Jesus Christ.
By the way, that you'll get distracted and discouraged and stay.
By the way, this is the big reason, like I said, that it's not as
open and shut. Like a lot of people love saying, you know, it's definite, Trump is going to win. This is a huge issue that I don't think you guys have addressed, okay? Or you have factored in here. How do you make of how broken the Democratic Party is in direction and spirit in comparison to the Republican Trump adjacent power? Republicans fall in line. That's why. All Democrats fall in line too, but Republicans fall in line way harder than the Democrats do, especially because like wedge issues are largely created by the Republicans. By and large, all the wedge issues we fight on, the boundaries that we fight on, are not necessarily divisive issues. Okay? They are, however, issues that the Republicans have created strong positions on. Some of it doesn't work, but they still advocate for it, like the trans stuff, right? Transphobia, anti-trans narratives are a wedge issue that the Republicans have delicately crafted over the course of the past couple of years.
Jen Psaki, we always appreciate your analysis
and
here
they don't
on
even
NBC
give
News
a
Now.
fuck
We
if it
thank-
doesn't work. Like, even if it delivers an electoral L, they still push for it. Okay? And then there are successful wedge issues that are turning into a legitimate problem for the Republican Party, such as abortion.
I'm going to put this up on the screen. Hopefully my eyes will do me justice here. This is Trump tweeting, so ridiculous that Democratic and independents are allowed to vote in the Republican primary, especially since crooked Joe Biden has a...
Will the pro-choice voters overcome Genocide Joe, though? There are certain parts of this country where obviously Genocide Joe is going to be a more prescient narrative. But in most places in the country, yes, people care more about abortions than they care about the genocide of Palestinians. Brother, sorry to report this. I don't know if you're familiar with your own countrymen and women, but Americans are fucking hogs for the most part. They don't give a shit about the genocide in Gaza. I mean, even the supposed high and mighty intellectuals on the supposedly progressive liberal side of online commentary don't give a shit about the genocide in Gaza. Okay? They don't. Be for fucking real. Many people have already like left this broadcast even because they're like, oh, dude, you're constantly talking about Israel. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about Israel. And I don't like your perspective. Okay? Foreign policy, as I've said before, it's a cliche, but foreign policy does not dictate elections until it does. Okay? Foreign policy does not dictate elections until it does, until it's the issue. Okay? Now, overall, Gaza, Israel might become the issue, especially if the war becomes larger in the region, starts taking away from necessary resources. You know what I mean? Like domestically, it might present a problem, especially if you have like, you know, people dying and stuff or a larger conflict. Vietnam is a good example of this. Iraq war is a good example of this. Exactly. So that's something to always remember. So in certain parts of the country, and in certain demographics, war is going to matter, right? People that were already less likely to go out and vote because there's not enough momentum, like the younger demographics, they now are like, I'm totally checked out. Okay? I'm totally checked out. In the older population, they fucking love that Israel is you know, humiliating and punishing Gaza. They fucking don't give a shit, or they love it. I mean, look at the polls, for sure. So, and there's unity on that front. You know what I mean? There's absolute unity on that front when the Republican Party doesn't care and they like it, and the Democratic Party doesn't care and they like it, as far as the voters goes. So, overall, I don't think that the Gaza situation for Brandon, especially for older voters, like for the people who have already said that they're going to vote for the Democratic Party, it doesn't like move the needle for them all too significantly. What actually sucks for Brandon is that he just looks not very dynamic. He looks very old, and he looks very sleepy, and he looks like he's fallen asleep at the wheel. So as far as like Israel goes, as far as Israel-Palestine goes, it only reaffirms the belief that many hold about Joe Biden. He's old, possibly demented, needs to be replaced. So on Israel-Palestine, it's not necessarily like Brandon's loyalty to Israel or its defense of Israel that matters. It's more so his wishy-washy, both sides of the equation, like both sides takes on Israel, that once again make him look like he's too old and too stupid and falling asleep at the wheel. Does that make sense?
I feel as though Americans care more about how old Biden is than his endless support of Israel.
Anna, you know, my favorite thing about these nights is, and we're already on kind of the emotional roller coaster of when the polls close, we start to get this information. You know, when I got off that overnight flight we were on from Des Moines and we landed here in Manchester, after that Iowa caucus, everyone here was so down on Nikki Haley's chances. They were like, there's no way she's going to pull out here in New Hampshire. And that was how it felt up until, I would say, midday today. And when I started hearing from, you know, people I've talked to since the Mitt Romney primary in 2012 who really have the state wired, and they're starting to say they're looking at these exit polling numbers and they're saying, you know what, maybe Nikki Haley has there's more here than we thought. Now, you know, they may be, you know, on the backside of this emotional roller coaster here in a couple of hours, but I will say, kind of as we're sitting here tonight, that suspense is very, very real. People really are wondering if Nikki Haley's going to surprise tonight.
And it is all because of those undeclared voters. But as I've been spending a week here and the last several months, really, undeclared voters is not simply independent who may, you know, be so inclined to vote for Haley. It spans the gamut from Bernie Sanders supporters to Donald Trump supporters who simply don't like the Republican Party necessarily or want to be aligned with it. So when we talk about undeclared voters, Trump is going to get a sliver of them. The question is how many?
Yeah.
So they want to keep that. The Haley team wants to keep that very low. The Trump team, of course, is thinking at least a quarter of them or so. So as I've talked to voters for the last several days here at least, Haley has shown promise here for months. They've known that this is the place for her. I met one yesterday, Carol Booth, a teacher who left work to go meet Nikki Haley at a brewery. And she said the reason she's supporting her, because she can serve 8 years in office. So that generational change argument.
Yeah.
But look at what's happened here over the last 8 days. You mentioned Iowa. We were all on that plane together. 8 days, DeSantis is out of the race. It's down to 2 people. I don't think that we would have thought that necessarily.
Can I just say one thing about this, though? You know, Trump was saying, yeah, but, you know, you could have Democrats who come in and vote in this, and they can't.
You cannot.
Because you have to have deregistered as a Democrat and registered as an undeclared.
Trump is younger. Trump is only 1 year younger than Biden. The reason why it gets lost in the sauce is because Trump appears to be more mentally sound than Brandon. That's it. I mean, he's unhinged, but he's coherent. And I don't think I can get people to recognize that. Why do you pretend that Joe Biden has a chance? If you don't think Joe Biden has a chance, you are not paying attention. Americans are very mad about abortion, okay? They have not forgotten about abortion. So the more Brandon hammers in that Donald Trump took your abortion away, okay, the more his chances will improve. Put my electoral hat on for a brief moment and deliver that piece of information to all of you alongside the top of the hour ad break, because many of you are oblivious to both of those realities. You think that there's no top of the hour ad break, and you think that abortion is not like the most important, most significant electoral issue here, because it is. Okay. Also, Trump is not 1 year younger. He's like a couple years younger. But regardless, Trump comes across like he has at least his mental faculties in order. Okay? That's it. That's what it looks like to me. I think that's what it looks like to a lot of people, even though he's also old as shit. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Why don't they understand that he was the president while it happened? What? Not your best take, Hassan? What? Which one? That Donald Trump comes across as less demented than Brandon, or that Brandon has a shot because abortion is genuinely a sticky issue that many people are very frustrated by. The economy is the number one issue. Oh my God, dude, you're looking at fucking singular polls. You're looking at exit polls and shit. Stop. Oh my God. Yeah, dude, it was the number one issue in the fucking midterms, too. Look how that turned out, okay? Calm down.
One thought that she's too liberal, but they both were voting for her because she could restore the Republican Party. So we heard that again and again and again. It is an uphill battle, even
also, that's precisely the reason why I said it depends on how much they hammer the abortion issue, okay? That's why I said it depends on how much they hammer the abortion issue, which they will. They already started. Does Biden even have a plan for protecting abortion rights? No. Doesn't matter. Biden is the one who didn't do the abortion bans. That's it. And Trump is the one who did. Raph Builder and Perry's 115S. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
It is the Republican nomination, and it's really hard to win the Republican nomination if registered Republican voters are overwhelmingly for your opponent.
I already ran the top of the hour ad break, chatter.
Till late February.
Yeah, people are like, bro, how's CNN not liberal? It's like, dude, you literally have a lifelong right-wing commentator on now as like a Like half of the CNN cast is like former communications directors for George W. Bush and shit. The other half is like directly married to, like, isn't she? Wait, is this the one that was married to Alan? No, not the one that was married to Alan Greenspan. Like, no, that's the other one. It's like the older version of her. Half of these guys are either Fox News people, or half of these guys are like either married to like some right-wing demon, or they're like, you know, they're just overtly right-wing. I don't know how to describe it. Will the Gaza issue affect the outcome here? No, probably not. Unless it becomes like a larger problem, like I said. Kappa Spike, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. The Gaza issue, as it stands, is only forcing people who are already like not very interested in voting for Joe Biden to even further stay at home. Okay? Younger demographics. Those are the only people that care about abortion. Or not abortion, sorry, about Gaza. Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC was married to Greenspan, Alan Greenspan. Oh, here it is. See? Told you.
A baby I desperately wanted. At a routine, I'm an OBGYN in Texas and a mother of 3 wonderful children. Having this beautiful, messy, chaotic, but wonderful family, it's the joy of my life. I never thought that I would need an abortion for a planned pregnancy, but I did. 2 years ago, I became pregnant with a baby I desperately wanted. At a routine ultrasound, I learned that the fetus would have a fatal condition and that there was absolutely no chance of survival. In Texas, you are forced to carry that pregnancy, and that is because of Donald Trump overturning Roe v. Wade.
The people that care about Gaza are the same people that care about abortion. You are out of your mind if you think the people that care about Gaza are the same people that care about abortion. The people that care about Gaza also care about abortion, 100%. But the people that care about abortion don't give a fuck about Gaza, okay? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean here? Because you got white women that care about abortion and don't give a fuck about Gaza, okay? You got some white-ass women out there, literally in red states, that have voted for the Republican Party and are now like, oh, nope, not doing that. I don't want my daughter to have to fucking die if she has an ectopic pregnancy. You're fucking out of your mind if those ladies give a single solitary fuck about the abortions that Israel is committing right now on fucking Gaza. Okay? The human rights abuses. Those ladies would be the one hitting the button if they had the opportunity. They don't give a fuck, dude. They're just, oh, Muslims dying? Get the fuck out of here. Awesome. Sick. Yeah, Amy Schumer. Think about Amy Schumer. So just, you know, remind yourselves of things like that. Abortion is a massive motivator, especially the more they hammer it on like this with ads like that. You'll see that.
The choice was completely taken away. I was to continue my pregnancy, putting my life at risk. It's every woman's worst nightmare, and it was absolutely unbearable. We need leaders that will...
Like, abortion is such an important issue because it's like, you can be a fucking straight up racist white supremacist, but if you got a pussy, there's a point where you like, you know, had to really genuinely consider this, okay? And it's about your autonomy, right? In a way that is impossible for you to like avoid. Like, it's just right in your fucking face. It don't matter. You could be the biggest fucking, you could be the type of white lady that, you know, locks the car doors the moment that she sees a black person. You could be the type of white lady that calls the cops when you see like a black kid, okay, walking down the street, and you still give a fuck about abortion because you understand that it is like, push comes to shove, you might need to have one, okay? That's an emergency medical procedure that the government has decided you're not allowed to have no more. That's a huge deal, an unimaginable deal, which it is, by the way, for the record. It is. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying this is frivolous or that like women care about this. It's bullshit. I'm not saying that at all. Massively important deal, okay? But you can't take away 50% of the population's bodily autonomy and remove a medical procedure that is literally life-saving in certain circumstances and then expect them not to turn around and punish you electorally for it. Definitely a big-ass deal. No one is against abortion, only against others' abortion. It's fair, but even then, there's just not enough people. There are not enough people in the United States of America that want to punish, criminalize, and actually legitimately stop the federal government from offering abortions. There's just not enough people out there. It's not enough. It's enough to win primaries. It's enough to like build a constituency around. But the moment that you actually changed it, the moment that you actually change the rules and you no longer have taken something away from Americans, super unpopular. That's why I get very mad when liberals say like abortion is a divisive issue, which by the way, Destiny did fucking say to Ben Shapiro, which was so stupid. I saw that part of the debate. I was like, what the fuck's going on? No, it's not. Abortion is not a divisive issue at all. It's not. It's an issue that the overwhelming majority of Americans have decided on, okay? It's not divisive. It may be divisive among the Republican Party, inside of the Republican Party, but that's it. But the media says it's divisive. It's not divisive. Anyway.
We'll protect our rights and not take them away. And that's Joe Biden. And
it's divisive if you get wicked lost in the sauce on the philosophical implications of it, which of course debate lords do. No. Nobody is like talking about the divisiveness of abortion on the philosophical boundaries as it pertains to legislation, though, because there's a second set of philosophical standards that override the what it means to be life. And is abortion actually murder conversation? And that is, should the government enforce some kind of rule on this? Okay. And if they do, how do they enforce this rule? And that always destroys the first conversation.
Kamala Harris.
I'm Joe Biden.
Over here, make sure we got them very quick so people can quickly see these comparisons. And here we go. So part of the MAGA movement, right? 46% of the Iowa electorate was part of MAGA. Just 32%
so far from these exit polls,
of MAGA. And again, exit polls, as you
None
fairly
of this matters. They're all going to vote for Trump when Trump is the candidate. Oh my God!
Legitimately, he did not win legitimately. 66% of Iowa Republicans thought that. Only half of this electorate thought that. That I think is a pretty good indicator of what the core Trump vote is, for what it's worth. 49 is an interesting number now, isn't it? Right? We can look here. If Trump's convicted, right? Is he fit for office? Right. Not fit for office. In Iowa is just 31% of that electorate. Here, 47%. You would assume that number is a pretty heavy Haley number. Yeah. Look, I don't want to sit there and batch it up, but that 49-47 feels like some numbers we should be watching.
I do want to ask you about the process tonight. We spoke with our decision desk elections director, if you will, John Lipinski, who was walking us through the night. Polls have closed in many parts of the state at 7. If you have more than, I think, 300,000 residents or something, you close at 8 o'clock. So when we make a call,
see, we're going to get some. We're not making a call this hour.
Yeah, we're not making a call this hour.
We will not.
We should remind voters. 2016, we were able to call at 8 p.m. Eastern. We don't think that's going to happen.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Look, in fairness, we're watching. We should get a lot of
a little later.
We should get a lot of vote count in this next hour. Okay. And we do our own sample. We have actual physical people at specific precincts that we want to know early returns on, and it's a way to find out if we can call. Yeah. We were able to do that in Iowa. Right. We had these people on the ground. We have these same people on the ground. But look, you heard him. It's a 97+% likelihood that we have to have. I will be shocked if we are anywhere near that neighborhood at 8 p.m. tonight.
When people are seeing the data come into the big board right now as it's getting fed in here, we obviously have, we should point this out, 0% in. So it's 100%.
It is. And
this was, I think...
we watched it. Data went in and data just came out. So it's early.
It's coming.
It's coming. Yeah. Well, we'll be watching, but we're just beginning.
Chuck Todd, we appreciate it. I want to bring in a moderator of Meet the Press. Where am I going here? There's so much. It's an anchor obstacle course over here. Kristen Welker, she's back with us. Kristen,
hello.
Hey, how are you? You covered the White House. You've been in and out of New Hampshire, Iowa, tracking the president's support. When we talk about those MAGA numbers that Chuck just pointed out, what stands out to you?
Well, I think that gives you a window into the possibility that Nikki Haley could have a better than expected night. The fact that you're not seeing the vast majority of voters identify as a part of the MAGA movement. And again, it's still very early. Yeah. But that is, I think, a significant data point for sure.
What is the thinking here amongst Republicans?
Yeah.
What type of night does Nikki Haley have to have? There's obviously the...
By the way, I told you there's only two ways out of this, okay? Nikki Haley outperforms the polls, which is less likely, and actually does eke out a very, very slim victory against Donald Trump, which will be presented as the biggest deal by the media.
Okay? Only for Trump to just fucking clumster and dumpster her in every other state as he runs the table. Okay? The media, in my opinion, especially on the liberal side, will try to pull a how amazing is it that Joe Brandon won South Carolina moment, but I don't think it's going to move the needle for the Republicans. They love Trump. He's the fucking God. He's the OG. It's not happening. The only idiots that believe it are us. We're the only idiots that are weirdly normalizing someone like Nikki Haley to a broadly liberal coalition. We're so stupid. Now, keeping Haley in the primary longer helps Biden is the position that some have. Okay? I saw that in the chat. But no, it doesn't. I don't think it does. You want to know why? Because, well, one, it's Jover after New Hampshire. And two, there is no real fissure. There's no real division between the Republican Party. The voters don't care. All you're doing is like normalizing some fucking person as like this supposed liberal, moderate Republican for no fucking reason.
Independents being able to vote in this election is a sign that he's watching along with us and
it's
not
interesting
thrilled. He'd like this race to be called like Iowa.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how early Iowa was called. That's not going to be the case tonight.
And getting that independent vote has been his argument in his language over abortion, right? He's been talking about he's not going to go to the 6-week ban because he wants to win elections, quote unquote.
Well, what's so fascinating about that is that Donald Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court judges.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of scared about the media normalizing Nikki Haley and then Trump literally capturing that attention to like reposition himself as like a moderate administration in the eyes of liberals by putting Nikki Haley in the VP slot. This is what I'm worried about. This is why I keep saying, based on the initial precincts reporting, this isn't going to be a total Trump blowout. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nikki Haley, this is the only state where Nikki Haley was performing well. There's a Cristobal Christie gift to her.
DeSantis 15. Nikki Haley, 849. Asa Hutchinson, 0. Peter Jeddick, 0. Perry Johnson, 1. Donald.
All right, we've gotten the results
George,
we wanted there from the moderator at Manchester Ward 6.
Walker Cam. We'll just follow you around with like a
follow
Walker
me
Cam.
around throughout the night. But what an amazing panel you had. This is. I want to stick around and hang out with you guys.
Right. Go on, right? Start. Kristen, we love having you. Speaking of that, it's still an early night. I do want to get to Shaq Brewster. She joins us tonight from Milford, New Hampshire. He joins us tonight, from Milford, New Hampshire. And Shaq, voting is still going on there. Another 45 minutes where you're at?
Yes, voting is very active right now. Still seeing people file in, still seeing people register to vote. And you know, one thing that's unique about this location, it's the only polling location in the entire town of Milford. We're not too far away from the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. And if you go back to 2016 and look at those general election results, you saw Donald Trump win here, but then you go to 2020, you saw President Biden win by just about 34 votes. So it's a swing area, generally speaking, and for general elections. And also, it was almost a bellwether in 2016 when you look at the primary. And I want to bring in Pete, who you've been helping us out all day. Absolutely. The election moderator here. Yep. Tell me, you just did a lap around. Yes. Have about 45 minutes left of voting. What did you notice? What did you see? Are people still coming in?
People are still coming in, not as strong as in the last hour, but we'll have people coming in right until 8 o'clock for sure.
What are numbers looking like right now?
Right now, we're on track probably to about 5,500 voters that will cast ballots during the course of the day.
You said at the top it was about 9,800 registered voters.
Yeah, 9,682 to start the day, and so far we've added about 250 new voters, approximately. We haven't done the numbers yet.
My math is not all that great, but that sounds like a little bit over 50% of registered voters who have cast the ballot.
That's correct, yes, yes.
Talk to me a little bit about why this location is still open for another 45 minutes or so. What makes this different?
The town decided many years ago, decades ago, that because of the way people work, that it was best to be open from 6 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night. The people that catch the people that want to stop before they go to work and catch the people that are coming home from late in the evening. So the town voted that way, and it's stayed 6 to 8 ever since.
All right, you have an extra hour of work compared to other people in this state. It seems like things are going well so far, though, Tom. Here you go.
All right, Shaq Brewster for us. Shaq, we appreciate you and all your reporting. Joining us now from the Trump headquarters in New Hampshire is Andre
That's what I don't get about the Dem-centric media pushing Haley so much. It either makes her a good VP candidate for Trump or she wins by some miracle and just demolishes Biden everywhere. Yes. And now Vivek is in the Andrew Yang seat, also known as the Cuck chair, the Sneeko chair, if you will. There he is.
That was Donald Trump and myself. I do think we need an outsider, a businessman in the White House to actually lead as a chief executive. The people of Iowa spoke loud and clear. I got about 8% of the vote. I think it would have been something similar in New Hampshire. I wanted to send that vote Donald Trump's direction because we need an America First leader for this movement. And so that's why I made the decision I did. I'm glad Ron DeSantis made the decision that he did. I think it's time for this primary to be over and to go on to a general, decisive general election victory that's going to be required to reunite this country. And so I felt like I was doing my duty and my part, and I hope that the other candidates now do theirs.
Vivek, why would you want to wrap this up so quickly? I got to think you're a capitalist, and one of the tenets of capitalism is competition. Don't you think a competition would make the party better, would make the eventual nominee better?
So I think we've had that competition. To be clear, I was in the thick of that
race?
competition
After one state?
for nearly a year. Yes. Well, look, it was when it was that decisive. I do think that now, after going through New Hampshire, it will be a waste of resources. And so speaking as a capitalist, one of the things you look at is resource allocation. I don't think it's good to waste resources of large donors, small donors alike, funding what I really see as a fake race from here on out when the people of this country and of the GOP primary base have spoken loud and clear. I think the essence of what's happening, let's call this spade out for what it is that Nikki Haley and her supporters are playing for a scenario that nobody in the GOP and frankly nobody in this country should be rooting for. It's that Donald Trump is somehow wrongfully eliminated from the ballot. That's the only possible scenario that Nikki Haley has to the nomination, and I think it's worth seeing that with open eyes out in the open. So tonight, a win is a win for Donald Trump, and I think that should end this primary.
That's so funny because, like, literally 5 minutes ago, redistricting, Dave Wasserman. Wait, did Dave Wasserman? What the fuck? Did this motherfucker soft block me? No way. I feel like I've followed him for years. Did he ghost block me and then unblock me so I'm not following him? That's crazy. That's weird. Anyway, soft block is when you secretly block and unblock someone so they unfollow you without them knowing. Wow, I can't believe President Joe Biden won the New Hampshire primary. That's crazy.
And if President Trump comes out strong tonight, that's a clear message being sent from our primary voters. You took issue with Ronna McDaniel during our NBC News debate. Are you surprised that you and her are now on the same page so quickly?
Well, look, I think that John Fetterman's been saying things about the southern border in recent weeks that I agree with as well, that we need to seal the southern border. So if Ronna McDaniel's going to speak something that, to my eyes, looked like it was a true statement, yes, I agree with her, that the clear signal from GOP primary voters do matter. That's a separate issue from whether we need new RNC leadership. I believe we do. I think that the RNC has not been well managed or well run, but that's a question for another night. The question for tonight is really, what message are Republican primary voters sending? I think they sent a clear message in Iowa. I think they are sending today a clear message in New Hampshire across the board, actual Republican primary voters. And that's one thing, one way we need to look at the results tonight is what did the registered Republican primary voters actually say?
The Republicans literally went from saying John Fetterman is R-worded all the way to like he had a fucking head transplant to being like, no, actually he's awesome. Which is really funny because like if the Republican rhetoric was true, then only someone who's had a debilitating mental, like a debilitating accident that broke his brain so much so that it made people think that he got a head transplant surgery. Only then could someone become such a reactionary conservative. Like they kept saying, he is so R-worded in the most like, you know, I guess media appropriate ways you can say that. And now they're like, yeah, guess what? That guy who got a head transplant, who's like really stupid, you know, that guy, that's my guy now. I agree with him. It's so weird. That's your guy? Only when someone is like a victim of a car crash or a stroke are they your guy. They're making the decisions that you like.
Race. That being said, the people of Iowa sent a clear message, and I do think that if it wasn't going to be me, I went all in to support the other businessman in this race who is serious about taking on the administrative state and that deep state in the federal government, and that's Donald Trump. And I think many of the issues that Trump is running on now, these go beyond traditional partisan boundaries. Growing the economy, sealing the southern border, reviving national pride in the next generation. These are not black or white issues. I think in a deeper sense, these are not even really Democrat or Republican issues. These are American issues. And so I think this America First movement that we're leading, that Donald Trump is now leading from the front, is going to be something that actually unites Americans across many stripes and boundaries. And I think that's going to be the main surprise in that second term is not only how decisive the election result is, but more importantly,
He's like, I
how
don't
we are
want,
able
I don't want Donald Trump just to lead from the front. I want him to lead me from the back. That's right. Clap my cheeks. That's what I'm talking about. Day one, he's going to be coming in and clapping my cheeks, blowing them to smithereens, folks.
to end the primary, to focus on what the Republican Party actually accomplishes in the general election. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we have a decisive general election result, and more importantly, that we reunite this country afterwards.
Vivek Ramaswamy, we thank you for your time tonight from Trump headquarters there in New Hampshire. Uniting the parties,
What do you
I'd
mean
like
his
to talk
time?
about now with our
He's got
panel. We're
nothing else
joined by
going
Hogan
on.
Gidley and Sarah Matthews, who both served as White House deputy press secretaries during
should
the
be
Trump
thanking you,
administration.
dog.
Also with us is Rich Lowry, editor of the National Review. We thank you all for being here. Rich, I didn't see them sneak you in here, but welcome
Sorry,
to the
that's
panel.
trying to surprise you.
So uniting the party. So you have Vivek now on the same page as Ronna McDaniel, essentially saying if Trump wins, this race is over. But a lot of people will point out that there's still 50% of voters who maybe want something different, Republican voters. Do you think this process should continue, or if Trump has a decisive victory here, is it over? I'm going to start with you, Rich.
Oh, it's probably effectively over. You know, a moral victory I don't think is enough for Nikki Haley here. It's a little bit like DeSantis. No other state was going to be as good for DeSantis. He wasn't going to get the sitting governor to endorse him, to campaign with him, the prime activist in the state, and he got 20% or 21%. She's going to do better than that in New Hampshire, but just getting close, where else is it going to be better for her? This is a relatively moderate electorate, a lot of college-educated voters. Independents play a big role, and there are other states where independents can vote in Republican primaries more than most people think, but it's hard to see where it gets better. Where's the sitting governor going to endorse her? I mean, Chris Sununu may have campaigned harder than Nikki Haley. I mean, he put it all on the line. So close isn't going to be good enough in my view, and I would expect if she loses, it'll be kind of a DeSantis rundown where you don't immediately get out because you've invested so much, you think about it for a few days, and then reality sinks in, and you get out and endorse Trump.
Sarah, do you think the former president, Ronna McDaniel, all the people supporting Trump, do they have enough juice that if Nikki Haley loses tonight, they're going to essentially force her to stop running?
Nikki Haley's campaign has made clear that they intend on sticking it out and staying in through South Carolina. They said that they have a $4 million ad buy that they already purchased. And I think that right now we're seeing turnout be really high in New Hampshire. And that is a good sign for her and her campaign. And if she can kind of defy expectations and maybe pull or get it close enough in single digits with Donald Trump, particularly I think she would need less than 5% single digits to actually make the case for why she should stay in through South Carolina, then maybe she could get an influx of donors who are going to be supporting her, help give her that juice to stay in the race. But if not, then there's a month in between New Hampshire and South Carolina.
Before,
Come
so
on,
she is trying
give
to
me
beat him with a more.
I want to know the participation. Like, come on, tell me in comparison to 2016. What is the...
All right, let's bring in New Hampshire Secretary of State David Scanlon.
What does the participation look like? How primed are people? How interested are people? These guys are so fucking stupid. Like, the tabulation doesn't matter. Trump's gonna win. But like, I want to know like how primed is the Republican primary voter participation? How enthusiastic they are? How else can you make assertions about the general election?
Asking for more ballots. They were getting concerned that the Republican ballots were getting low.
No, not 49% were registered Republicans. I want to know how many people voted this time around, and I want to know what that number looks like in comparison to the 2016, or 2015, in comparison to 2019. Obviously, that's a little different. It doesn't really matter, but I want to know what I want to know how it played out, because this is where the Trump train started chewing,
Equally smooth.
What's being done to make sure the ballots are secured and counted accurately? What's the process there?
In New Hampshire, counting the ballots is a continuous process in the open. So anybody that's interested can observe a polling place. That observation begins when the polls open, and it ends at the end of the night after all of the ballots have been counted and the results posted at the polling place and announced by the moderator. And then those vote totals will be sent to the Secretary of State my office tomorrow morning very early and take those numbers and aggregate them so that we can come up with the official statewide totals.
All right, Secretary of State Scanlon, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. There's only about a half hour left until all voting ends in New Hampshire. Remember, some of the townships allow voting later than others. That will be our first chance to potentially project a winner of the New Hampshire Republican primary. More votes are being...
What do you mean, who am I illegally voting for? Excuse me, I'm a New Hampshire registered voter and an independent, and it is perfectly well within my rights to write in chunk yogurt in the Republican side, too. Love Dave Wasserman failing to factor in all the write-ins are for Cenk and not Biden. I used to trust him. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up that he called it already. When we all know Cenk is going to probably win.
That's a normal thing.
Rich, how do you think Republican voters who witnessed everything that happened after the 2020 election, how do they talk themselves into voting for former President Trump if they do believe that former President Trump tried to steal the election? He's accused in Georgia. He's accused, obviously, by the federal government as well. How do those Republican voters say, I'm going to give him another shot, even though he tried to sort of...
Well, it's the opposite,
okay,
right?
Yeah,
Most Republicans think that he was done dirty at some level in 2020.
By the mail-in voting, by whatever.
Even something
even though
worse.
it was legal.
But the thing is, this would have been his foremost vulnerability, right? He lost to Joe Biden, right? But he lied it away, you know, and most Republicans are willing to go along with it or actively believe it. And that's the other key thing. The two exogenous factors that hurt Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, besides, you know, how terrible DeSantis' campaign were, obviously the indictments. But then the electability argument went away because Trump's polling was so strong against Biden. You look at the 2020 polling. Trump never led against Biden. Never. He's never polled this strong in national polls, ever. He wasn't polling this strongly against Hillary. So I think it's actually a sign of weakness that he's not higher against Biden, because I think Biden is in such a weak state. But you can't really make that argument. You can't go out and Ron DeSantis say, I'm losing by 20 points in the polls right now to Trump, and he's beating Biden by more than I am, but I'm more electable. I think that's true, but the argument doesn't work.
Sarah, do you think Republicans, and I know we have polling on this, but when you talk to Republicans, do you think they don't believe that he tried to overturn the election, or do you think they don't care?
I think they believe his lies, that they believe that it was stolen from him. They view someone like Joe Biden as incredibly weak, and so they can't imagine a scenario in how Joe Biden would pull off a win against Donald Trump. But the thing is that I wish that those same Republicans who believe that were hearing now the guilty pleas that we've heard from some of the Trump co-conspirators in Georgia, where they acknowledge.
Yeah, like they give a fuck. What are you saying? You already described the inconsistency in believing that someone is so powerful that they could steal an election, okay, in secrecy, but is so weak that there's no way that weak-ass candidate could have ever defeated Donald Trump. They don't care. They're stupid. Oh, man, so many people pled guilty. So many Republicans pled guilty to their crimes in January 6th. It's like, they don't give a fuck.
Ever?
It's all of it. It's all of it. Yes, of course you do, Tom. I want to come back to that, but there's actually some important news that's sort of happening here as I'm talking to you from Derry, New Hampshire. This is Tina Guilford. She's the town clerk of Derry. You're actually the only full-time official in the Derry, only full-time elected official in Derry. Yep. You are on the verge of, and it's not happening for sure, and you seem to feel confident that it won't happen, but you could run out of ballots. You have less than 1,000 ballots left, and almost 9,000 people have participated tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So we were running low, and so we called the Secretary of State. They did not have anything extra for us, but we did have absentees that we did not use. And they were at Town Hall, so we went to Town Hall and we brought them in. So they are here in the building if we need them. Our turnout has kind of slowed up, so I don't know that we're going to need them, but we do have them.
And you're not the only jurisdiction, town or city in New Hampshire that's sort of faced with this issue.
Correct.
I've heard.
Yeah, except they're all white, so obviously the election is not being stolen. Unless Nikki Haley somehow wins, in which case there's secret black voters in New Hampshire that voted, and we will 100% find them. Remember, folks, when it's like 90% white people voting, there's no election being stolen. You feel me? Like, that doesn't work.
Which is okay. Like I said, we have the absentees, so we are all set.
Okay, so with those absentees, you feel like you'll be able to run out the rest of the clock here with about 26 minutes to go and make sure everybody can come in and participate?
Well, we would make sure everybody can come in and participate that wants to participate. If we had to make photocopies and I had to sign every single one and do all those things, we would do them.
Okay, that's why we love our election workers. That is democracy in action. Tina, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate you. So you heard it here from Derry. It's also happening elsewhere in the state. The turnout is high. They say it's almost 9,000 here. That would be around 50% turnout for the biggest polling location, if not just in New Hampshire, in the entire country. Which way those voters go, ultimately, we won't know until the polls close here, the results are tabulated and announced. Tom?
Yeah, I'm seeing it from the reporting you were talking about.
Smoked meat or grilled meat? Grilled meat. I'm a grilled meat guy myself. That's my preference, but I like smoked meat,
You made
too.
the point earlier that the president or Donald Trump would be elected by or anybody, whoever the nominee is, they need Republican support.
That was not Budget Sam Cedar. That was Jacob Soboroff, who used to be a coworker of mine. He also worked at Participant Media.
This particular Republican Party is more moderate. Well, the last 5 national surveys that have been released on this race have all had Trump at or slightly above 70%. So if these exits hold and he gets 70% of the Republicans who are registered Republicans in New Hampshire,
All right, release the Kraken.
then he's going to hit the number
Capital
that he's
because the
hitting among
initial, with
party
half the vote in,
at large.
Haley
I
was
say
getting
all this-
exactly what she was looking for. Now almost all of the vote in is in. Again, we thought she needed to be in the high 50s, close to 60 here. She's sitting at 54, so that might be.
Release the Kraken.
She wanted to get out of Concord again with almost all the vote in. And then what you're seeing here is we're showing you, cities, small cities, or some of the Concord's the 3rd largest in New Hampshire. But when you get more down to the town level, just about all the vote is in here in Hillsborough right now. Trump 63, Haley 34. Again, we thought Haley needed to be around 40% here. Just about all the vote is in Bristol. Haley is running at 42. We thought she needed to be in the high 40s here. And we also now have a little bit of vote. It's not much, but we have 17% in the city of Manchester. Manchester, the largest city in New Hampshire, about 115,000 people here. You see Trump running at 56-42. And basically, we thought as Manchester goes potentially, so goes New Hampshire. This is one we kind of looked at and said, look, if Haley's running even here with Trump, that probably signals basically an even race statewide. If she's ahead, advantage Haley.
They wanted her to be within 10 points and she's in 1. This is like too early to tell. But also, no, she's like around, what was it? Like last polling show, she's around like 5 points to like they wanted her to be within single digits of Donald Trump, which she is.
Over more money down here. Then you get Rochester here, more working class. And just take a look at what we thought Haley needed to get out of here. Again, we thought she needed to be about 40%. She's at 36. There's still a vote to come in, so we'll see how she does. But there does seem to be a divide as these votes come in here. That in these cities.
What does my man say? Steve Kornacki
Any
explains
minute
the
now.
NBC decision estimate turnout has been raised twice today and is now at a higher than expected 330,000.
We can start getting results from these cities and towns, and I told you what we're going to be looking for. But another thing.
330,000 estimate means that it's actually significantly higher than 2016 or 2015.
To keep in mind is this. This is the current NBC News Decision Desk estimate of what the turnout will be in the Republican race. 330,000 is what we have it at now. I can tell you that number has been raised twice today, based on reports coming back from the polls, based on what we're seeing in terms of foot traffic here and reports from the polls themselves. So again, higher than we were expecting, it looks like, turnout. You see some of I've gone through the areas that are requesting more ballots. I will show you again.
This guy, Natty Orangier, Kornacki, he's a roid head, big time.
But is she going to start missing? Because these smaller.
Can't you tell? He's so fucking jacked.
They start to add up, not individually, but collectively, they start to add up. And if she's consistently going to fall 5-10 points short there from what we think she needs to be getting, that will take a toll on her as more come in. So that's what we've got so far. We'll see as more come in. And again, Laconia, we just check on Yeah, again, this is now we got about a fifth of the vote here. Laconia, this is one where she's falling so far well short, double digit short of where we thought she needed to be. So again, you're seeing a mixed bag for her, and we want to just see. We also got New Boston is a very small town. New Boston just came in and just again give you a sense of what we thought Haley needed. Yeah, this is basically exactly what we thought she needed here. So again, that one is good news for Haley, but she needs good news across the board. And if she's getting bad news consistently in the small towns, she needs to make up for it by significantly overperforming in the cities. And again, Concord, a good example here. She'd need to, if she's running poorly in the small towns, this number would probably need to get up closer to 60. So we'll see more coming in. The initial pattern.
Yeah, you're right. Chatters are right. One Boston is good enough. We don't need two. We don't need a new one. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Can ballot, and then on their way out, if they want to go back to being undeclared, they can go ahead and do so. Now, this is the kind of area that Nikki Haley really needs to rack up her margins, because
her breathing is so funny.
in 2016, a lot of folks here went for more moderate candidates, the Kasichs, the Bushes, right? So this is an area where she really has an opportunity. At the same time, we've also been meeting a lot of undeclared voters and Democrats who have been writing in Joe Biden, because that is the other factor that we're dealing with here in New Hampshire that we weren't dealing with in Iowa, right? You've got Trump and Nikki
Her
Haley.
fit is straight fire. I just hate her because I'm a misogynist. No, I hate her for what she did to John Fetterman, but like now I hate John Fetterman way more than I hate her, so I don't know.
All of these dynamics at play as we've been talking to voters and watching the process unfold here, Tom.
Dasha Burns, we appreciate you and all your reporting. I want to get back over to Chuck Todd over at the big board, because we're getting some new exit poll data when it comes
she didn't
to
shit
the
on
major
she didn't shit on John Fetterman like that because John Fetterman was like going to become a reactionary, though. She shit on him because John Fetterman was a beacon of progressivism at that
The
point.
Republican electorate is not like most Republican electorates. And look at this. A federal law that would ban abortions nationwide, 67% of this electorate opposes that, just 27%. Remember, Governor Chris Sununu is a Republican governor, and he's considered pro-choice or pro-abortion rights. But let me compare this just to show you the difference between the New Hampshire and Iowa electorate. Same question we asked in Iowa. 61% of the Iowa Republicans favored a ban. 27, so you see, again, a huge difference.
But tougher to draw on who this helps, right? Because Trump has been out there.
Well, that's the irony. I was just going to say, Trump and Haley have both sort of tried really hard to make you think they agree with you on abortion, whatever your position is. They're both kind of elusive on it. Obviously, Trump, because he appointed the Supreme Court justices, can't fully get away from some of these abortion questions. Haley's been sounding more pro-abortion rights than I've ever heard her before previously than this campaign.
The only time, bro, even in the Republican caucus inside of New Hampshire, it's still only 27%. You can't say it's divisive. If only 27% of Republicans favor a federal law banning abortions nationwide, it's no longer divisive. It's certainly not divisive in America. We're talking Republican primary voters, okay?
With the Boston Globe. James, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Talk to me about what stood out to you so far as we're getting the exit polling data in. We're projecting a record turnout in New Hampshire as well.
Yeah, first of all, these are impressive voting numbers from New Hampshire voters, but I will say New Hampshire actually does turn out. So in some of these communities, particularly where Nikki Haley needs to do well, I'm thinking of Portsmouth, for example, and Concord, for example.
Bro, they're crank. It's such a crank state. It's a crank state. That's why. It's so perfectly representative of being a crank when you also have high turnout in comparison to other states for the fucking primaries, okay?
And along the Massachusetts border and Hillsborough County, which is where I'm at here in Manchester. And we've seen some reporters out in Milford, and obviously where Dasha's at in Nashua. They make up 55% of the Republican primary base. If you want to include Concord or Merrimack County, that's now 2/3. So the southern tier, the Boston suburbs, the Boston media market, that is where this base is going to, that's where this race will be decided. And I'll say one more thing. If you look at some of these margins where Nikki Haley needs to do especially well, she is winning. She is probably not winning by the type of margins she will need to sustain some of these more rural communities where Donald Trump is racking it up. And for that, I'm thinking of Laconia, where he's crushing it, or on the western side in Claremont, where he's winning he's getting 60 to 70% of the vote. That's going to make it really challenging, I think, for Nikki Haley to come out of this. But it's these last votes, the ones that come, the ones that finish at 8 o'clock, that's going to be Nikki Haley territory. So we won't really know exactly where she stands until later in the night.
Do we know where the turnout is sort of higher than normal yet in the state? Which regions, or we're not sure?
Yeah, we do. I mentioned 2 counties, and one in particular is all that I'm obsessed with whenever there's a Republican primary, whether it's for state Senate, governor, obviously president, and that's Rockingham County. This is, it does tend to have a mix of people in the trades, some blue collar, but a lot of it is bedroom communities for Boston that are white collar and are college educated. They're disproportionately the group of those 10 communities that did seek more ballots. They're the ones that we have seen anecdotally more turnout. I know NBC News or MSNBC.
Imagine the first woman president being a Republican. That is not hard to imagine at all. If anything, that is the definitionally that is the more likely outcome. It's the most likely scenario. Hillary Clinton would have been a Republican president functionally. What's a bedroom community? I think it means like these guys are mentality wise Massachusetts, so they're woke, but they live in New Hampshire because it's cheaper. That's what it means, right? Isn't that what that means, chat? That's what I assumed. Like they're commuters, work in Boston but lay their head in New Hampshire. Race car beds. Yeah, that's what that means.
In the last week in particular, he has been an integral part in creating some excitement about her campaign, probably even more than the candidate herself, who closes her last rally last night. Her closing rally was only 34 minutes of a talk and no questions, but he has clearly been trying to go out there and convince people that this is actually something to care about and to vote against Trump. Now, Tom, I would spend about 2 hours at polling places around New Hampshire, particularly in Rockingham County.
Why do you think a woman is more likely to win as a Republican? I don't get it. Republicans have an image issue that they must soften. Like, yeah, sure, they're misogynistic and stuff, but if the candidate is a woman, Republicans are going to get whipped in line. And that optic of like having a woman, I feel like, would genuinely captivate enough moderate liberals that they would turn around and vote. Not like a Sarah Palin type. Obviously, Sarah Palin as a vice president, according to some people, ruined John McCain's chances. But like Nikki Haley is not like that. Nikki Haley is like the perfect. I mean, she's clear. She's Hillary Clinton. I just called her Hillary. Conservatives love tokens, but for Nikki Haley, it's beyond that. It's liberals that would vote for her. George Santos arrived at Trump's watch party in New Hampshire. My fucking queen, dude. Looking spectacular.
Boastful, really, today of how well they thought they were going to do here, how they thought they could close this race out. Even everything
Guys. Nikki Haley has like an 8-point lead on Biden on polls that are coming out, okay? The media has been sucking her. The media has been sucking her so hard, constantly talking about the mother quake and how she's cunting and she's slaying, okay? What are you talking about? There are liberals. Go ask your liberal friends. Go ask your older liberal family members that watch like MSNBC and shit what they think about Nikki Haley, and hear them fucking sing her praises like she's not a psychopathic right-wing reactionary.
the idea that independents and Democrats might be, if not ruining, but at least changing the character of the celebration they are hoping to have tonight. As for the senior leadership of the Trump campaign team, I can tell you kind of the old axiom of campaign nights is the people who are talking don't know, the people who know aren't talking. The sort of inner cloister of the Trump campaign team is going to be watching these numbers very closely. But their guy, their candidate, always sort of tips his hand a little bit about how he feels watching the results come in.
Right, and two very different sort of campaign managers and people leading this campaign than Trump campaigns of the past. I do want to go back to something you said. George Santos is at the watch party there. How's he being received?
I saw myself, Tom, taking pictures at the bar with a lot of fans.
Advocating for a Twitch streamer and fantasizing about how this person is like somehow scary and powerful. It literally, dude, you got to really legitimately reevaluate your perspective on the world. Like you're talking about like a YouTube streamer, cake streamer. Like it's that important for you. Life, like it's that important in your life that you're saying like this is your daddy. I feel like the level of being cucked in that situation, no, we will never reconcile. Don't be a fucking idiot. You are, oh my God. I'm going to give you an hour off. You are still butthurt from losing a debate to daddy? Oh my God. It's like sleeper cells, brother. They activate immediately. That's crazy. I don't know if you know this, but there were plenty of debates that I did with Destiny way back in the day. You can watch them. Some of them are on my YouTube page, actually. The last time I mentioned it was like 4 or 5 years ago. Just for the record, there were plenty of debates where he got his shit pushed in, like when he was talking about Donald Trump and whatnot. But a lot of that stuff is basically Stalin style, wiped off the record, you know, because you guys care more about an image of like destroying your interlocutors or whatever. Also, yes, please stop calling him daddy, you fucking losers. Jesus Christ. Didn't know there were this many Haywatchers? Brother, let me tell you. It's not, yeah, I can say the N-word in the vacuum of space debate. Yeah. Remember the N-word debate and how his fan base still they whitewashed the record and act like this was a phenomenal banger of a line. Like that was the logical conclusion of that one, where I was like, you shouldn't say it in private, especially because when you say it in private, you will say it in public. I'm not a hate watcher, but I am in general just kind of a hater. Respect. I respect that. I watch those debates. They are not worth it. I know. To be fair, though, it is really bad. Remember when he started yelling at Dick Wolf about fiduciary responsibility like he was the good doctor yelling at Dr. Hahn? Or Michael Brooks? There's plenty of fucking wonderful debates where Destiny gets fucking packed up over and over again. His fan base refuses to recognize them, of course. Sometimes packed up by really awful people, too. Such is the nature of being a guy who likes to debate. Not saying that Ben Shapiro will ruin him or anything like that, because I just assume that they will most likely agree on more than they disagree on. Ben hates subbing you for 4 years. Now I feel like I should get a reward for that. Yes. The level that Reddit hates you is wild. That automatically puts you in a good light. I know, but it's just so fucking annoying. But yeah. Why is Nikki Haley this close to Trump? I don't get it. He's a former president. New Hampshire is weird. A lot of independents. Yeah. Any Nikki heads in the chat? Real Haley heads stand up. Me, Nikki Slaley. I'm a Nikki Slaley fan. Did you see Johnny Harris apology Instagram post about his shirt that we watched yesterday? He deleted the video. Yeah, I heard that he deleted the video. You do not under any circumstance have to share a meal with fucking Nick Fuentes. I mean, yeah, that's another one too. Or defend the notion that Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi to your fan base and fucking literally ban people from your subreddit for calling you out for doing such a thing, and then haphazardly trying to act like, oh, well, actually, I just meant like he's a nationalist. I just wouldn't say that he's a national socialist or whatever the fuck. Like, I see the memes, brother. I know. Just because I don't talk about it doesn't mean that I'm not aware of like some of this shit. Have you forgotten about Doug Burgum so quickly? I forgot about that faster than the top of the hour ad break. Don't forget Lauren Southern too. You know, the woman who shot flares at the boat. Yeah, it's not an accident that his fandom were defending Lauren Southern, Nick Fuentes at the time, but they will turn around and, rewrite that too and be like, no, we were always actually very aggressively anti that. Or Sam Hyde, all these people, just all the best people overall. Whoever Destiny wants to rehabilitate, his fan base will ride for. Whoever Destiny hates in that moment, his fan base will turn on and will literally be like, that's the worst person on the planet. Problem is, I've been the worst person on the planet for the past 5 years. So that's the major problem. That's it. Yeah. You got rent control in his brain? Oh my God, I know. Those dumbasses think we don't know there's logs of Destiny saying shit like genocide the Jews on Twitch. Yeah, it wasn't on Twitch. I think it was on DGG or the N-word. But it doesn't really matter because his fan base is insanely fucking racist for the memes, but also simultaneously incredibly progressive at the tip of a hat. They're like if fucking Kiwi Farms could actually operate with a little bit of decency and make themselves seem liberal when it benefited them. You know what I mean? God, this election is so fucking boring. Yeah, see, talking with people doesn't equate supporting them, right? Unlike you supporting a terrorist, Destiny doesn't support their views. Like, dude, you are literally a 50-month subscriber, brother. Do you understand how fucking psychopathic that is, chatters? There are 50-month subscribers in here who are literally fucking fans. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. Like, that's awesome. That guy will turn around and be like, yeah, actually, I didn't used to be, but I am now because you've changed. Like, that's insane. Guys, you don't understand. We were having chicken and waffles, but we were also debating each other in good faith. Motherfucker gave me a $250. The New York Times needle is up. It's over. I know Decision Desk already called it. They called the top of the hour ad break. Trump heart strikes again. Bye-bye, white girl. Nimarata. Primary over. I concede nothing. Says Brian the Scotty. Not a good look that he struggled with Haley. No. It's the struggle is not a real struggle. It's just for New Hampshire because New Hampshire is a weird state. There's a lot of independents. New Hampshire and Iowa are like weird in different directions. Like Donald Trump is coming in with a sweep after this. Nikki Haley had to win in this state. This was the only state where she was coming close. This is the only state where chat cooking you. What do you mean? 4.3? Did I get a 4.3 for the ad break? That's crazy. This was the only state where she was even coming close to striking distance of Donald Trump, and it still didn't matter. He still won. You did too. Oh, that's why. Well, I didn't run it last time though. I'm running it now. I forgot to run it last time. His chat became entirely tuned to your stream over his, and now he's watching Law. What do you mean? Are we talking about Donald Trump? I said this already. I think that CNN hyping up Nikki Haley is a bad idea. Why is it a bad idea? Because I think, and this is, by the way, this has nothing to do with anyone else's analysis on the matter. As a matter of fact, many people think that I'm wrong, right? But I think that if Donald Trump takes Nikki Haley and puts Nikki Haley or a female VP pick in general that's not like super kooky like Carrie Lake, he can posture as a person who is a little bit more moderate to at least some of the moderate Republican Party voters, especially on the issue of abortion, because he desperately needs that right now. Nothing signals that you care about women's bodily autonomy, I promise, but like I'm still going to fucking, I'm the guy who did the abortion ban thing, like having a woman on there. Okay? Some people are saying Stefanik. Some people have brought up Lee Zeldin as a consequence of Sebastian Gorka's take that he knows who it's going to be. It's going to be like someone from New York, blah, blah, blah. I don't think so. Some people believe it's Kristi Noem. I think Nikki Haley signals that Trump is going with a moderate, especially after how much CNN and everybody else gassed her up. If he were to turn around and bring Slaley on board, I feel like all of these liberals that have been watching the media hype up Nikki Haley, I feel like they would be like, you know what, maybe I'll give Trump a second look.
We see it here in Antrim. We see it in Hillsborough. We talked about this one earlier. Again, she'd want to be in the 40s here. We talked about it in the city of Claremont. She'd want to be probably, mid 40s there. We're waiting, I think, more on Laconia. We still haven't got much more in. But again, this is one she'd want to be doing much better than a third. So again, the statistic we've been tracking here is it's so crucial to any story about the Republican Party, and really in the general election, too, is that college.
I personally think the unity ticket is RFK Jr., and I think that would be the best move. Okay? RFK Jr., unity ticket. You get literally you get the daddy vote. All the people that are like, RFK's hot. They're going to be like, I want a hot president. I thought Trump was hot already. Now he's gotten even hotter. Okay? I hate vaccinations. I think that people should die from Legionnaire's disease. Like, if that's the type of attitude you have, okay, RFK Jr. is the guy for you. I'm telling you, Trump RFK unity ticket, baby.
Corner. A lot of these are 8 o'clock poll closing times, and I just want to look here to see what we had. Now again, this is Haley did well. Again, she did well. She had 48%. We thought she needed to be in the low 50s. You notice a pattern in the good areas. She's not quite getting there, and in those smaller towns, in those rural places with lower median income, with lower college attainment rates, she's falling farther.
Dude, I can't even get myself to fake care about this. It's crazy. Like, it's just so irrelevant. If I'm an executive producer of one of these shows, I'm just straight up putting a microphone on every single person that's voting, because that's the only thing that's interesting. Like, the only thing that's interesting about this entire process is like the voters. Go talk to them and be like, why are you voting? I don't care about like the tabulation process. You know what I mean?
1 Peters 0.
Like, this part sucks. This guy said vote DJT, but censored himself. Why do you think vote is censored in this chat, chatter? It's not interesting. They're stupid and insane. No, voters are interesting because they're stupid and insane. So at least it's fucking content. Okay? I want to hear from the guy who's like, I'm not a part of the MAGA movement, but I think that Chris Sununu is like a pedophile vampire, and that's why he endorsed Nikki Haley. You know what I mean? I want to hear from the Donald Trump supporter that's like, Nikki Haley is my queen. That's the beauty of the American electorate. They're so stupid. It's a sea of contradictions, and that's what makes it awesome. I want to hear about the guys that are like voting for RFK Jr., especially. That's what I want to know. I think the real conservatives and Trump guys are coming back to the chat, hoggers. Dude, that is so exciting. That is so incredibly exciting. Oh my God. They found the most, what's that fucking guy? They found the most Sean McElvey looking motherfucker, dude. This guy looks like such, oh my God, he looks like such a DC staffer. Holy shit, I'm losing my fucking mind. He's got the phenotype. Okay. You know how like More Perfect Union has a look? Like how you guys are making fun of me yesterday for looking like a DSA guy? Okay. This is the DNC version of that, right? Yeah, looking like Rin Tin Tin, or Tintin, I guess, in English. This is the Beltway white dude working for like Lockheed Martin. I love this. I mean, no disrespect, but if you really, really are into election watching, and possibly like a former Liz Warren supporter, this is what you look like. There's no other way to look. Can't grow facial hair, circular glasses, craziest haircut of all time. This man was born to be an intern to like, you know, Dean Phillips and had to quit, and now is looking to make his way in the Democratic Party.
We're here in New Hampshire ahead of the state's first in the nation primary, and we actually wanted to gauge New Hampshireites' thoughts about something that recently happened in a...
This man looks like Sean McElvee's Bitmoji. Yeah, he looks like Sean McElvee's Bitmoji if Sean McElvee was like trying to fucking catfish people. You know what I mean? Like made his own Bitmoji like way skinnier than he actually is.
Neighboring state to the north, that is Maine. The Secretary of State there ruled that Donald Trump cannot appear on the primary ballot because of the 14th Amendment, which bars those who have engaged in insurrection from holding office.
Are we judging appearances for no particular reason now? Who gives a fuck? He's a cool guy. What the fuck? Dude, we're joking, man. It's a joke. Like, I'm sure he's a wonderful dude. It's just for fun. It's for ha-has. You know what I mean? We didn't even say anything like bad. You're the one who gives a fuck, apparently. Are you him? Cavity Job, is this you? Is this... You can't insult people as a leftist? First of all, I do it all the fucking time.
According to a recent University of New Hampshire poll, 50% of New Hampshireites agree with the Maine Secretary of State's decision, while 42% oppose. Here's what New Hampshireites had to say. The Secretary of State of Maine recently decided to take Trump off of the ballot there. Do you agree or disagree with that decision?
It's all right with me.
Why? Why is that?
Because he's a criminal.
I think it's wrong.
I mean, it don't matter what I think. It's about what the state of Maine thinks. State of Maine said we don't want you here. You ain't going to be here.
I feel that it's the right thing to do.
I think that people should be able to elect whoever they want to, and that's simple. It's supposed to be by the people, for the people, right?
I believe with the 14th Amendment that he shouldn't be on the ballot. Having said that, I think it should be because he's been convicted of something. He hasn't had a trial yet. He hasn't been convicted.
I think I disagree with it.
Why is that?
Well, I think the voting populace should be able to make the decision for themselves.
I mean, I think it's sort of like a weird precedent to set. I don't think that solves the problem. You know, if people want to vote for Trump, I feel like that's going to happen, you know.
I mean, has he been charged with insurrection? No. So I don't think he should be off the ballot based on the 14th Amendment, which specifies insurrection.
According to that...
Technically, you don't need to be... I mean, I get where he's coming from. I said the same thing. You don't need to be convicted, though. He is charged. He's just not convicted. And that's, according to the way that the law works, it's enough. It just doesn't fucking matter. I think it's so... This is a issue that people get mad at me for stating, but one, I think it's fucking sick that criminals can literally run for president. I think they should be able to vote for president as well. I think felons should be able to vote, and I think felons should be able to run for president from prison. So, like, I think that's one of the only cool things about the American Constitution. Having said that, however, the idea of like taking someone off the ballot specifically for crimes of insurrection, because it's like almost directly related to like election crimes, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Because like it's directly an election crime. If you rob a bank, right? Yeah, you're not going to be able to get into a bank for a little bit because you'll be in prison. But once you're out of prison, you should still be able to, use banks normally. And I feel like the same thing about the election crimes. Does that make sense? But also simultaneously, I think you should be able to, run from prison as well, regardless of what your crime is. Honestly, the idea of Trump off the ballot feels like a desperate attempt by Dems because they're too lazy to enact policy change and get votes for Biden in an authentic way. Admit it, you're just worried you won't have any content if Trump disappears. No. We've already had the Trump disappearance last year, and it was perfectly fine. It's this year that has been worse, I think, overall. And mostly because it's foreign policy. I personally don't give a shit all too much. What's with you and bank analogies every fucking time? I swear you bring up banks. Perfectly fine. You've bled out viewers, big dog. Brother, it is a ridiculous thing to fucking bring up when I have 50,000 subscribers. Like, I'm gonna be fine, dude. You know what I mean? Like this, it's such a wild cope from people that are like, dude, you've fallen off, you washed. Like, why are you watching my live concurrent viewership harder than I am? I'm putting this on because, yeah, it's a D talking point. I love you. I'm a leftist love watcher. XOXO. Like, I still got 25K, man. Shit's pretty good, I think. It's good overall. There's 25K viewers in here. Everyone's viewers fell off since COVID. Yeah. I love how these haters come in to hate. It's only going to grow, baby. Yeah. The thing is, you know what I miss? I miss fucking Republican haters, dude. It's always, nowadays, all my haters do not come in here with like ideological differences, but instead to come and like cry about shit. You know what I mean? Like cry about like dumb shit or like say that I'm a terrorist, but in a liberal way. And I miss like the dumbass hogs so much. I miss the Republicans so much. It's not even a joke. It's making me want to go and like debate right wingers a little bit because I just hate yelling at fucking liberals all the goddamn time. It sucks. You know what I mean? Because right wingers are like also more fun. They're just like they don't try to like mask their racism in some like smarmy intellectual way. They just come in and call me like a sand N-word instead of being like, it seems like whenever there's any kind of Muslim reactionary fundamentalism going on, you sure find yourself on their side, Hassan. It's like, dude, you're saying the same thing that like the right winger is saying, but you're saying it wokely. It's just way more smarmy.
That same poll, though, when asked how well they understand the 14th Amendment, 35%.
Yeah, hogs also don't try to like disarm me by pretending to care about me too. Like, hey man, I really care about your content. Is everything all right?
Of New Hampshireites said they understand it very well, while 42% said they only understand it somewhat well.
I'm gonna go to
How well would you say you understand the 14th
I'm gonna go to
Amendment?
fucking Rumble.
I didn't even look at it. I don't look at the amendments. I don't believe in none of them.
Wait, you don't believe in the amendments, but you still think he should be taken off the ballot?
Yeah, because if you want to follow the Constitution like all these people say they do, then do what it says.
That guy's awesome.
I don't have like a super huge understanding of it. I just know like what's in the news and what's, what I've read.
Are you familiar with the 14th Amendment? And I don't ask this in like a mean way. I think probably.
Okay. This is like not that interesting. Let's hear this one. New Hampshire voters talk Trump immigration gas prices. This is actually interesting, right? I don't care about them
We're
getting
here at
kicked off the ballot.
Goldenrod restaurant in Manchester, New Hampshire, ahead of the state's first in the nation primary.
I
and
love
I'm
this guy.
speaking with supporters of Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, and Donald Trump about why they've chosen to support their candidates and what issues are most important to them. So just to start, could you tell me your name and who you're supporting?
My name is Thalia Flores, and I'm supporting Nikki Haley.
It'd be funny as if someone's restreaming your content on Kick. Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like I want the right wingers, like not the fucking fake right wingers who are too pussy to say that they're right wing, but like claim that they're liberal. I want like the actual right wingers to say it. Here's Nikki Haley.
But to also know that the best way you appreciate your blessings is to give back.
That shit would be way more fun, you know?
To my siblings, to my in-laws, to everybody back at home, to Vicky for helping me take care of mom and dad. Thank you for that. You know, I will tell you, it feels like it's been a lifetime, but it has been almost a year that we've been campaigning in New Hampshire, touching every hand, answering every question, being the last person to leave. And we had the most amazing thing happen is the second that we got the endorsement from Governor Chris Sununu. I mean, a true governor that doesn't stand behind a podium. He shows up at a diner. He shows up at the brewery. He loves the people of New Hampshire. He has been with me every single day at every single event. Chris, I couldn't have done it without. And I want to thank someone who was with me on day one. He's a patriot.
Day one.
He's a hardcore conservative. And he is my
Why
friend.
is she talking like she's a winner? Because she's like super close to Trump, even though Trump won. So like the closer she gets, the more she can push for. Look how close we got, I guess.
Congratulate Donald Trump on his victory
Like
tonight. He earned it, and I want to acknowledge that. Now you've all heard the chatter among the political class. They're falling all over themselves, saying this race is over.
Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks the numbers are fake, dude. I love how much like the elections are stolen narrative is so permanent in the Republican Party that they're just like hurting themselves in confusion now. Like every election is fake. Even if Trump wins, there's still fake, like fraudulent results here. Every election is fake because like Trump didn't win by the margins that she was supposed to. It's awesome.
Is my sweet. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. And we were at 2% in the polls. Well, I'm a fighter. And I'm scrappy. And now we're the last one standing next to Donald Trump.
Trump is 30 points up on Haley in South Carolina. Dude, you want to hear the fucking maximum quote from Nikki Haley on that, by the way? She literally said every single member of the state legislature backed Trump over me because I was too tough of a governor because I cared more about the people. It's like, dude, the people elected the state legislature too. What are you talking about? Like, that's insane. Your own state is pro-Trump. This is some real fucking Elizabeth Warren energy here too. Except she is charismatic. Why are they so excited about her? What does she offer them? It's like watching people go hysterical over the Super Bowl. No, it's way worse than the Super Bowl, brother. What are you talking about? Writing for a team that you've cared about your whole life, that gives you fulfillment and enjoyment, destroying your enemies, ritualistically humiliating them, the opposing team, historic rivalries. That is way sicker than giving a single shred of a fuck about Nikki Haley, okay? Are you kidding me? I perfectly understand why motherfuckers ride for, NFL teams and the like, especially when they make it to the goddamn Super Bowl. Nikki Haley fucking sucks. Her framework and her attitude and her legislative agenda is damn near identical to Trump. It's just aesthetically packaged in a way that's different, okay? It's just aesthetically packaged in a way that is more appealing to the more moderate Republicans. She is for the people that say, I like Trump, but I don't like the way he talks, okay? And the reality is a lot more people like Trump because of the way he talks than vice versa, okay? This is the reason why many of the Republican Party will still fall in line with Donald Trump at the end of the day. But she didn't try to overthrow the election in 2020. I mean, I think Trump's biggest problem with January 6th isn't necessarily that, he tried to do an insurrection and failed. I mean, that's a problem for some, for sure. Okay. But I think the biggest issue is that he doesn't shut the fuck up about it, or didn't shut the fuck up about it for so long. Now that he's not talking about how he didn't actually fucking lose the election, he doesn't like constantly chirp about it as much, and is like chirping about other shit that Republicans supposedly care about, like immigration or whatever the television man is telling them. He's still talking about it, but not to the same degree. He was coping way too hard. There was a point, I think you guys are forgetting, from January 6th till like the midterms, okay? For the 2 years where Trump was like both around and not really around because he was like kind of isolated at Truth Social, he only talked about how the election was stolen from him. It was ridiculous. It's just like, it felt like the only thing he would fucking talk about was that. And that gets really boring after a while, especially if you're like, wait, what? It's not about chirping. The dude tried doing a coup, bro. She wouldn't. Brother, what are you talking about? 60, like, guys, a very solid chunk of the Republican base of support thinks that the election was stolen. Okay? If you legitimately think that the election is stolen, it's perfectly valid for you to want to like do something about it. Take matters into your own fucking hands. Okay? The idea that like she wouldn't do a coup or she would do a coup, all of that stuff is so dumb. Nobody votes on those boundaries, dude. You vote on tax cuts and racism.
It's nothing. And we have Joe Biden in the White House making one bad decision after another, when he's making any decisions at all.
Yeah, I think the indictments were a fucking gift because now he can talk about political persecution by like the deep state or whatever, instead of constantly chirping about how he didn't actually lose the election. Like, that shit was boring. Republicans are fucking losers, okay? They are. They love reliving the glory days about like a time when they used to be the prom king or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, and they're couch potato fucking losers. And Trump does a really good job of you know, tugging at their heartstrings and talking about a time when they were fucking legends and how the gay liberals stole that time away from them. But no matter how big of a fucking loser you are, there's a point where you go, okay, well, this guy seems like a bigger loser than me. He just won't shut the fuck up about how he lost the election. And I think that's what happened with Donald Trump. But then the political persecution narrative actually heated up once again with the many different indictments that came, many of which were valid, by the way. But that changed the conversation away from like, oh, the rear view mirror of like being attacked for January 6th, which was an insurrection, but it wasn't an insurrection, and I didn't do anything, and it was a perfect phone call, and Joe Biden stole the election from me, to like, the Democrats are coming after me because, you know, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way. I think now he talks more about like shit that, like, he's got new material.
Republican chaos. The other day, Donald Trump accused me of not providing security at the Capitol on January 6th.
Oh, she's saying he owed.
No, I've long called for mental competency tests for politicians over the age of 75. Trump claims he'd do better than me in one of those tests. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But if he thinks that, then he should have no problem standing on a debate stage with me.
I mean, that'd be sick. Oh my God, that would be sick. Actually, that would be kind of content if Trump went up against Nikki Haley and then literally fucking ripped her, like called her like Indian Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? Oh my God, dude. Nimrata, folks, I'm not the one hiding. She's like Elizabeth Warren, folks, but on the other way, also Indian. Just, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Don't be embarrassed, Nimrata. Just, God, I would make such a good Republican consultant. It's not even funny. It's like, everyone always says Hassan, you're a grifter, but it's like, God damn, dude. If I wanted to grift, Tim Pool, step aside, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I wonder why you call her charismatic, and then she says shit like this, and I get it. Oh, Nikki's a...
And guess what? In the
like
next 2 months,
Republican candidate. I mean,
Joe
she's like an old
Biden
school
isn't
Republican
going to
Party
get any younger
loyalist.
or any better. We'll have all the time we need to defeat Joe Biden. When we get to South Carolina, Donald Trump's going to have a harder time falsely attacking me. The great people of South Carolina know I cut their taxes. They know I signed the toughest illegal immigration bill in the country. They know we passed voter ID and tort reform and ethics reform, and they know we moved 35,000 people from welfare to work. Every time I've run for office in South Carolina, I've beaten the political establishment.
It's so funny. Everyone is like anti-establishment.
Surprise.
Totally. Nikki.
But South
Nikki
Carolina
Haley is who I think of when I think of
or
anti-establishment.
nation. They want an election.
Bro, that's like Fox News constantly chirping about mainstream media. It's like, bro, you are the most mainstream of mainstream media. You're the most popular news broadcaster. What the fuck are you guys talking about? These guys love LARPing as like revolutionary figures that are, very different than everybody else. It's really interesting. It's really interesting to think about how like that message is actually very popular in the right-wing circles.
Nikki Haley with an energized speech to her campaign headquarters in
Is to portray yourself as the underdog? No, I think the funniest thing is like
there. Hey, if you end up seeing this video on your FYP, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to, first of all, give me a follow. I want you to drop a like, and then comment the state that you are from. I want to meet some of you guys, and I want to follow some of you guys. I hope to see you soon. Stop by my live if this live is flashing. God bless you. Have an amazing day.
Nice to see a fellow patriot. He does sound like Ayers. I know you probably answered this before, but does the Dem Party know it's Jover? And if so, would there be any kind of campaigning happening now to try to get Nikki Haley ahead, even though it won't work for, I'm sure? No, I think the Democratic Party is sitting on its ass because they know they have the abortion button, and they're gonna hit it.
If you
hard.
want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Bro, this fan cam is insane because there's like booty shots in this. By the way, it's like an insane fan cam. Oh, this is not the one I was thinking of. Never mind. The other Nikki Haley fan cam literally had booty shots in it. No, that's not even a joke. We watched it the other day.
The experience and it shows.
And you know what?
Charlie Kirk with a nuanced take on DEI.
I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits. Or
bro, nobody is suffering harder from the lack of momentum from the Brandon side than the Republican commentators. Okay? These guys they're so fucking sad. Like, they are looking for new narratives, and they are having such a hard time, dude. Dude, Matt Walsh was advocating to, like, run a anti-MLK narrative, okay? You've lost the plot so much. There's only so many ways that you can be like, I'm a racist white supremacist that, like, still keeps it kind of entertaining. If most people don't respond to you saying you're a racist white supremacist, if there are no libs to own, okay, and people are just like belittling you rather than being afraid of your white supremacy, it kind of destroys the reactionary project. It falls apart entirely. Like, how many people watch Charlie Kirk?
Or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now. Thinking about that.
You want to go thought crime?
He's like, man, so glad that there's a sexy ass white pilot manning the cockpit.
Sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No,
that's just being racist, dog. Like, what you're considering a thought crime is just like you being like a very racist dumb person. Why would a black pilot immediately cause you to feel like he's not qualified other than being black? Like, what is the reason why you think that? I guess the argument is because he's going to say like, well, DEI has caused me to be racist because like DEI initiatives which is made up, obviously, like are putting unqualified black people into positions of power. And that's why I feel scared when I see a black person. And it's like, no, it's because you're racist. That's the reason why you made up the DEI analog to just like be racist with like a little bit more permission. And that's why when you see a black pilot, you get scared and assume that they're worse than a white pilot because you're just fucking racist. It's so funny.
See a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality.
Yeah. They're like, yeah. That's not who I am. It's DEI made me this way. And before DEI, it was CRT that made me this way. And before CRT, it was affirmative action that made me this way. And before affirmative action, it was me saying the N-word that made me feel this way. You know what I mean? Like, guys, you don't understand. It's all of the other things that I also made up to like give myself permission to be racist that made me into a racist person.
Reality the left has created. And that's
anyway, good stuff from the brilliant minds in the reactionary right. Here's another good take.
These are fake numbers. Nikki Haley does not have this much support. She's going to come out and claim that she's rising in the polls. All these fake news media people up here on this platform are going to claim that Nikki Haley is rising in the polls. It's a total, complete.
Having to think about race should not automatically make you more racist. The fuck? No, it is. It is when you're racist. That's the point. It's when you're racist, but you're trying to act like you're not racist, and your racism is actually the product of like some kind of logic and reasoning.
Lie. Absolute lie. Tonight, Nikki Haley was defeated. The problem is she's going to be dumb enough, and she's going to be a fake candidate, and she's going to keep going, and we're...
Marjorie Taylor Greene has sex with this person on a regular basis. Sorry to put that image in your head, but that is true. They are dating.
We're going to destroy her in South Carolina.
Cute that like there's a little boyfriend-girlfriend interview happening
It's
here.
going to be a complete humiliation. I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it, folks. All right, well, fuck you actually for telling me that. I love that you say that every time. Oh, let's hear what Hassan Abi reply guy Frank has to say.
That question that you asked your colleague moments ago is the question. If she loses by less than 10%, she has permission to go on, voter permission. If that becomes a double-digit loss, it's hard to see how she recovers. In terms of her language, three things that matter. Number one, electability.
Called it. You do understand that if New Hampshire is close after Trump claimed he was going to win by 30, that he and MAGA are going to claim it's rigged? Yeah. But also, to be fair, the liberals are also going to make a lot more about New Hampshire than needs to be made. Like, liberals will look at New Hampshire and be like, look how close Nikki Haley is. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of interest in the Republican Party for a different candidate, and they'll point to that, which is what they're doing right now. Okay? And the Republicans will look at that and go, it's rigged, brother. Anyway.
The issue is they are these classic George Bush Republicans waiting for their moment to come back, and they're not. Right? When you look at how Nikki Haley performed tonight, Republicans didn't vote for her. These George Bush Republicans might have money, but they're not Republican voters. And it was independents that...
Damn, where was that energy when you were talking about never Trump Republicans, though? Media, when never Trump Republicans are pushing for Nikki Haley, correctly and accurately point out how marginal that is. But when Trump is president, they're like, never Trump Republicans are the most important constituencies. It's massive. Nobody knows. Liz Cheney probably going to be the president one day, honestly. That's exactly what you said. Moderate Republicans are just Democrats. Yes. Especially when the Democratic Party is like actively leaning towards that base. They are actively working to secure that base of support. Like, they are looking at the suburbs and saying, fuck the working class, fuck the poor. They can't really fucking vote anyway. It's much harder for them to vote. Fuck it. Let's just get the kind of racist, but definitely wants tax cut guys that are just offended by Trump's rhetoric, considering that those are like the last guys that are voting. Democrats like Republican voters more like than they like their own voters. Yeah. Liz has shown she's capable of being truthful even to her own detriment. Is this a Turkish guy hosting this channel? Oh, fuck this. Liz has shown she is... I'm not Turkish. My name is Hank. I'm a racist. Please don't leave. What? A Turkish guy? Get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? No, I'm fucking not Turkish at all. Boo. Ew. I love tax cuts. That's why I'm watching the Republican primaries and I'm pro-Trump. Quick, get the hat. It's called Hank Pecker. You're American? I am, but like when someone goes, ew, is this a Turkish guy running this show? That I don't think they care about that.
Hell yes, I am.
They're still advertising ivermectin? Hell yeah, brother. Hank Pecker of English descent or Scottish descent? It don't matter to me, partner. It don't matter to me, partner. Oh my God.
So what's going on? What is, I'm assuming this is our friend.
Audio reveals that the chair of the Arizona Republican Party tried to bribe Kari Lake not to run for the Senate in Arizona. They're very powerful people who want to keep you out. Yeah, no shit. And it's not because she's a brave truth teller. It's because she fucking sucks. And the Republicans are desperately trying to put like a better candidate. They don't want split ticket votes. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, I love shit like this. And I've said this. I've said she's radioactive from the jump. She is so insane. She's way too insane. Even especially for a place like Arizona, actually. Arizona's a weird place because they also, like I said, it's like the reverse New Hampshire in some ways. But they pride themselves on, being the Maverick John McCain state. Okay. And it's shown time and time again that putting like a Blake Masters style psychopath is not going to fucking work. It didn't work. She's insane. She's absolutely nutty. It's not going to work. Arizona organizer here can confirm is very fucking weird here. Yeah, dog, is 110 degrees in the summer. Average. Of course it's going to be weird. What do you mean? Your brain, half the time, your brain is literally evaporating. And yes, Arizona is home to the Never Trump royalty, a.k.a. the Republican Party pre-2016.
This is back east. There are very powerful people who want to keep you out.
I know they do.
But they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
Okay, I don't believe this. No, this is fake. Never mind. I don't believe this. This guy has the vibes of a big city lawyer. Like, no shot. Oh, I say. They're very powerful people trying to keep you out of this race, Kari. Your weed too strong, Kari Lake. Your bitch too bad, Kari. Your hoes too bad, Kari Lake. Your weed too loud. They'll kill you, Kari Lake. I say. They'll kill you, Kari Lake. I do declare. Don't you do it. They're actively replacing us, and we must say that repeatedly and clearly. I said this in a prior segment.
People who have control of the left in this agenda loathe what America stands for, and they are attempting to erase it. And erasing the border is one
and replace
part
us.
of that.
That's right. They're actively replacing us, and we must say that repeatedly and clearly. I said this in the prior segment, and it's going viral, and I want to make sure I repeat it. I said, quote, there's a border invasion, and native-born Americans, you better buy weapons, everybody, have a lot of guns at your disposal. I don't like talking that way, but when I see Middle Eastern men saying, you're going to know me, everyone's going to know me, you better have an AR-15 at your disposal in your home, because this is not playtime. Playtime is over. Ken, we'll be right back. Stay right there. Email is freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you guys about one of our partners here, Relief Factor.
Dude, that's so funny to be like, you need to get a gun because we have to start killing Muslims in the streets, and then immediately going into an ad read. That's awesome.
Relief Factor, 100% drug-free Relief Factor, knee pain, back pain, joint pain, elbow pain. Check it out right now. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients like turmeric and omega.
You need to purchase a Daniel Defense Mark 18 rifle right now, okay? Go to that website, okay? Relief Factor. Are you scared of Muslims and you want relief? Here's your Relief Factor, a Daniel Defense Mark 18 rifle, okay? You got the pistol grip. I can put the kit out there. If you use the code word SMALLFACE, that's right, it's SMALLFACE, SMALLFACE, at relieffactor.com. You'll be able to get 15% off and automatically get the same kit that I have at home. That's right. That's Daniel Defense Mark 18.
Omega-3s to help.
It is effective and proven to give you relief when you are in a tactical self-defense style situation with a Muslim. Right.
Reduce or eliminate pain every single day, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help you feel better. Relief Factor isn't simply about feeling better. It's about living better, living the life you want, and doing the activities that you love. See how Relief Factor can help you with the 3 quick start. It's only $19.95, and it comes with the Relief Factor's Feel Better or Your Money Back Guarantee, so why not give it a try?
That's awesome. Hassan Media Complex should buy ad space in Charlie Kirk. Fuck no. Never give him money. Go fuck out of here. All right, let's get to it. Let's watch the debate. Okay? Let's do it. Let's watch pieces of it at least. There it is. Ben Shapiro debated Destiny on the Lex Fridman podcast. I assume they agree on a lot more than they disagree on, but for the sake of content, there will be a little bit of contrarian back and forth. Wait, 3 people voted for me in New Hampshire? Wait, really? Oh, fuck you, dude. That's fuck. Oh, how do I fall for that? I don't know. I'm such a stupid idiot. That's how I fall for it. God damn it. It's real, though? No, it's not. I want to believe it, though. You want to know why I don't believe it? Because, really, all the Hasanabi heads are technically Asa Hutchinson fans. So the fact that I got more votes than Ada Hutchinson, okay, who got 1 vote, that's why I know it's fake. That's why. He had a real shot here. Asa bros, Hutch bros, we fucked up. Anyway, earlier in the day, you told the chatter to get better bait. This is a prime example of good bait. Oh, yeah, no, it's a great bait. At the top of the hour, by the way, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free, all the Ada heads. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Israel-Palestine section. Yeah, I want to hear their overall values first.
In the context of this left-right political spectrum. You want to go first?
Yeah. So I think that we have a huge country full of a lot of people, a lot of individual talents,
I want to say they're both liberal and also both conservative.
Abilities. And I think that the goal of government, broadly speaking, should be to try to ensure that everybody's able to achieve as much.
Why cover this if you're not willing to go on Lex Fridman yourself? I am willing to go on Lex Fridman. I just don't have I haven't had time. That's it. I don't know why people are so contentious. Like, I already said I would do it.
As possible. So on a liberal level, that usually means some people might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to things like education. They might need a little bit of a boost when it comes to providing certain necessities like housing or food or clothing. But broadly speaking, I mean, I'm still a liberal, not a communist or a socialist. I don't believe in the, total command economy, total communist takeover of all of the, economy. But I think that broadly speaking, the government should kind of like kick in and help people when they need it.
I puked in my mouth of the most skilled political debaters, and who the fuck on the left claims him? No, he is a skilled debater. They both are skilled debaters. Come on, guys. It doesn't matter. Being a skilled debater doesn't mean that you have good ideas or you are correct. Obviously, Ben Shapiro is a skilled debater, and I would not say that his ideas are good nor correct at all. They're good at debating. Debating is just about knowing the right talking points that you can deploy. It doesn't mean that you are being truthful or honest. In many instances, as a matter of fact, I would say that he's a skilled debater, specifically because on issues that he's completely outside of his range, Destiny and Ben Shapiro both have very quick ways of deflecting the conversation and reorienting it to an area that they are more comfortable in. That is what a good debater is. A good debater is basically, it's theatrics, right? A good debater is able to make themselves come across more confident and basically destroy the opposite argument. Like, it's just rhetorical talent. Exactly. And they both have it. We've seen it before. Ben Shapiro was asked about the Great March of Return. He had no idea what the fuck it was. Obviously, college students are not very good at debating, but they can have information that the other person doesn't have. So when he was hit with that, he very quickly parried, right? The problem here is that I think a lot of people mistake being a good debater with having the correct takes. You can have piffy, quick retorts and really good talking points that make you come across like you're in the right. You can trip up your opponent. You know what I mean? Hit those iframes, right? Yeah. I'm glad D-Money is finally here so we can explain things correctly. Yes. Oh my God, run the ad during his opening. Dog shit. Destiny fans, once again, proving to just not be normal at all. Like, just can't hold it in at all, okay?
And that government can and should be big.
Not necessarily. I noticed that when liberals talk about government, or especially taxes, it seems like they talk about it for taxes' sake or bigness sake. So people talk about taxes sometimes as like a punishment, like tax the rich. I think taxing the rich is fine insofar as it funds the programs that we want to fund. But Democrats have a really big problem demonizing success or wealth.
Why do you even give Ben Genucito as much time of day as you do? Because he is one of the most popular right-wing commentators out there, and his platform and his ideas are identical to many people that I despise. It's the same. Well, it's in some ways similar to why Destiny talks about me all the time, because regardless of the fact that Destiny tried to present himself as like a progressive or whatever, he fucking despises that shit. So that way he can just regularly fucking talk about like whatever I'm presenting and, well, not really tackle the issue head on, but instead talk about how, I'm bad off of like clickbaited, clip chimped compilation videos. And that way he doesn't have to undermine the idea. He can simply undermine the person, and therefore it's like you destroyed the idea as well. Anyway, let's keep going.
And I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing to be wealthy, to be a billionaire or whatever, as long as we're funding what we need to fund.
Ben, what do you think it means to be a conservative? What's the philosophy that underlies your political view?
So first of all, I'm glad that Destiny, you're already coming out as a Republican. That's exciting. We hold a lot in common in terms of, the basic idea that people ought to have as much opportunity as possible, and also insofar as the government should do the minimum amount necessary to interfere in people's lives in order to pursue certain functions, particularly
okay, how was that any different than what he said? Okay, you guys are in agreement then. Kiss and make up. Like, what do you mean?
The local level. So a lot of governmental discussions on a pragmatic level end up being discussions about where government ought to be involved, but also at what level government ought to be involved. And I have an incredibly subsidiary view of government. I think that, local governments, because you have higher levels of homogeneity and consent, are capable of doing more things.
Homogeneity at the local level. That's why. Yeah. That's why it works. That's a fucking straight up dog whistle, by the way. Oh, yeah. Homogeneity is the reason why local government is more effective. And not because, like, you get to see immediate tangible impacts of, like, your own election and your own outcomes. You vote for someone at the local level, you have more of a connection with them because they're not like 11 steps removed from you with like 1,000 different lobbyists that have that person's ear. Okay. That's the reason. It has nothing to do with homogeneity. So dumb.
And as you abstract up the chain, it becomes more and more impractical and more divisive to do more things. In my view, government is basically there to preserve certain key liberties.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. It's a dog whistle, and it's laying the foundation against Nordic social democracies working as a counter, even though the reason why those Nordic social democracies work is not because of homogeneity at all.
Those key liberties pre-exist the government insofar as they are more important than what priorities the government has. The job of government is to maintain, for example, national defense, protection of property rights, protection of religious freedom. Right? These are...
Yeah. You hate big government except for when women want to get abortions, in which case then you want the biggest of government. Got it.
These are the key focuses of government as generally expressed in the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. And I agree with the general philosophy of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Now, that doesn't mean, by the way, that you can't do more on a governmental level, again, as you get closer to the ground, which, by the way, is also embedded in the Constitution. People forget the Constitution was originally applied to the federal government, not to local and state governments. But if I were going to define conservatism, it would actually be a little broader than that, because I think to understand how people interact with government, you have to go to kind of core values. And so for me, there are a couple of premises. One, human beings have a nature. That nature is neither good nor bad. We have aspects of goodness and we have aspects of badness. Human beings are sinful. We have temptations. And what that means is that we have to be careful not to incentivize the bad, and that we should incentivize the good. Human beings do have agency and are capable of making decisions in the vast majority of circumstances. And it is better for society if we act as though they do. Second, the basic idea of human nature, there is an idea, in my view, that all human beings have equal value before the law. I'm a religious person, so I'd say equal value before God, but I think that's also sort of a key tenet of Western civilization, being non-religious.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It is insufferable. Oh my God. Like, they both have the same exact argument, except for like a bunch of social conservatism and God shit that he's adding on. Jesus Christ, it's insufferable.
Or religious.
Okay, I'm skipping
that does
some
not
of it.
necessarily mean that every person is equally equipped to do everything equally well. And so it is not the job of government to
It's like, yeah.
is something that so those are a few key tenets, and that tends to materialize in a variety of ways. The easiest way to sum that up would the traditional kind of three legs of the conservative stool, although now obviously there's a very fragmented conservative movement in the United States, would be
You just said two neoliberals, one Reaganite, one Bill Clintonite, and you're unironically not wrong. So I guess in a way, this is basically the left-right spectrum of like permissible ideas in the American election cycles year over year. So you're not wrong. It is neoliberalism with like marginal differences. One side is like a little bit more socially conservative than the other side. The other side is more socially progressive than the other side, but will like oftentimes concede and cede ground to the social conservatism if they feel as though that social conservatism will help them basically preserve the supposed free market or market competition that they claim to care about.
a socially conservative view in which family is the chief institution of society, like the little platoons of society, as Edmund Burke suggested, in which free markets and property rights are extraordinarily valuable and necessary, because every individual has the ability to be creative with their property and
Are
to
you gonna engage with what he's saying or dismiss it with no rationale? What do you want me to engage with? Like, what can I engage with? He just said he wants little government, and he wants to incentivize good things and not incentivize bad things. Okay, I don't know what he thinks is good and bad. Well, I do know, but it's very different than what I think is good and bad, right? So when he leaves it like that, okay, that is not an idea that is like fun to engage with at all. It's just a stupid fucking argument. You just want me to expose the hypocrisy in his rhetoric, and sure, I will do that for you, okay? He claims he wants small government, but he also wants to stop women from being able to get fucking abortions. There you go. Inherent hypocrisy right there. Just because he turned around and said that I actually also, I don't know, believe in God and you know, the godly way of doing things, and the government should preserve the godly way of doing things, doesn't change the reality. That's inherently hypocritical for him to fucking say this shit. Okay? But thank you. I do love when Ben Shapiro fans come in here and try to tell me to like engage with his ideas. I would love to debate Ben Shapiro. He has chosen not to debate me, but to debate the likes of Anna Kasparian and now Destiny as well.
freely alienate that property. And finally, I tend toward a hawkish foreign policy that suggests that the world is not filled with wonderful people who all agree with us and think like us. And those people will pursue adversarial interests if we do not protect our own interests.
Can I ask
And that way he can just like have a hawkish military as well. He can have like a hawkish foreign policy take, despite the idea that he's like some kind of libertarian.
Question on that? I'm so
Yeah,
curious.
sure.
Okay. I'm excited for this conversation because I consider you to be really intelligent. But I feel like sometimes there are ways that conservatives talk about certain issues that seem to defy logic and reason, I guess. So here, and I'm sure you feel the same way about I feel the same way about progressives, but even some liberals for sure. Before I ask this question, it's going to relate to education. We can agree, broadly speaking, that statistics are real and that not everybody could do everything.
Dude, I'm gonna keep it $150. I feel like this is Destiny's way of trying to like bring in more right wingers into his audience and like I guess change their mind by being very nice to Ben Shapiro. I like to look at who his enemies are and who his friends are, and on that, when I look at who he like hangs out with, who he considers to be his friends, and who he considers to be his like most mortal enemies. If you find yourself routinely and regularly shitting on like the most marginal of leftist positions that have no bearing on like American politics whatsoever, and you routinely find yourself like hyping up a right-wing figure like Ben Shapiro, saying he's actually smart, I know that that's probably a way to like disarm him in this debate, But if you find yourself agreeing more with right-wing perspectives, which do dominate American politics, and hyper-focusing on left-wing perspectives as like the scariest thing, then you might not really be a liberal or a progressive. Okay?
So for a grounded example, my life was pretty bad. I got into streaming and I turned my life around, and that was really cool, but I can't expect everybody to do what I did, right? Like everybody being able to join the NBA or to be like a streamer.
Well, of
or-
course, everybody
yeah,
has different qualities, sure.
Okay. So I used to be a lot more libertarian when I was 21. And one of the things
They are two grown men. They can disagree with each other without having to yell and throw insults. I learned a lot from this interview from both of them. Oh, God.
that dramatically changed kind of my view on government manipulation of things in the, I guess, in society came when it came time to deal with my son and the school that he went to. And one of the things that I noticed was when it came time to send my son to school, I could either do private education or I could do public. Personally, I did 12 years of Catholic private education. However, the public schools in Nebraska, depending on where you lived, were very, very, very good. And I opted for a certain district. I bought a house there. I moved there. And then my son was able to go to those schools. And he's been going through those schools. And the difference of availability of like technology, like these kids are taking home iPads in like first grade. They've got like huge computer labs and everything. Do you think that there is some type of, I don't want to say injustice or unfairness, because I'm not even looking at it that way, just pragmatically, that there might be children that are in certain schools that if they just had better funding or more access to technologies or things available to them, that those kids would become more productive members of society, that with like a little bit of a help, they could actually achieve more and do better for all of society?
So I think that on the list of priorities, when you
Ben Shapiro is going to deflect away. Either go school choice here, or he's going to say that it's like family values. Okay. He could do both, honestly. But regardless, Destiny's argument here is good. It's solid. It's not just about obviously iPads and shit. There's a lot more to it, and I'm sure he will get to it. But having said that, ultimately, this conversation between these two people will not go anywhere productive unless it goes back to, I guess, how to manage taxes.
comes to education, the availability of technology is actually fairly low on the list of priorities.
Sure. The
Meaning
two
that
things I've heard are food availability and I think air conditioning, I think, are the two biggest ones that I hear. But sure.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing in terms of education itself, not just the physical facilities that we're talking about, would actually be two-parent family households.
Sure.
Okay. The way to respond to this is quite simple. Okay? Of course he's going to say that because he has nothing else. He's a fucking idiot. The way to respond to this is super simple. When you look at divorce rates or when you look at two-parent household rates across the board in other countries, obviously there's other externalities that are that play a role in this, like the carceral state. Ben Shapiro will try to, of course, bring it back to like culture, which is a substitute for race in this conversation, right? But when he says, "Oh, it's the parents," it's like that's the real issue with education. The question should be, okay, like divorce rates are increasing all across the world. Why is it that educational outcomes in other countries where they have a better, more efficient public education focused structure, regardless of the divorce rates going in either direction, why do they still yield better outcomes than the United States of America? That's the question. That's the counter to this question, rather. Anything else, and if you concede, if you say something like, okay, two-parent households, that's important, the moment that you cede territory in this argument to that take, you've completely moved beyond. He has very successfully taken the conversation and led the narrative to this absolute nonsensical position.
Communities that have fathers in them is actually the number one, decisive according to Roland Fryer and many studies done on this particular topic. And
yeah, by the way, the two-party household concept is directly a consequence of material wealth. Okay, two-parent households yield better outcomes for the child, not because of some holistic, spiritual, religious reason, but because two parents imply that you have more spare time to take care of the child and you have more disposable income to ensure that the child has the child doesn't have to work, for example. It's dual income. That's what matters. Dual income and also more free time. That's what matters. And that is how you arrive at, I guess the healthier, I don't know, healthier, smarter, better educated kids. As a child of one-parent household, this shit's always so pitiful. Blaming all society's problems on broken families negates factors that tend to break those families up. My high school homeroom teacher always dogged on broken families and is incredibly shitty punching down. Yeah, I'm not even talking about that. The other part of this conversation, of course, is that it's also a dog whistle for like a substitute for like black people too, even though, there's obviously a issue of like having children out of wedlock, if you consider it to be an issue in American society across the board. But having said that, I think that the two-parent thing is a post hoc rationalization rather than a real consistent way of solving a problem, right? A lot of those studies that Ben is talking about look at correlation and imply causation. That's the other side of this equation as well. The notion that like two-parent households are actually, they yield like more successful children is a consequence of a shit ton of different external factors. But Ben lands on that conclusion and says, and that's the way to solve it. Yeah, people that come from two-parent households that have more disposable income and more free time to take care of the child are often going to have other factors that play a role in the development of the child as well.
The idea that money alone, that investment of resources is the top priority in schooling is belied by the fact that LAUSD, which is where I went to school when I was younger, they pour an enormous amount of money into LAUSD. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars very often per student, and it does not result in better schooling outcomes. And so when you say, if we could give every kid an iPad, would you give every kid an iPad? The question is not, if I had a replicator machine from Star Trek, would I give everybody an enormous amount of stuff? Sure, I would. Every resource is finite. Every resource is limited. And you have to prioritize what are the outcomes that you seek in terms of the means with which you are seeking them. And so, again, I think that the question is I quibble with the premise of the question, which is that, again, the chief injustice when it comes to education on the list of injustices is lack of availability to technology, or that it's a funding problem. I just don't think that's the case.
Sure, and I can half agree with you there, but I don't think any amount of changes in the schools will create two-parent households. Right, we can't bring it.
I totally agree with you. So that's why I think that the fundamental educational problem is not, in fact, a schooling problem. I think that it preexists that.
Sure, but then I feel like this is kind of the conservative merry-go-round where it's like, what can we do to help with schools? So two of the things that I've seen, I think, that are usually brought up in research is one is air conditioning, that children in hotter environments just don't learn as well. And then the second one is access to food. So like kids that are given like a breakfast or a lunch that's provided at school, like increases educational outcomes. Now I agree that neither of these things might be determinative in like, well, 20% of kids were graduating and now 80% of kids are graduating, or these kids are all going, from with their GEDs into the workforce and now these kids are all suddenly becoming engineers. But in terms of where we can help, do you think there should be like some minimum threshold or minimum baseline of like, at the very least,
The science behind that conclusion that parents stay together because of good material conditions is strong. Republicans clearly don't want to change material conditions. The only reason they bring the issue of two-parent households is literally just racism. That's it. Exactly. Racism, especially without like analyzing like different cultural differences even, but also claiming that there is no other reason as to why like black families are from broken households. Just a racist dog whistle.
Every school should have a
I sped it up 125.
Or every school should have, if children can't afford lunch or breakfast, like some sort of food provided, or every school should have these like baseline things.
So again, I'm going to quibble with the premise of the question, because I think that when it comes to, for example, food insecurity, school food programs, again, you can always pour money into any program and at the margins create change. I mean, there's no doubt that pouring money onto anything will create change in a marginal way. The question is, how large is the margin and how big is the movement?
Yeah. There's a finite amount of resources, right, Ben? That's why you just can't give them money, because I'm just trying to make it efficient is what Ben is saying. How is he trying to make it efficient? Let me tell you something, okay? Here's why right-wingers are such fabulists, okay? The notion that, like, Ben is this intellectual giant who's actually thinking critically on the matter is silly as fuck. From where I'm standing, from where I'm sitting and understanding what Ben Shapiro is saying, he is more insane than any anarchist I've ever met that thinks that we can kumbaya tickle party fucking, criminals. Okay? Why? Because he thinks that we can somehow force people to be locked into fucking marriages in a way that like won't cause genuine chaos, like regress on social liberties in a way where the government, he wants small government, unless it's literally arresting what? Moms and dads that actually want to get a divorce? Like, how are you going to do that? It's such a fucking idiotic way to try and solve this problem instead of looking at other comparable OECD nations and seeing what they've done. If we tomorrow looked at the Finnish model and decided we're going to do the exact same thing, you would see educational outcomes that were better immediately. Okay? More funding for schools and a more even way of developing schools would abso-fucking-lutely fix like half the issues. And before you say Hassan is unfortunately the dumbest guy here this time, please just simply tell me why you think that is the case instead of just saying that and making yourself feel smart, because that is what dumb guys do. I often find myself belittling people as well, but at least I back it up with why I'm belittling them. Okay?
Right. So the delta is what I'm looking at. And so I think that you're starting at a second order question, which is, what if we ignore what I would think are the big primary questions of education, namely family structure, value of education at home, how much you have parents who are capable or willing to help with homework, what are the incentive structures we can set up for a society that actually facilitate that, how local communities take ownership of their schools is a big one, right? All of these issues we're ignoring in favor of, say, air conditioning or lunch programs. And so in a vacuum, if you say air conditioning and lunch programs, sounds great in a vacuum. In terms of prioritization of values and cost structure, are those the things that I think are going to move the needle in a major way in terms of public policy?
By the way, this is precisely the reason why they're both on the same side of the coin, by the way. Like, that's why I said they're both neoliberals. Like, what is he saying? Like, we know what his, like, nefarious agenda is for Ben, like, behind his statement, right? He wants, like, a theocratic style government, right? An authoritarian theocracy that upholds the principles of Judeo-Christianity, right? That's what he wants. He'll try to mask it and be like, oh, I actually just mean like we'll incentivize good things and not the bad. But that's what he's saying. That's what he wants. But when he's arguing for that position, instead of just saying straight up, I want Handmaid's Tale or whatever, he's being like, oh, well, it's about efficiency. It's just like we only have a finite amount of resources. We can't give iPads to every children. And I'm simply talking about like what's the most efficient way of using the limited amount of government resources we have. And if you don't have like a stable approach to this subject, you're gonna lose out. This is why like a lot of neoliberals on the leftist side or the liberal side oftentimes fail to combat these talking points and end up agreeing with people like this.
I do not. And in fact, I think that many of them end up being disproportionate wastes of money. I mean, I've talked before pretty controversially about the fact that an enormous amount of school lunch programs are thrown out. Like an enormous amount of that food ends up in the garbage can. Is there a better...
Dude, that's crazy. Pointing to the waste in school lunch programs in a way to like try to undermine one of the most important social programs is insane. It's yet again another instance where it is perfectly valid for private corporations to dump metric tons of shit in an effort to ensure that they still have a steady flow of profits, even though we have created an abundance of food in this country. But when schools throw out a marginal percentage of the food that they get, oh my God, we have to use that as a cudgel, as a way to say, we got to throw this entire program away. That is psychotic, okay? That is insane. We dump a shit ton more in the private sector, on the agricultural side, on all matter of like food development, selling, on the fucking retail side. That is so stupid. You would never make this argument for cutting waste if the government actually put together an initiative that said, hey, you can actually dump out the extra milk in an effort to hit your, in an effort to ensure that there is like some level of scarcity so that your price points are so that your price is adjusted, right? To maintain price stability, you're going to have to limit supply a little bit, which means wasting a shit ton of food. If someone were to actually advocate for that, Ben would lose his fucking mind. He would be like, that's communism. That's communism. But the moment that like a school is dumping out a little bit of their program, of their food program. We're talking about children, for the record. Children getting food. Sometimes the most nutritious meal that millions of children eat is at school. There's a reason why during COVID, when schools stopped, schools still maintained their lunch programs. That's because millions of families are food insecure and hyper reliant on their public school lunches to deliver the most nutritious meal of the day for a child. Ridiculous.
Better way to do that. If there is a better way to do it, then I'm perfectly willing to hear about that better way to do it. But it seems to me that one of the big flaws in the way that many people of the left approach government is, what if we hit every gnat with a hammer? And my question is, what if the gnat isn't even the problem? What if there's a much bigger substructure problem that needs to be solved in order to, if you're shifting deck chairs on the Titanic, sure, you can make the Titanic slightly more balanced because the deck chairs are slightly better oriented. But the real question is the water that's gaping into the Titanic, right?
Yeah, and I agree with you 100%. But again, I feel like we're on the conservative merry-go-round then of never wanting to address
That's not a conservative merry-go-round. I can give you 10 ways.
Well, sure, but so like here would be the merry-go-round. I would say that like there's a minimum funding for schools that I think would help children. And then we go, well, the thing that would help them the most is two-parent households. And I go, okay, well, two-parent households actually aren't the problem. The issue is access to things like birth control so that people don't have children early on. And it's like, but the issue isn't actually birth control. The issue is actually you need a certain amount of money to move out early and to get married and then to have a two-parent household. So it's actually like economic opportunity.
No,
well, it's not,
just two-parent households. That's
but like what are the precursors?
Don't fuck people before you...
No, just two-parent households. Okay, how do you do it then? The problem is you shouldn't actually ever ask him, like, how do you enforce that? Because then you're kind of conceding. You're giving him an opportunity to describe his like idiotic worldview. And Ben is a very skilled debater, and he will try to present his handmaiden tale as dystopia in like a relatively positive way.
You're married and have babies.
Sure.
Done.
That's great. We can say that and try to fight against, however many hundreds of thousands of years of human evolution, but people will have sex and people will make babies.
And then they used to get married. The vast majority of people in this country with kids used to be married.
Notice how we moved away from school funding, by the way, and now they're talking about something completely irrelevant to that. Okay? It's over. School funding, a point that Destiny made that he absolutely should have nailed Ben Shapiro on, they've moved on. He got trapped in his fucking rabbit hole. Now he's talking about the boundaries of family values and marriage. Why are we talking about marriage when the subject matter is supposed to be on education?
The vast majority of people with kids in this country now are not married increasingly. That is obviously a societal change. Something changed. It wasn't human evolution.
But a lot of those things in terms of resting on whether or not people get married have to do with financial decisions. Do you have the money?
People are worse off now.
I don't disagree with you, but you can't make it sound like the U.S. serves healthy food at schools because they simply don't. It's literal poison that looks like food. You want to know the fucking sad state of affairs, my friend? I know that. And yet that is still the most nutritious meal that a child has in millions of food insecure families. I know that. That's how bad the fucking situation is, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know what's better? Which is better, no food or shit food? I know that. I know that, like, in a lot of these places, guys, I've shit on Amy Klobuchar personally for getting funded by, I believe it was a tomato lobby, to make ketchup appear as a vegetable on school lunches, to make pizza, to get pizza to be considered a vegetable on school lunches because it has enough like tomato sauce on it. Okay? Not ketchup, it was pizza and ketchup. So I know how fucked up the process is. I'm simply telling you that even then it is still more nutritious than nothing.
Now than they were 50, 60 years ago when the marriage rates were higher.
People are delaying the start of their careers because education is going to be increasingly important.
So in other words, people are richer now and they have more education now, and yet they're having more babies out of wedlock now because they're richer and have more education.
I'm saying that one of the biggest indicators for whether or not somebody's willing to get married is how much money both people are making if they can move out of their household. People don't tend to want to get married at 22 when they've just finished college, when they don't have the money to move out and they can't afford a house.
Because we have changed the moral status of marriage in the culture, meaning that everyone, poor, rich, and in between, used to get married. That is, by the way, a huge percentage of marriages in the United States used to be what they would call shotgun marriages, meaning that somebody not.
Dude, none of that is good. None of that is good for the health of society. None of that is good for like what women want. And also, it has nothing to do with education. I'm losing my fucking mind.
Somebody up, and because they did not want the baby to be born outside of a two-parent household, they would then get married.
Do we think that shotgun marriages, though, are a way to bring back equilibrium to education?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yes, 100%.
Do we
a
think
child
that,
deserves a mother and a father?
Sure.
Because that is the basis for all of this, including education.
Do we think that shotgun marriages are, well, let's say this. Do we think that that's a reasonable direction that society would ever take? Or is this like...
Yes, it was the reasonable direction for nearly all of modern history.
It was, but history moves in one direction, right?
Why?
Because of time?
People don't think that's... In what way is that?
And I don't think...
it's like the point is it's completely lost. Like now they're talking about like the history of marriage in the United States of America. Ben is presenting shotgun marriages as a positive because like shotgun marriages used to happen. I suspect it's gonna be like shotgun marriages used to happen when someone knocked someone else up and they were forcibly married. And it's like, yeah, huge percentage, by the way. Shotgun marriages used to be 27% of marriages in 1974 and 7% of marriages since 2000, which, by the way, that doesn't mean the percentage of unmarried pregnant women who marry within 3 years of conception has fallen by half since the 1970s, from 51% to 25%. The share of single pregnant women who cohabit by the time the child's birth rose from 8% in the 1970s to 28% today, while the share who married by the birth fell from 29 to 8. What does that mean? That means that a lot of people who have accidental pregnancies still usually are in the child's life. They just don't get shotgun married. Also, absolutely no one, I hope, would make an argument that the 1974 was a good fucking time. That 1974 was a good fucking time for women in general and in marriages. In the U.S., a shotgun wedding is when someone marries their favorite shotgun. Anyway, I got to point to something here. Not only is what he's saying wrong, right, as we found out, it has nothing to do with education. Like, can you imagine a world where you're like, well, I have the perfect solution, okay? We're not funding the schools at all, but everyone's going to come from a two-parent household. Do you think that would fix the educational outcomes? Are you fucking stupid? What are you saying? Will it make the child's life and the child's development better? Maybe. A good counter to this would be to simply ask Ben Shapiro, okay, what did education look like in 1974 when there were shotgun marriages happening? Was it better? Were Americans more educated in 1974? Are they more educated now, Ben? When are they more educated? Dumbass. The fuck's wrong with you? This has nothing to do with education. Ask him that question, Destiny. What the fuck are you doing? Too busy agreeing with him for some weird reason. We're trying to catch him on a weird tangent.
I think we've ever regressed social standards back to like, oh, well, let's go 100 years back and do things that, used to exist before.
I think the entire left right now is arguing that we regress social standards by rejecting Roe versus Wade, so that's obviously not true.
Now he's saying Roe versus Wade. What the fuck? What does that have to do with education? What is going on? The left is trying to oh my god. He's so good at just like fucking saying incredibly annoying shit in the most smarmy way possible that like you have to respond to it. You have to respond to it because look, the reality is if I was sitting across from him and he said that shit, I would lose my mind too. He would 100% cause me to follow him down that rabbit hole if he just brought the dumbass fucking education point. Why? Because Destiny made a good point. Destiny had a strong point. He made the correct point about education. What did Ben Shapiro do as a more skilled debater? Take him on a fucking journey and slap him around on the boundaries of marriage. Gave him false talking points about like how shotgun marriages are good and also very commonplace when it's not the case. But you don't have that information to look up immediately in real time. So now you're fucking cooked. Okay. And then what is he talking about now? Roe v. Wade. These are all absolute fucking baits. Stay on message. Stay on fucking message.
The Roe versus Wade is not a social standard; it's a Supreme Court ruling. Number one. Number two, if you read the actual majority opinion on Roe v. Wade, we can see that socially we actually never made huge progress on how society viewed abortion. This has always been an incredibly divisive thing, right? Even that was, I think, part of Alito's writing on it was that things like gay marriage, for instance, we've kind of moved past and it's not really as debated anymore. But abortion was never a settled topic, despite Roe v. Wade.
The notion of the arc of history.
I saw this part where he was saying like it's divisive. Abortion is divisive. It's not fucking divisive. It's not. It's not a divisive issue at all. Not ridiculous to say that it's divisive.
Moves in one direction is belied by nearly all of the 20th century.
What do we mean by that?
I mean,
in
the
terms
first
of
half
like women's rights, civil rights,
barbarism, communism, Nazism, all of that was a regression from what was happening at, for example, the beginning of the 19th century and the 20th century.
Now we're talking about Nazism,
but like the industrialization of the Soviet Union happened under a communist society. The industrialization,
murder of tens of millions of people.
Yeah, there's
I consider that a regression. A moral regression, which is what we.
Oh my god, dude, this is why you need to be a little bit more fucking educated. Okay. He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you say in that situation? You turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these like insane regressions on culture and on civil society. And as far as the moral regression of the USSR, that is an absolutely psychopathic thing to fucking mention when you got someone like Lenin. And all of the many advancements that the USSR put forward in terms of educating women, some of which the impact you still see to this day in post-Soviet fucking nations, by the way, educating women, ensuring that women were in the fucking workplace. Like, there are so many instances where the USSR was way above, way ahead of social progress than the United States of America or their Western counterparts. That's ridiculous, okay? They're just fucking falling into the classic, like, USSR bad, Stalin killed 7 guerrillian people trap, which, by the way, there were plenty of issues in the USSR. But you have to look at what the USSR did in comparison to what came before it. That's insane. That is still absolutely social progress in the USSR. Dumbest argument Ben Shapiro could have made in this circumstance. Okay? 1, the USSR, infinitely more socially progressive than Tsarist Russia. That's number 1. Okay? Like, the quick question to Ben is, okay, you brought up the USSR. Do you think that, like, I don't know, Jewish people are better off in the USSR, where there were certainly issues for Jewish people, like Doctor's Plot or whatever, but, like, do you think that that was better than what came before it? Non-stop pogroms? Which one do you think was better? Why are you bringing up the USSR as a point of social regress while simultaneously talking about Nazi Germany as a point of social regress when your worldview aligns with Nazi Germany? Anyway, by the way, while I talked about all this shit, you know what we're not talking about? Motherfucking education! What happened? Where is education in this conversation? We just moved so far away. He brought up the right points. Ben couldn't argue against them, and he just fucking whipped them around like a bitch boy on so many different tangents. This is the problem with debates, chat. That if you are against a skilled orator, a skilled interlocutor, they can just make short work of you, even if they're in the wrong. Destiny's side on the education conversation was correct. But Ben is now bringing him down this like weird fucking ladder, step by step, and just slapping him around. And they're now agreeing with one another on like the USSR or whatever. Some dumb shit. Also, Lex should have probably done a better job of moderating this debate. Let's be fucking real. That's crazy that they're on like 11 different tangents at this point. How are you not moderating? Ben is basically stating that women shouldn't be able to make decisions about their lives. A huge reason why the amount of women aren't forcing the shotgun marriages anymore. Women nowadays have more freedom to advocate for themselves, as that was seen as a taboo in the 70s. This can be shown by divorce rates. Yeah, exactly.
We are talking about now moral regression. And you're suggesting that moral regression, I wouldn't term a return to traditional values in moral regression. You would. But your suggestion is that history only moves in one direction. And I'm suggesting that history does not only move in one direction, it tends to move actually back and forth.
Sure. I don't think that all of history moves in one direction. There are going to be wars. There are going to be times of peace. I think in general, we're more peaceful now than we have been in the past. But I think when we look at the way that people live their lives, I think that we tend to move in a certain direction socially. So when it comes to things like racism or when it comes to things like slavery or women's rights, I think that there are two huge things that probably aren't.
Yeah, Destiny isn't even shistling improperly. Didn't even mention how Hitler praised the U.S. in the early 20th century for their eugenics programs. Or the very obvious fucking take here is immediately turning around and being like, Ben, the social regress of Nazi Germany didn't just stop at the wholesale execution of Jews, okay? The social regress of Nazi Germany was actually identical values that you advocate for. Transphobia, okay? Stopping abortions, criminalizing abortions. Like, these are fundamental principles to make sure that the folk in Germany were able to consistently increase their population size. The idea that Ben is so far removed from Nazi Germany is so ridiculous. You hate unions, right? You hate communists and socialists. You want to criminalize abortion. It's so funny when these guys go, actually, the Nazis actually wanted abortions. Like, it's like, no, they didn't. Not for white people. It was criminal for white people. The fuck are you talking about?
changing in the US, and one is access to contraception, and one is women working jobs. I think that these two things are probably huge things that are moving us off of shotgun marriages or getting married very early on. And I don't see do you think that those two things are going to change fundamentally?
First of all, what the data tend to show is that actually more highly educated people, as you were saying, tend to get married more. So if the idea is that women getting an education somehow throws them off marriage, it's the opposite. Usually,
but those women
aren't
aren't
educated.
But those women aren't getting shotgun marriages. Those women aren't having children.
Yeah, but now you're shifting the topic. My topic was how to get more people married. And what I've and then you suggested that higher levels of education are delaying marriage and making it less probable. And what I'm telling you, because this is what the data suggests, is that actually as you raise up the educational ladder, people tend to be married more than they are lower down on the educational ladder. If you're a high school graduate, you're less likely to be married than if you're a postdoc.
I agree with you, but that's because one of the biggest precursors to getting married is having like a level of economic stability. So as people get more educated, they obtain this economic stability, and then they're in a more comfortable position to explore more serious relationships.
There's another confound there. I mean, the confound is that people in stable marriages tend to be the children of stable marriages. And there's only one way to break that cycle, which is to create a stable marriage. And that is something that is in everyone's hands. Again, this notion that it is somehow an unbreakable, unshatterable barrier to get married.
Yeah, I love that his argument is the realistic one, which is somehow making sure that we just, get married more and stay in marriages. That's nice, man. That's the way to solve education for sure. Just cut school funding entirely and force people to stay in marriages, and boom, problem solved. That's how they do it in Sweden, where they did try to privatize education, found out that it actually led to tremendously bad results, immediately stopped the program, dead in its fucking tracks. So odd that all of the comparable OECD nations have significantly better educational outcomes, despite the fact that, many of them don't even allow for private education or don't have any of this like charter school bullshit. And there is even funding and better labor protections for teachers. Not true. We have private schools. No, in Sweden, they tried to do a similar program to the Democrats in the 90s in the United States of America, revert some of the funding from public education and public institutions to private institutions in Sweden. They quickly dropped the program. They still have private schools in Sweden, but it's, of course, going to always happen because you have neoliberal capitalists that are advocating for it. But they very quickly changed, if I recall correctly, the charter process that they had, the public to private substitution program that they had. Yes, there's a big difference between private schools and charter schools. Probably a late point, but what about charter schools? Charter schools are dog shit. Charter schools are awful. It's just a way to undermine teachers' unions. They are unaccountable. They're unaccountable to the same regulatory body. They take away funds from public education. It's really awful. And the Democratic Party absolutely played a role in pushing for charter schools, and it still does to a certain degree. Yeah, charter schools get worse outcomes per dollar. Also, charter schools, because they're unaccountable and not really regulated by local governments, sometimes they just straight up end. Like they just close up, just close down, Donda Academy style.
Get married and have kids. I don't understand where this is coming from. Why is that such a challenge?
I don't think it's unbreakable or unshatterable. The initial point was for school, if we can provide a minimum level of educational stuff for children, that'd probably be good. But when we retreat back to, well, it has to be the families that are fixed first, fixing families is a multivariate problem that has so many different.
I am fine. Within my local community, we all vote. Again, I've suggested that there's a difference between local community and federal. I'm fine with my local community voting for school lunches or air conditioning or whatever it is that we all agree to do, because the more local you get, the more homogeneity you get in terms of interest and the more interest you have in your neighbors. All that's.
This is not what I'm talking about at all. Sweden's school minister declares free school system a failure. Lotta Edholm aims to limit the profit-making ability of friskolor in her plans for education reform, pledging the biggest shakeup in 30 years, calling the question a model in which profit-making companies run state education. This is a relatively new version of what I'm talking about. This happened before. This is the second. I guess this is like they are now talking about it again. But this happened a couple years prior as well, when they first brought it up. Yeah, incentivizing profit in schooling is a terrible idea. Biden lost Democratic New Hampshire presidential primary to fill in the blank. How damned embarrassing. I don't believe that. It's on Newsmax, dog. Come on. I mean, not that it matters.
That's fine. I'm part of a very, very solid community. In our community, we give to each other. We have minimum standards of helping one another. All that's wonderful. When it comes to the actual problem of education, what I object to in the political sphere, and this happens all the time, is everybody is arguing on top of the iceberg about how we can move the needle 0.5 percentage points. as opposed to the entire iceberg melting beneath them, and we just ignore that and we pretend that that's just, you know.
Yeah, the entire iceberg melting beneath the education is the education problem is 2-parent households.
Sort of the natural consequence of thing. The arc of history suggests that people are never going to get married again. Well, I mean, actually, what the arc of history suggests, realistically speaking, is that the people who are not getting married are not going to be having kids. And what it also suggests, the people who are married are going to be having kids. And so the demographic profile, actually, over time, is rather going to shift toward people who are having lots and lots of kids. I'm married. I have 4 kids. Everyone in my community is married. It's like minimum buy-in in my community is 4 kids. Okay, and so what's happening actually in terms of demographics is that the people who are more religious and getting married are having more kids. And so if you're talking about the arc of history shifting toward marriage, I would suggest that actually demographically over time, long periods of time, not over one generation, over long periods of time, the only cure for low birth rate is going to be the people who get married and have lots of kids.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with any of that, but I'm just saying that, again, on the...
Why don't you disagree with any of that? The fuck's he talking about? Who gives a shit about the arc of history as it pertains to fucking marriages and 2-parent households? I'm losing my mind. And having more kids. Bro, this is about education, dude. What is going on? You let him fucking dominate the conversation for the entire process when you are correct. You are on the right side of the argument. This is what I mean. Ben knows Destiny's on the right side of this argument. Okay? And it took him literally nothing. Absolutely nothing to just like move the conversation and dance around the issue and shift his focus to like the arc of justice and social progress for like fucking 20 minutes. That's crazy.
I know you're upset when I bring up the term merry-go-round. I think that there are good conversations to be had about people getting married because stable families produce stable children that are less likely to commit crime, that are more likely to go to school.
Isn't Ben technically on the right side? Fuck no, Ben's not on the right side. What the fuck are you talking about? They're both like, one is sometimes center left, other times really far right, depending on what fucking issue you're talking about. This one is completely far right on everything, okay?
More likely productive members of society, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to disagree with you on any of that. All of that is true. It's just frustrating that sometimes when you bring up any problem, all of it will circle back to other things that makes it seem like we can't make any progress in any area.
Destiny's on the left? No, he's not. He's not. Like, come on.
Like fixing
something.
Way.
I mean, I literally just told you that on the local level, I'm fine for people voting for.
Yeah, but so for instance, on the local level, so for school funding is done, I think, generally per district. So what do you do when you have poor districts that can't afford air conditioner for their schools?
I mean, the idea there would be that presumably if the society, meaning the state, and I generally don't mean the federal state, I mean like the state of California, for example, decides that everybody ought to have air conditioning, people will vote for air conditioning, and that's perfectly legal. And I don't think there's anything morally objectionable about that per se.
Cool.
I also don't think that that's going to heal anything remotely like the central problem.
Sure,
and I think that what tends to happen in terms of government is people love arguing about the problems that can be solved by opening a wallet, and nobody likes to solve a problem by, closing their sex life to one person, for example, or having kids within a stable religious community. Like the things that actually build society. I'm fine with arguing about each of these policies. And whether we apply them or not is a matter generally of pragmatism, not morality. It's a matter of incentive structures, not per se morality. Because incentive structures do have moral underpinnings. There's such a thing as, for example, if you're going to use a welfare program, you have to decide how effective it is, to what crowd it applies, where the cutoffs are. Does it disincentivize work? Does it not? All of these are pragmatic concerns. But on a moral level, the generalized objection that I have to people on the left side of the aisle is that they like to focus in these conversations. Very often it feels as though it's a conversation with people who are drunk searching under the lamp for their keys. The problems they want to look.
Yeah, now they're going to get on a collective fuckfest of like dunking on this imaginary liberal, which they will of course cast as like, I assume, the progressive side of this conversation, as pie in the sky idealists who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and then circle jerk on how smart and intelligent their solutions are. When Ben's fucking solution is psychotic, Destiny at least like brought up good points and completely fucking dropped them.
Look at are the problems that are solvable by government. And then all the problems they don't want to look at, which are the actual giant monsters lurking in the dark and not particularly solvable by government, are the ones they want to ignore and assume are just the natural state of things. And I don't think that's correct at all.
And I 1,000,000,000% agree. But then obviously my criticism for the conservative side is the exact opposite, where there are parts where government could remedy some issues. For instance, children having sex with each other and producing other children out of wedlock. Like sometimes having after-school programs is nice to prevent that. Like I didn't have time for these things when I was in school. I was doing football practice. I was doing cross-country practice. I went in early for a band, I agree with you that sometimes people only focus on one end of the problem. I hate to be that guy, but as somebody have you ever watched The Wire?
Sure.
I'm not going to cite The Wire as a real life example, but like obviously there's only so much you can do in a school when the children coming in are so beyond destroyed because of the family life and everything prior to them even getting to school that day. So I agree. Government is not like the solution to broken families. That would never be the case.
And it's actually not the solution to education, depending on the kind of solutions that you're talking about. Some solutions, yes. Some solutions, no.
Yeah. So the only thing I'm looking at is, as I said earlier, just like these minimum threshold things.
What are the solutions of the government? What is a government intervention that Ben thinks is appropriate? Stop agreeing with him. What the fuck? Stop agreeing with him. What are the solutions? He's just fucking, dude. He just keeps saying, oh, some yes, some no, you're not pinning him down at all. If this was, okay, if Destiny was sitting across from some like 18-year-old queer teenager furry who's like talking about revolution now on Twitter, okay, he would be literally doing everything in his might while simultaneously holding back slurs to pin this person down on their fucking positions. But when it's actually Big Dick Daddy Shapiro, he can't just turn around and be like, let's explore the logical boundaries of your worldview. What the fuck are you doing? You got all the smoke for some random fucking furry person from your Discord that you pulled out, but you don't got shit for Ben Shapiro? This motherfucker's in charge of the Daily Wire. I'm losing it a little bit. Come on, dude. Have you considered that Destiny may want a contract with the Daily Wire? That's crazy. Pin him down. Ask him a fucking question. I've debated this dude many times in the past, okay? He is the best at disingenuously framing his interlocutor's argument to like try and lock them into this like logical conundrum. But when it comes to Ben, he's just not even remotely touching it. It blows my mind, okay? This is the community that still claims like Hassan doesn't believe that you should ever call the cops. Hassan is like pro fucking dude, whatever. There's so many insane shit that they lie about. But like, what's going on? You don't got the same smoke for Ben Shapiro? I don't understand it. Like I'm expecting something from a person who I do think is a good debater.
It's like, where can government make, because you mentioned marginal, which I think is a really good way to look at things. Like marginal costs and marginal.
It's just all going to be like, I mean, it's great if you want to like target the centrist idiots who are just going to be like, wow, it's so wonderful that these two guys are like having a normal conversation. I can't, it's there's nothing so far for any kind of like intellectual blood sport. There's nothing going on as far as like disagreement or good disagreements. It's very cucked, in my opinion.
Utility to things where the first $1,000 per student you spend might give you a huge return, but the extra $20,000 after.
Yeah, I think these are all pragmatic discussions.
Sure, of
and
course. Okay.
Actually, this is what we used to hash out in legislatures before they turned into platforms for people grandstanding. But yes,
sure. Okay, yeah.
As we descend,
well, they wonderfully agreed that the solution to education is, you know, two-parent households. 20 minutes in, and you have to bring up a hypothetical incest or bestiality situation to really explore the boundary of your moral consistency. Yeah, I mean, look, that's a joke, obviously, even though he does do that regularly. But the problem is, and I know Destiny Dick Riders are going to turn around and be like, he's actually being quite good faith here. Okay, look to who he's being bad faith to then in his conversations, and look to who he declares to be good faith. Okay? And then think, if you are truly a progressive, if you are a champion of progressive values, many people in Destiny's community think they are, okay? Who do you think is more damaging to both public discourse, and who do you think has more power? Someone like Ben Shapiro or a random YouTuber that Destiny has drama with because they were hooking up or something and now they hate one another? Who do you think holds the keys to the power? Some hammer and sickle Twitter person that has been annoying Destiny, or motherfucking Daily Wire's very own Ben Shapiro? Why is he being so like, you know, very important left-wing thinkers or whatever?
From the heavens of philosophical discussion of conservatism and liberalism. Let's go.
By the way, you know who's not holding good faith in this conversation? Ben isn't. That's the other problem. Okay? Ben's not good faith. Ben very clearly dominated that first segment. How did he dominate that first segment? By deviating away from the main point that Destiny had originally, which was correct. That's crazy. And now it's like a slobber fest. He just yapped, and moved the conversation so perfectly away from the major point of contention. Okay?
The pragmatic muck of politics. Trump versus Biden. Between the two of them, who was in their first term the better president? And thus, who should win if the two of them are, in fact, our choices?
Yeah, he deviated every single time. And then the one time Destiny did it, he said, you're changing the subject, which was funny because Destiny was following the subject that Ben had changed the conversation to. Jesus Christ.
Second term of 2024. Ben?
Hassan, I genuinely don't understand why you said Destiny was good at debating. This is dog shit. Well, he's good at debating when he wants to be, because you should be bad faith. If you want to be good at debating, you're going to be bad faith. I think that much of the rhetoric, much of the rhetorical tools that apply in debates revolve around basically taking logical fallacies that would get you punished in a debate club style scenario and justifying it by claiming that it's actually hyper logical to ask these questions. Like rationalizing logical fallacies is how you win debates, because most people are stupid. Okay. Most debate watchers are stupid. I'm stupid. Ben's not very intelligent, and neither is Destiny. So as stupid people, we all find ourselves enamored by logical fallacies, whataboutism, like whatever you can do, whatever deflection you can use in that circumstance is very effective, as Ben demonstrated right here. He knew that he didn't have a strong point, so he deflected away to an area where he thinks he has a stronger point, which is family fucking values. So, I don't know. I just think that, yeah, everyone is stupid. Some are stupider than others. Exactly. I'm a D-man dick writer and I come in peace. When would you say he's been bad faith to someone on the left? Brother, whose chat do you think you're in? Even DGGers admit that Destiny, when it comes to me, has a soft spot where he just can't fucking control his emotions and loses his mind. They even fantasize about me doing the same thing to him sometimes in an effort to justify it. But if you're a hardcore D-man dick rider, you would probably recognize that. Destiny is very bad faith when it comes to debating people that he truly wants to like ritualistically humiliate. And by that I mean like people who really he really considers to be his like ideological opponents. And oftentimes it has nothing to do with ideology at all and everything to do with like the vibes. Okay? That's it. He likes the thrill of the debate, I guess. Just like I like the thrill of the top of the hour ad break and debating you. Can you give an example? Yes, he, for example, very clearly, knowing full well that it was false, repeated the narrative that I had like gone to a child sex trafficking brothel or some shit. Like he knew that that wasn't real, but he still said it. Okay? And often, or any number of different instances where he will like, when I get brought up, he just like has a barrage of shit that is readily available that he's just like his brain shuts off into, that he just spits out. That's not a real argument. You know what I mean? Like, see? And then his followers will say, not true, he defended you on that law. Brother, he didn't defend me. He said it, and then his own community started yelling at him for spreading a false rumor. And then he turned around and probably fucking tried to, you know, cover his ass a little bit. Also, recently, one of his most incredible takedowns was calling me a fucking Turkish loser, or that time when he said I should go back to my own country, or all this shit. You know what I mean? Come on, guys. There's a lot of old Destiny fans in this community still that are fans of mine from way back in the day. Yeah. Why did Destiny barely bring up sex education and birth control's impact on mitigating one-parent households? That seems far more reasonable than bringing back shotgun marriages with a ridiculously intangible goal of repairing morality or some shit. Also, abortion is obviously huge in this regard, but you know Ben would piss his pants. Exactly. Yeah. They're just trying to get as many moments for D to respond, react to. They don't need the actual fucking examples, my guy. You know better. That's true. You're right. Listen, it's just like... it's a spiteful ex situation, okay? It's like having a fucking crazy ex-girlfriend that stalks you nonstop. Except in this circumstance, he's been able to get his cult-like following to also follow along and like rationalize it, and makes a tidy little profit off of it too every time he pops off. It's farming. It is what it is. But let's make no mistake. It's not like some real political battle. That's why the comparison between me and Ben Shapiro don't fit the bill. Because Ben Shapiro is someone who I believe is relatively powerful in American political discourse. Okay?
Sure. So in terms of actual job performance, you have to separate it into a few categories. In terms of actual performance in foreign policy, I think Trump's foreign policy record is significantly better than Biden's, the world being on fire right now.
It's okay, though. Destiny's fans will look at this interview and go, he's not being a pushover here and like allowing Ben to make him jump through hoops, and actually is like doing incredible bridge building exercises.
Being a fairly good example of that. And we can get into each aspect of the world being on fire and where the incentive structures came from and how all of that happened in a moment. When it comes to the economy, I think that Trump's economic record was better than Biden's. Doesn't mean he didn't overspend. He did. He wildly overspent. But he also had a very solid record of job creation. A huge percentage of the gains in the economy went to people on the lower end of the economic spectrum. Actually, the gross income to the average American was about $6,000 during his term. The unemployment rates were very, very low before COVID. I think that you almost have to separate the Trump administration into sort of before COVID and during COVID, because COVID obviously is sort of a black swan event, the most signal change in politics in our lifetime. And so, governance during COVID is almost its own category, which we can discuss. But, in terms of foreign policy, in terms of domestic policy, I think that Trump was significantly better than Biden has been. And that's on the upside for Trump. On the downside for Biden, obviously, you're talking 40-year highs in inflation. You're talking about savings being eaten away. You're talking about everything being 20 to 30% more expensive. You're talking about massive increases to the deficit, even at a rate that was unknown under Trump. The deficit under Trump raised by about a little under $1 trillion every year up until 2020. Again, 2020 was COVID year, so everybody decided that we're going to fire hose money at things. But then Joe Biden continued to fire hose money at things in 21, 22, and 23. That obviously is, in my opinion, bad economic policy. And then you get to the rhetoric, and you get to the stuff that Donald Trump says. And as I've said before, my view is that on Donald Trump's epitaph, on his gravestone, it will say Donald Trump. He said a lot of shit. I think that Donald Trump does say a lot of things. I think that is basically baked into the cake, which is why everyone who's bewildered by the polls is ignoring human nature, which is at the beginning, when you see something very shocking, it's very shocking. And then if you see it over and over and over and over for years on end, it is no longer shocking. It is just part of the background noise, like tinnitus. It just becomes, something that your brain adjusts for. And so do I like a lot of Donald Trump's rhetoric? No, and I never have. Do I think that is dispositive as to his presidency? No, I do not. When it comes to Biden, again, I think he's underperforming economically. I think that his foreign policy has been really a problem. Even the things I think he's done right are, I think, band-aids for things that he created by doing wrong. And when it comes to his own rhetoric, you can argue that it's grading on a curve, because Trump was coming in with such wild rhetoric that just a maintenance of that wild rhetoric doesn't really change.
I don't know why we never factor in Donald Trump's ginormous tax cuts that were before COVID into the conversation about inflation. Like, how is that not a factor at all? It's it is, at least in the opposite direction, tax hikes are a deflationary mechanism at a time when record high profits are occurring. It is like the only fiscal policy that you can push for beyond, like, I guess, price controls. And yet Donald Trump literally fucking did tax cuts. That absolutely factored into inflation beyond the subsidies that he's talking about, which many of which went to, the PPP and whatnot. But
Again,
let's see.
For Biden, he came in the same way that Obama did, on the sort of soaring rhetoric of American unity. I'm the president for all. Like, Trump came in, he's like, listen, I'm the president for what I am, and I'm going to say the things I want to say. I'm going to be on the toilet, I'm tweeting. We're like, okay, so that's what it is. With Biden, he came in with, I'm a president for all Americans. I'm trying to unify everybody, and that pretty quickly broke down into a lot of oppositional language about his political opponents in particular. And it's
God, I fucking hate conservatives so much to my very soul. Jesus Christ, nothing fucking whips me back into shape. Sure, I despise liberals who love wars and stuff, but god damn, they're such pathetic little fucking losers. Just like, man, Joe Biden came into office and said he was going to be the president for everybody, and he dealt with Mitch McConnell like a real reasonable man, but also simultaneously sometimes he said these MAGA Republicans are going too far. It's like, bitch, you say that too, Ben, you fucking asshole. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I can't believe that's your that's the main problem you have, is Biden's rhetoric, that he was too mean to the Republicans. What do you want him to do? If Biden was too mean to Republicans, what the fuck is Trump? Biden wasn't as mean to Republicans as Trump was. He literally went to New Hampshire the other day and called it a fucking drug-infested shithole. What are you talking about? He'll go to West Virginia and be like, you guys don't wash yourselves, you fucking idiots. And everyone's like, hell yes, sir. I haven't showered in weeks because I don't have running water. And he's like, that's right, you fucking poor moron. Vote for me. Trump is meaner to the Republican base than fucking Joe Biden is to Republicans across the board. And you're over here making this comparison? Get the fuck out of here. That's such a dumb thing to say.
In, for example, huge swaths of the conservative movement with the people who participated, for example, in January 6th, or who are fans of January 6th. The sort of lumping in of everybody into MAGA Republicans who wasn't personally signed on to an infrastructure bill with him. That sort of stuff, I think, has been truly terrible. I thought his Philadelphia speech was truly terrible. And again, I think that you do have the problem of he is no longer capable of, certainly rhetorically, unifying.
Yeah, dude, you're right. Yeah, you're right, man. Totally. Donald Trump, he just says stuff. Whatever. Don't think about it any further than that, okay? Joe Biden, on the other hand, he says that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and I forgot to run it, so I'm running it now, okay? And that's unacceptable. No. Donald Trump, he just says stuff and it's annoying. Who cares? Joe Biden, on the other hand, guys, Joe Biden, on the other hand, he says scary things like people that don't want to sign on to a totally reasonable infrastructure spending bill are insane, even though those very same Republicans will vote against it and then go back to their own fucking town halls and act like they brought money back home, like the psychopathic assholes that they are, knowing full well that their dumbass fucking hog voters are not going to know the reality of the situation. Anyway, bisexual icon JF Gay, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And Abigene 19, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
In the country, when every speech from him feels like watching Nick Wallenda walk across a volcano on a tightrope. I mean, it really is like you're just sort of waiting for him to fall. I mean, it's sad to say. I mean, the other day he was speaking for what was in effect his campaign kickoff, and this is in Valley Forge. And I mean, Jill rushed up there like off the as soon as he was done. Jill rushed up there, like she'd been shot out of a cannon to come and try and guide him away so he didn't become the Shane Gillis Roomba. And that's not really let's put it this way: it does not quiet the soul to watch Joe Biden rhetorically. Again, that's a different problem than Trump's problem, but that's my analysis.
This is one of the areas where when we get into this, I don't understand if there's like brain breaking happening or what's going on. I don't know what world we can ever live in where we say that Trump is less divisive for the country than Biden. I think it is so patently obvious. Trump is so divisive. Like, not only does Trump make an enemy out of every person in the opposition party,
I hate the argument about like who's more divisive. It doesn't matter. Okay. Trump is still more divisive, obviously, but it doesn't fucking matter. It's such a dumb argument, dude. If you're going to talk about Trump versus Biden, Jesus Christ, it's American politics. They're aligned on a lot more of the issues than they're actually in disagreement over. And people like Ben Shapiro heighten those contradictions regularly in an effort to make it seem as though it's like there's really a lot of deviation from the norm. And even if you're going to argue on those boundaries, like, it's just all optics. It's just like, it's such a shallow conversation to have. It's a conversation that just begins and ends on optics for no fucking
makes an
reason.
enemy out of his own party and every single person around him. Like, we all watched him bully, Jeff Sessions. We all watched him bully his own party on Twitter. We all watched like all of these people walk away from him. Even recently, I think, his the Secretary of Defense Esper and John Kelly, the Chief of Staff, were saying, I think Trump is a threat to democracy. You've got all of his prior people that were around him, some of his closest allies. You've got Bill Barr that won't co-sign a single thing that he says. You've got all these people that he used to work with that all say Trump is a horrible, evil person. He is ineffective as a leader. He doesn't accomplish anything, and he didn't. To say that Biden has failed at bipartisanship when we've got
that's also wrong. Donald Trump. This is something that I actually. This is literally something that I debated Destiny on. All the Destiny heads that are watching right now, if you want to see a fucking debate daddy, if you want to see your debate daddy get fucking owned on this, okay? I literally argued with Destiny on this where I said Trump is a very successful Republican. Something I stand on to this day, something that I fucking absolutely owned him on as well. If you want to go fucking watch a debate on those boundaries, it's somewhere on my YouTube. I don't remember. It's like fucking so many years ago. But Donald Trump is a phenomenally successful Republican. If anything, the Republican Party is currently experiencing whiplash because they're victims of his success. Okay? Donald Trump is not unsuccessful at all. He was profoundly successful for Republican Party policies. He packed the courts. He destroyed the regulatory agencies. He offered fat tax cuts for no fucking reason at a time when there was no necessity for it. 3 Supreme Court justices, luck or not, doesn't matter. He did that shit. Okay? So the idea that he's not a successful Republican. By the way, hold on, where is it? Oh, why don't you debate him instead of talking about this debate from years ago? Well, it's wonderful because Lefty McLefterson very quickly proved exactly why I don't fucking debate most of these people in the debate Lord Spear. Because their followers come in here for months on end and keep repeating shit like Hamas Piker. Like, how am I? Because he doesn't actually fucking deal with people that he considers to be on the left as like, good faith people. That's why his entire community thinks I'm pro-Russia across the board and spread that far and wide. Okay? Motherfuckers are still coming in here and saying the most Islamophobic bullshit. That's the reason, because I'm getting fucking, does that hurt your feelings? Just wipe those tears away with millions, bro. First of all, that's not a good counter, brother. And secondly, okay, all right, you could just fucking be as racist as you want to LeBron James then. You know, he's rich. So just go call him the N-word? Like, what do you mean? What kind of fucking argument is this, dumbass? Also, you're proving the point I'm making because it's not the actual debate itself. It basically turns into like that community's most ridiculous diehard loyalists coming in here and like relentlessly trying to fucking derail whatever I'm trying to do next. There you go, soy boy. Like it's fucking 4chan time. Come on, dude.
Gotten the CHIPS Act, we've gotten the IRA, we've gotten the ARP, we've gotten the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we've got like all this major legislation that is working in this historically divided Congress, as opposed to Trump that got us tax cuts and deficit spending. I don't understand where we ever are in this world where Biden is somehow more divisive than Trump. Even the speeches that Ben is bringing up, they always bring up. I remember that one. I think we might have even done it on our episode. The one speech that Biden gave, where at one point the background is red, and
that's the Philly speech I referenced.
Yeah, they're like, "Oh my God, it's over. This is the end." And then meanwhile, you've got Donald Trump, coming into office saying things like, "If you burn the flag, you should have your citizenship revoked," or talking about MSDNC, that I'm going to investigate every single one of these media organizations for corruptness. I'm going to open the libel and defamation laws. I'm going to take all of these guys to court. You've got this weird Project 2025 stuff where. Is it John Paschal, I think, is talking about, we're gonna investigate all of these people and we're gonna try to throw crimes at all these people. Trump is like the most divisive president I think we've ever had.
If you stay in your own isolated box, you don't really engage in the whole discourse is my thing, but I don't. But foster, create is like hyper toxic and very Reddit. What do I mean by this? Like, I'm trying to watch something that was going to be entertaining to you, right? You want to see what my commentary is. Maybe you can clip it and send it to Destiny, and then you guys can have fun with that later. There's like secondary market value to what I'm doing, but you want to fucking derail the conversation and just like latch on to like one thing that I said and immediately do the same thing that everyone on Twitter does. And it's so fucking annoying. And you guys hate it when it's done to you, but you love doing it yourself. Oh, I said I like pancakes. Whoa, it doesn't... Wow, why are you saying that you don't like fucking waffles? Now I'm going to fucking write a dissertation on that. And if you ever reply to me like the fucking dumbass that you are, I'm going to turn it around and then move on to a secondary point. It's not productive at all. You know what I mean? You just made up something, okay? You made something up. You said, I'm staying in my own isolated box. I don't do that. I collaborate regularly with a lot of people, okay? With a lot of people. I go and I debate people on television. I go and I debate people that have different opinions than me. But just because I'm not debating the one person that you want me to debate, you're like, oh, well, you're in your isolated box. That's not the truth. Do you understand? That's it. Come on.
At least in my lifetime of being an American citizen, and the rhetoric from him is just, it's on a whole other level in terms of the demonization of political opponents. I mean, this is a guy that's known for giving his political opponents bad nicknames, right? Like, that's what Trump does. It's funny, but even as a resident of Florida,
Look, this is another good one. See, I think you supporting people, like, this is not a conversation. This is an accusation. I think you supporting people calling him Cuban slurs is pretty messed up. This accusation also has hidden premises inside of it, okay? What am I supposed to do? Address each individual faulty premise that you have inside of this accusation that you launched in here? One, I'm supporting people calling him Cuban slurs. What are the Cuban slurs? Now I have to talk about like gusano or whatever the fuck that means. That's a whole different can of worms and a totally specific discourse that is unfortunately not been able to launch and become like a real tangent, but people bring it up regardless. And then you say just because his parents were Cuban immigrants, you call them Cuban slurs, which is also ridiculous, okay? While simultaneously the community is calling me Hamas biker, saying that I look like Osama bin Laden or behave like Osama bin Laden, saying that I'm like a fucking Islamist fundamentalist that defends terrorism. And it's the N-word saying community that aligns with Nazis regularly as long as it like belittles the left. I'm sorry, you have no moral leg to stand on. You know what I mean? You can't be fucking calling me an Islamic terrorist every goddamn day and then be like, well, I can't believe some members in your community say Gusano, and you said it's actually cringe to fucking say that to Destiny, but I'm still gonna act like you're constantly calling him a fucking Cuban slur. And also, and then you finally recognize that it's not even a thing, so you go, at least you stopped allowing it now. You didn't make an argument at all. You just came in here to shit stir, clip it out of context, put it on LSF, brigade the shit out of it, and then have Destiny make 11 videos about how racist I am, and then some goddamn dumbass liberals will get suckered into going, you know what? Maybe this is kind of racist. I don't even understand. I'm voluntarily getting into this trap so that I can personally describe to you how irrational and illogical the way you're operating is. Okay. It's just, you just made like 8 different things up, but it doesn't matter because this will move discourse on the other side no matter what. Do you understand? I mean, this is entirely unproductive. A lot of you guys personally see yourselves as like intellectual giants. Okay. You see yourself as like intellectual titans because you love testing your ideas. Okay. You love testing your ideas in the battleground, right? That's where ideas thrive. This is how we find the best ideas, by engaging in, the Socratic method or whatever. And then this is the outcome of your Socratic method. Just a whole bunch of nonsensical shit that you made up that you're framing in a narrative way so you can clip it and ship it and then continue that tangent over and over again. That's it. This is why this is not even remotely interesting. I don't know why you think it's remotely interesting. I genuinely don't understand it, because the debate itself ultimately should be on the boundaries of what Destiny believes and what Ben Shapiro believes. If you have better talking points and if you have better opinions, you should be able to fucking destroy Ben Shapiro, right? And I want Destiny to do that. I know he's capable of doing that.
Had another natural disaster, do you think Trump would withhold aid? Because you had, I think that was one of the few nice things that DeSantis actually said about Biden, was that like, hey, listen, when the buildings collapsed in, I think that was in Miami Beach, that, for the hurricane stuff, that Biden was there. He was saying, if you guys need aid, however many billions, you can have it. Meanwhile, Trump, I think, was threatening to withhold federal funding from blue states that wouldn't, I think it had to do with the National Guard stuff, the deployment of the National Guard, that they weren't like doing enough for the riots. And Trump was threatening to withhold aid from some of these blue states. Yeah, Trump is literally the most divisive person in the world. I don't see how on any metric he is ever succeeding in the divisive category. In terms of the economy, I do think it's funny that Republicans are very keen to say that, like, well, we can't really grade Trump, post-COVID, because obviously COVID messed everything up, which is fair. But pre-COVID, what did Trump do? Yeah, he did deficit spending, tax cuts. He presided over historic low interest rates and an economy that was already like blazing past the final years of Obama. We were posting all-time highs in all the stock markets in 2013 onwards. Unemployment rates were falling. Now under Biden, unemployment rates are even lower than they were under Trump. But it sucks that for Trump, we can say, well, we can't really hold him accountable for 2020. That was COVID. Well, all we have for Biden is post-COVID. We don't have any pre-COVID Biden, economy. And it was the same thing for Obama too, coming in right after the housing collapse as well. And it sucks that Republicans are able to walk out of office, having burned the entire American society to the ground economically. And now we've got to try to evaluate, okay, well, what did Obama do during his first 2 to 3 to 4 years, just trying to recover from where the housing crash left it? And then we look at Biden now, who's trying to recover from COVID, and now we're grading him on a totally different scale than what Trump is being graded on. Yeah, that sucks, I think.
We can comment on the foreign policy?
On the foreign policy, I'm going to be honest, I am very liberal. I'm very not progressive. I'll probably come off as more hawkish than others because I'm not a big fan of this, which also, if Ben agrees, I think people like Trump are going to be the most dovish, isolationist people ever. They don't want to do anything internationally. They just want to, protect America, be at home, protect our economy, don't do anything internationally, which is why he was constantly undermining NATO and constantly, attacking all of the European Union and, cheering on the UK for Brexiting away from the EU. I think that being said, I think that Biden has done a phenomenal job when it comes to foreign policy. I think that the coalition building was so important for Ukraine, Russia, and I'm so happy that he decided to go to our European allies and our NATO allies and try to build a coalition of people to help Ukraine so that.
Okay, first of all, that was Vladimir Putin's gift to Joe Biden. Okay, so I don't know about Biden doing that. Who thinks Biden is responsible for Russia invading Ukraine? People who push Z. I'm just saying.
That wasn't only the United States. Personally, especially after doing a whole bunch of research, I do tend to side with Israel over Palestine in a lot of the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts. I'm glad that Biden, while remaining a staunch defender of Israel, is trying to rein in some of the more aggressive posturing for it.
Yo, okay, that's insane. Yeah, I'm glad that Biden is trying to rein in Israel. Okay, well, he's a fucking abject failure on that front. Okay, that part is ridiculous. No, Biden is not good on Israel at all. So much so that I personally believe his own individual zealotry is causing commotion in his own State Department, which very likely would have presented serious red lines under any other administration. Maybe not the Trump administration. He's the only guy who's worse than Biden, I feel like, on Israel. But Biden's continuation of the Trump-Israel policy is an abject failure. He continued the Abraham Accords, okay? He continued the Abraham Accords that completely wrote out Palestinians from the conversation. And also the idea that like Biden is reigning in Israel is so fucking laughable. They've openly stated that there are no red lines, routinely denied that Israel is not doing anything that constitutes ethnic cleansing. And beyond that, Biden has actually personally sidestepped Congress to more expediently send munitions to Israel. And also, if you care about Ukraine, then, okay, here's another really silly thing that Biden is doing. Biden is funneling funds and munitions into Israel's offensive ethnic cleansing campaign instead of giving those dumb bombs, rockets, and munitions that the Ukrainian military desperately needs on its defensive campaign. So if those munitions have to go somewhere, then yes, Ukraine is a better place to send those munitions to, considering that at least you're on the right side morally. Maybe for the wrong reasons, but still on the right side morally on that conversation. So it's an absolutely devastating error in foreign policy. Did Destiny not say he thinks Palestine should be genocided in that infamous clip? Yeah, but that was before he started reading Wikipedia pages. And then he came to the conclusion that Palestine should be genocided, but like we shouldn't call it a genocide because Israel's national security concerns of, its demographic concerns that are national security concerns are totally valid. And actually it justifies Israel's current actions in both maintaining an apartheid state and also doing ethnic cleansing in Gaza now. Anyway, yeah, this is another good part about this too. Biden is also being ritualistically humiliated on Israel by Netanyahu every day. Biden will be like, oh yeah, we're going to do a two-state solution. And then Netanyahu the next day will be like, we're never doing a two-state solution. From the river to the sea or to the west of, for everything west of Jordan is actually going to belong to Israel. Like immediately after Biden goes, oh no, he doesn't mean it. He doesn't know what he's saying. Come on, Jack. I promise he'll find a good two-state solution. I just don't know. Oh, I don't know what kind of two states. Anyway, so no, he looks like a fucking clown. It's actually one of the absolute worst things for the Biden administration. It is, one, immoral to support an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay, so that's number one. Contrary to popular opinion, I did not support Russia's invasion of Ukraine, by the way. So, just let me clear that before that becomes a counterpoint here. Okay. And number two, not only is it immoral to support ethnic cleansing, it is also not even pragmatic for Biden to try to deal with Israel in the way that he's dealing with Israel. It just simply makes him look more incompetent to both Americans in the United States of America that are paying attention. Most people don't care, though. They still like, Israel bombing Gaza. They're still very much, especially the voters, still very much don't give a shit or support it completely. But as far as like America's soft power goes, it looks like America can't even rein in its own attack dog. Okay? It's really bad across the board.
The Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. I'm proud that Biden said, hey, listen, we're going to delay some of these attacks. Hey, listen, we are going to allow humanitarian aid here. Hey, listen, we are going to try to, not kill as many Palestinian people down there, while still, signaling that he would be a staunch supporter of Israel in the conflict, assuming the civilian casualties don't go too high. For foreign policy,
25,000. What are we talking about?
Blemishes. Like the biggest one you can give to Biden is Afghanistan and the pullout there. But man, are we going to talk about, the Inspector General report that says that one of the biggest reasons why the Afghanistan pullout was so disastrous was because of the Doha Accords, where Donald Trump headed talks that didn't even include the Afghanistan army.
Okay, that's actually a solid point. The Afghan pullout was also a continuation of the Trump era policy. That was Trump's foreign policy, which Biden continued on. And that's why it was, partially not a great pullout overall. Biden still demonstrated the political courage, probably one of the only instances where he demonstrated political courage and expended political social capital there. And he got punished for it relentlessly. Okay. It was a good thing that he did that.
These were disasters. Like when Biden took office, we had 2,500 troops left in Afghanistan. Like, what was the options even afforded to Biden at that point? Obviously, you've got the abandonment of the Kurds in northern Syria, for the Turkish armies to lay waste to. You're talking about Iran and North Korea, although I'm not sure where then would land on those. But yeah, that's a broadly. Yeah.
That's a lot from both.
That's
You
right,
you
yeah.
want to pick at something where you disagree with here?
Well, I mean, there's a lot. So, I mean, so I want to ask a few questions on each one of these.
Yeah, sure.
So let's talk about divisiveness for a second. So there's no one who can make the case that Donald Trump is not divisive.
Yeah.
Of course, he's incredibly divisive. It's a given. Do you treat Biden's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness that you treat Trump's rhetoric? Or I should probably put that the other way around. Should we treat Trump's rhetoric with the same level of seriousness as Joe Biden or, say, Barack Obama's rhetoric?
I'm going to try to be concise when I say this. Broadly speaking,
no way. That is not a good. Whoa, dude. If there was a fucking Democrat that spat like Donald Trump did, Ben Shapiro would be fucking humiliating him on a daily basis. He would never baby that person. You can't fucking cut that and be like, oh, just ignore Trump. Just ignore his commentary. Okay, just ignore Biden's dementia then. Like, get the fuck out of here. You can't say that. What a stupid way to fucking frame this question. Oh my God, I really hope he fucking shovels those statements back down his fucking throat. That's insane. Come on, he's just a little guy. The bully pulpit is not significant? Really? You don't think Donald Trump saying there's very fine people on both sides when he goes up after Charlottesville, you don't think that's a significant fucking error? You think it was an accident that like white supremacist movements in America got galvanized into like literally taking off their masks and demonstrating on the fucking streets under the Trump regime, saying stand back and stand by to the fucking, what was it, the dildos that were run by that fucking FBI informant, the Proud Boys? Come on, dude. You can't just say he's like just some little guy. That's actually quite significant. Now we're not talking about divisiveness. We're directly talking about Trump's rhetoric and what it did to American politics and the impact that it had on the ground. That is significant.
Especially in studying Israel, Palestine, and Ukraine, Russia. I try not to take politicians at their word because sometimes they just say stuff to say stuff. I understand that. But broadly speaking, I'm going to look at the rhetoric and the actions, and I am going to grade them the same. So yes, I would hold Biden and Trump to the same standard.
Right. So my feeling is, and this is one area where, for clarification, we're going to have a division, is that I, of course, don't treat Trump's rhetoric in the same way that I treat Biden's or Obama's. He's utterly uncalibrated, and he says whatever he wants to at any given time, and it doesn't even match up with his policy very often.
Can I ask you, like, for our head of state, our chief executive, shouldn't rhetoric be arguably one of the most important things that he does?
I mean, the answer would be yes. And now I've been given a choice between a person who I think in calibrated ways says things that are divisive and a person who in uncalibrated ways says things that are divisive. And so,
dude, you can't. Okay, dude, he's grading Trump on a curve. Like what? Dude, Trump can say whatever he wants because he's uncalibrated. You know what I mean? He's just like, but when Biden says it, he's measured and it's scary. Oh, okay. So you just agree with Trump and you don't agree with Biden, but you're too pussy to fucking say it as it is. Jesus Christ.
The evidence that Joe Biden is divisive is every poll taken.
Dude, oh my God, the intellectual giant of conservatism over here. That's awesome. I love that he just demonstrated his double standard, but tried to intellectualize it. You know what I mean? That's the opposite of what he said. What do you mean that's the opposite of what he said? He literally is saying that Trump is a silly goose. So don't take what he says seriously, whereas Biden is serious. So when Biden is saying stuff, you should take it very seriously, and he is divisive. Did I not understand it correctly?
Essentially August of 2021. He is, by all available metrics, incredibly divisive. A huge percentage of Americans are deeply unhappy, not only with his performance, but don't believe he's a uniter. That's just the reality. And that may just be a reflection. I mean, honestly, we may be putting too much on Trump or Biden personally. It may just be that the American people themselves are rhetorically divided because of social media, and social media can, in fact, be a cesspool.
One thing that I would ask you about that, though, is I agree, especially when you look at the favorability, but sometimes when I look at these polls, when you start to disaggregate them by party, I wonder if it's actually, is Biden historically divisive? Or I'm trying to think of a really polite way to say this. The people that like Trump worship Trump. I don't know. Like one of the most prescient things that Trump could have probably ever said was that I could kill someone on 5th Street and nobody would hold me accountable. So is it really that Biden is historically divisive, or is it that every single Trump supporter will always say that?
Oh, he was saying Trump is deliberate and Biden is a doddering fool. Wait, so he's saying Trump is deliberately divisive, but Biden is divisive on accident because he's a doddering fool? That's not even true. Biden doesn't come across as divisive at all. He's very, what? No, I think you guys misunderstood it. What the fuck?
That, but broadly speaking, and Ukraine, Russia, I try to work in the
thing is, and this is one area where, for clarification, we're going to have a division, is that I, of course, don't treat Trump's rhetoric in the same way that I treat Biden's or Obama's. He's utterly uncalibrated, and he says whatever he wants to at any given time, and it doesn't even.
Yeah, Ben is saying, I'm right. Ben is saying Trump is utterly uncalibrated, so I grade it differently than Obama and Biden.
Match up with his policy very often.
Can I ask you, like, for our head of state, our chief executive, shouldn't rhetoric be arguably one of the most important things that he does?
I mean, the answer would be yes. And now I've been given a choice between a person who I think in calibrated ways says things that are divisive and a person who in uncalibrated ways says things that are divisive. And
Yeah, no, I was dead on. I was right. Yeah, he's saying, I grade Trump on a curve because Trump is a meanie bobini and he's like uncalibrated and ooh, silly. But Biden is scary because he's very calibrated and very serious when he says divisive things. It's bullshit. He's just trying to demonstrate his double standard here.
And so the evidence that Joe Biden is divisive is every poll taken since essentially August of 2021.
Yeah, okay. What about Trump? What the fuck? Trump is literally, Trump is also polling disastrously consistently. Right now, both are very unpopular, okay? Brandon's unpopularity doesn't come from his divisive rhetoric, though. His unpopularity comes from the fact that he's old as fuck and an institutional fossil, and people recognize it as such. That's it. Also, yeah, that's a good take as well. Biden is divisive because of polling. Didn't Trump literally lose to Biden? What's Ben going to say? Fucking turn around and be like, actually, the election was stolen? Because you know his ass doesn't believe that. Basically, Trump is unhinged by nature, so whatever he says is fine, but others are essentially more logical, so what they say is more truthful and dangerous is what he's saying. Yeah, except he's not even looking at what Brandon's ass doesn't believe that. Basically, Trump is unhinged by nature, so whatever he says is fine, but others are essentially more logical, so what they say is more truthful and dangerous is what he's saying. Yeah, except he's not even looking at what Brandon is saying. What the fuck does Brandon say that's dangerous and divisive and scary? The only things that Brandon has ever said that are dangerous, divisive, or scary have been in the last quarter here, okay, in defense of Israel, which Ben is, I'm sure, not going to have an issue with. So that's kind of crazy to me. Ben Shapiro is literally saying that brainwashed people who screeched that Joe Biden didn't legitimately win the election and literally broke aren't rallying around Joe Biden as president. Does Ben not realize how fucking stupid his arguments are? No, he doesn't. It doesn't matter because his community is stupid as fuck. So he can make stupid arguments and he sounds intelligent. And then people will go, yeah, that's my nerdy guy that I like.
He is, by all available metrics, incredibly divisive. A huge percentage of Americans are deeply unhappy, not only with his performance, but don't believe he's a uniter. That's just the reality. And that may just be a reflection. I mean, honestly, we may be putting too much on Trump or Biden personally. It may just be that the American people themselves are rhetorically divided because of social media, and social media can, in fact, be a cesspool.
One thing that I would ask you about that, though,
Sure.
is I agree, especially when you look at the favorability, but sometimes when I look at these polls, when you start to disaggregate them by party, I wonder if it's actually, is Biden historically divisive? Or I'm trying to think of a really polite way to say this. The people that like Trump worship Trump. I don't know. Like one of the most prescient things that Trump could.
Dude, just fucking be honest about it. What are you doing? Oh, the people that like Trump really like Trump? Just fucking say it. They're fucking insane, okay? They're insane, sweaty little hogs and hogalinas and hoglets that fucking run around oiking like the little piggies that they are. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. They are a cult. The idea that these dumb motherfuckers are going to come back to reality is insane. That's number one. Number two, most of the Republican Party knows that they're fucking hogs, okay, and don't really care all that much, and they're going to rally around Donald Trump anyway when the time comes, okay? Just fucking be honest. Be honest. It's cult. It's cult shit. They're a cult, okay? You cannot reason with a group of individuals who think Joe Biden is a fucking pedophile vampire who stole the election, who's simultaneously a doddering old fool, but also a sinister plot maker that stole the election from millions of honest Americans. Like, none of it makes sense. It's just a group of fucking mouth breathers who personally believe Trump good, Biden bad, Democrats are fucking socialist, communist, pedophile, transgender vampires.
Could have probably ever said was that I could kill someone on 5th Street and nobody would hold me accountable. So is it really that Biden is historically divisive, or is it that every single Trump supporter will always say that Trump is great? And always say that Biden?
But also that doesn't account for one very important thing. Donald Trump is divisive, sure, except Donald Trump barely ever got under 90% approval rating on the Republican Party, a fact that I used to mention all the time back in the day. Okay, there were moments where he trailed and he got to like 88% or whatever. Okay, but here's the thing. Donald Trump was always popular within the Republican Party. The reason why Joe Brandon's approval ratings are really, really bad is because Democrats don't like Joe Brandon. That's the issue. Okay, It's not that he's divisive, it's that he's old and he doesn't have that same retail politician juice that he used to have. Okay? That's it. That's it. Joe Biden's approval rating in the Democratic Party is disastrous. Okay? It's fucking disastrous. It has never touched like the Trump level of fascination and approval at all. 75% of the Democratic Party a couple months back wanted a different candidate. Okay? Anyway, let's
the reason I would say that Biden is in fact historically divisive is because Republicans felt much more strongly about Barack Obama than Joe Biden actually.
But they didn't feel as strongly about Trump as they.
How's not be voting for Trump despite the Dems? Yeah, that's fucking dumb as hell. Okay, you're a dumbass if you're doing that. That's so stupid.
Did about like Romney or McCain, right?
In what way? I mean,
and
like,
the allegiance to Trump.
Oh no, there's certainly more allegiance to Trump than there is to Romney or McCain, largely because Trump won in 2016. But beyond that, the point that I'm making is that if you're looking at the stats in terms of divisiveness, Republicans always find the Democratic president divisive. The question is where the rest of the country is. And right now, there are a lot of Democrats who either don't agree with Biden or find him divisive. There are a lot of independents who find him divisive.
Literally, Trump won in 2016. No, that's not how Trump won in 2016. You're wrong. Oh my God, I can't believe we're just like relitigating old school arguments that are just complete falsehoods that we've actually destroyed time and time again. Trump did not win because of Hillary or Bernie supporters that went and voted for him. Okay, the number of Hillary Clinton supporters that ended up voting for John McCain was higher in the first election that Obama had. The percentage of Hillary Clinton voters that went and voted for John McCain was higher. Why did Barack Obama become the president and John McCain didn't become the president? Because he ran a better campaign. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, was already unlikable and was despised overall and did not campaign appropriately on top of everything else. And that's it. That's the reason. That's the major reason why Donald Trump won. Also, hella Obama voters voted for Trump. I don't know what percentage that was, but I wonder if there's a higher percentage of Obama voters that voted for Trump than Bernie Sanders supporters in general.
So when we're comparing these things, I don't think they're leagues apart in terms of the divisive effect of what they say. Right. And I'm separating that off from like the inherent content of what they say, because obviously what Trump says is more divisive just on like the raw level. I mean, if he's insulting people as opposed to Joe Biden doing MAGA Republicans, like if I were an alien come down from space and look at these two statements, I'd say this one's more divisive than this one. But then there's the reality of being a human being in the world, and that is everyone has baked Donald Trump into the cake. And Joe Biden, again, started off with a patina of being non-divisive and now has emerged as divisive. If you don't mind, I actually want to get to the foreign policy questions, because this one is actually slightly less interesting.
Oh my God.
One quick thing, I guess.
I hate the divisive bullshit. It was so dumb. It was a dumb fucking conversation. Oh my God.
The reality of it, and we can look at opinion polls. What if we look at like legislative accomplishments? Like Biden is working on a 50-50 divided Senate. Donald Trump had both houses of Congress and the Supreme Court and got like no major legislation passed.
Well, I mean, he did.
That's insane. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Donald Trump passed the most significant tax cuts. What are we talking about? That's insane. The other side of this conversation is also silly because like Republicans don't ever pass spending bills, or not spending bills. They do pass spending bills, obviously, but like they don't pass signature legislation. It is antithetical to their worldview. What the fuck? Republicans don't run on legislation anymore. Okay. They only use the legislative body for tax cuts. That's it. Beyond that, what they end up doing is pack the courts, use state legislatures, completely sidestep the federal government, and then take it all the way up to the Supreme Court. That's their modus operandi. That's how they fucking operate. And beyond that, it's not like they have any real tangible legislative goals. The only thing I guess that you could point to is that like he failed to repeal Obamacare. That's it. Which would have been disastrous and genuinely unpopular regardless, because it would unwind important things like protecting fuck, my brain is melted at this point. It would unwind the provisions like you can be under your parents' healthcare until the age of 26. It would also destroy pre-existing condition protections. Those are very important parts of Obamacare. And he also still ended up repealing the part that he found to be annoying, which was the stopgap funding measure for those who weren't a part of Obamacare or did not show insurance that had to pay a fucking price for it, pay a fine for it. So he took that out anyway. So who cares? He literally succeeded on that front. That was the thing that they hated the most, supposedly. Not that it fucking matters. Yeah, the mandatory penalty's gone. He removed that.
Lose Congress in 2018, but
sure. But prior to that, because we got the infrastructure bill, I think, in 1 year, which Trump promised for his entire presidency. Didn't get anywhere.
Well,
on it.
I mean, yes, his Republican base was not.
Yeah, dude, come on, infrastructure, really? Trump was gonna do infrastructure? That's crazy. Like, that's a dumber argument than fucking Trump promised to build the wall and he didn't. Okay, that's a better argument than being like Trump promised he was going to do infrastructure. Nobody believed that was a real thing. What the fuck?
Not in favor of mass spending on infrastructure, and
see?
So there's that. I think that's mostly a state and local.
But they were
issue.
in favor of mass spending for tax cuts.
That's not spending. I mean,
effectively it is, right? Like
effectively, it's not.
Well, if you're cutting tax receipts, but you're not changing the level of spending, like Biden did with the IRA.
I mean, again, we have a fundamental philosophical difference here. I think that when the government takes my money, that is not the government somehow being more fiscally responsible. And when the government allows me to keep my money, I don't see that as the government spending. I see that as my money, and the government is taking less of it.
That's great, but
oh, that's crazy. There you go. This is why neoliberals are woefully incompetent at debating fucking neoliberals that are right wing. Okay, that's sick, man. He's over here talking about fiscal responsibility with a dude who does not give a shit. You're not gonna win that argument, brother. Like, even if you win that argument, who are you really winning that argument for? It's not a thing that anybody believes. Okay. The left doesn't believe it because they look at fucking military spending and go, oh, that's really weird that we have so much fiscal responsibility for our endless discretionary spending increases year over year for the American military, but no fucking fiscal responsibility for anything else. The right doesn't believe it. It's all magic. Okay? The only people that care about the deficit, I say this all the time, are the dumbass Democrats. Okay? Like, that's it. The Democrats and fucking Paul Ryan. Who else believes in real deficit hawking? Not the Republicans. They only talk about it when Democrats are in charge. Democrats, they are the only ones who actually are trying to balance the budget. It's so dumb. And it's not a popular position to push for anyway. Okay?
At the end of the day, the government is still going to be in a deficit spending, and they're going to have to borrow money from the Treasury.
Right, we have a spending problem. In other words, not a receipts problem, is the case that I'm making. The problem with Donald Trump is not that he lowered taxes. The United States has one of the most
progressive... We have a spending problem, not a receipts problem.
Tax systems on the planet. And in fact, if you wish to have a European-style social welfare state, what you actually need is to tax the middle class to death. I mean, the reality is that the top 20% of the American population pays literally all net taxes in the United States after state benefits and all of this.
Sure.
So if you actually wanted to have the kind of social welfare state that many liberals seem to want to have, like Northern Europe, for example, you'd actually have to tax people who make $40,000, $50,000, $60,000.
He's not completely wrong. Not tax the middle class to death. He's not entirely wrong. We do need tax reform, okay, especially the federal level. And a major part of the problem is also not just simply purely taxing income, but developing better mechanisms to tax wealth, okay? That's it. No, you would end up taxing the middle class more as well in this process, for sure. The reality is that there is so much unimaginable income inequality in the United States of America that the middle class and anyone below the middle class are actually giving a significant proportion of their yearly earnings back to the fucking government, both the state government and the federal government, than the actual billionaire. So a lot of people get lost in the sauce and talk about like, oh, the top marginal tax rate. The problem isn't at the top marginal tax rate, which is relatively high in comparison to European countries as well. I myself pay because I don't have any vehicles to hide or any shelters to hide my earnings or any like real deductions or anything like that, that I just straight give a lump sum to the federal government and the state government at the end of the year that basically almost cuts my earnings in half. I'm one of the very few people at my own tax rate that operates like this. Beyond that, many people at this level would oftentimes create like multiple different LLCs, S-corps, like ways in which they can, manage their taxes a little bit better. And in this process, I have realized that like a big chunk of the issues come from those who are in the 1% and above, right? Or in the top 10% of wealth in this country that have assets. Okay? The top 10% of wealth in this country have most of their wealth in assets. and we do not have a decent way of taxing said assets. Okay? It's not about income at all, because when you target income, and we have done that, and you could still raise the top marginal tax rate for sure, but when you go off of simply pure income, you're going to be taxing only like lawyers, doctors, high earners in the professional field, athletes, celebrities, you know what I mean? Like musicians, entertainers, but not like those in finance, not the people that you think of when you think of like actual billionaire style wealth. And that's fine. And I think that you can still increase top marginal tax rate. Okay. But beyond that, the real issue is going to be on the capital gains front and on the wealth front in general. Okay. That's it. You got to stop reading my messages. I'm a dumbass. What? Richest country in the world and our rolls filled with cracks, bro. I'm not. I'm only reading the top of the hour ad break. You have to look at the effective tax rate, though, and effective tax rates in America are at an all-time low.
And I don't want that. I agree with that. So how do you explain the lack of legislation?
I mean,
if he's like such a uniter.
Because I think the Republican Party itself is quite divided, and I think that Trump's...
But isn't that his job? He's the head of the Republican Party. He's the Republican president of the United States.
I mean, again, I don't think that Joe Biden has passed wildly historic legislation.
The infrastructure bill was the largest, like...
So here's the problem. If you're a Republican, the only bills that you can get consensus on tend to be bills that either... that let's be real about this, that are tax cuts, because, as you would, I think, agree with, when it comes to polling data, Americans constantly say they want to cut the government, and then the minute you ask them which program, they have no idea what they're... Right, exactly. And so it's much harder to come up with a bill to cut things than it is to come up with a bill to add things, which is why spending was out of control under Trump as well. But there are some Republicans who still don't want to spend on those things, right? So inherently, the task that... This goes back to the first question. The task that Republicans think government is there to do is different than the task that Democrats think that government is there to do. So the way that the very metric of success for a Democratic president versus a Republican president, namely, for example, pieces of legislation passed, as a Republican, one of my goals is to pass nearly no legislation because I don't actually want the government involved in more areas of our life. I want to ask a couple questions on the foreign policy.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Real quick. So, for instance, like Donald Trump wanted to punish China, and he wanted to bring microprocessor manufacturing to the United States. Biden did that with legislation, with the CHIPS Act. You talk about like spending being out of control, and I mean, I can agree with that. I think anybody that looks at the numbers has to agree with that. But why not pass legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is at least like spending neutral, right? Like, why are there not bills where Donald Trump could take?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think that whenever the government says something is spending neutral, it rarely materializes that way. That is not going to be a spending neutral bill.
Sure, but there's a difference between like at least they say it's spending neutral versus to say $500 billion bill over like 10 years.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, okay? If you're a deficit hog, at least do a better job of arguing your positions, Destiny. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally have been desperately trying to cut IRS funding out of the IRA. That is like one of the major ways to actually fix the deficit. Ben Shapiro is not going to be able to defend against that position. Every dollar that you spend on the IRS, okay? Every dollar that you spend on the IRS comes back in $3 of the government coffers, okay? That is not a way to cut, that is not a way to fix the deficit by fucking cutting IRS spending. It's bullshit, okay? Also, the 3-minute ad break is upon us. I forgot.
I mean, but again...
No, I said the IRS and I said the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. I thought the IRS funding provisions were inside of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the IRA. Oh, sorry. It's not even $1 for 7. It's not even $1 for 3. I was wrong. It's $1 for 7. Uncle Sam is going to get so mad at me for fucking that important statistic up. On average. Anyway.
I don't see a tax cut as a matter of quote spending neutrality. The big problem is they keep spending, not that they are allowing me to keep the money that I earned and they did not earn. But
okay, so then just to understand, so if somebody just did massive like reductions in tax receipts, so tax cut after tax cut after tax cut, but they didn't change spending at all, you wouldn't consider that like an increase in deficit spending or out of control spending. You would just say they're just tax cuts.
No, the opposite. I would consider it a wild. I would consider it a wild overspending.
Okay.
Meaning
so then
that,
was it under Trump then when he did the tax?
I mean, the deficit spending, by the way, under Biden is way worse than it was under
Of course, but we're in post-COVID, right?
COVID ended effectively, and you live in Florida. COVID effectively ended in the state of Florida by the middle of 2021.
Yeah,
I mean, even if you're a vaccine fan, by like April, May of 2021, there was wide availability of vaccines, whether or not you like the vaccines.
Yeah.
And at that point, we were done.
I agree, but like we're in a post, like how many trillions of dollars have been dumped in worldwide that are like leading to inflation, right? The inflation is like a worldwide issue right now because of the economy shutting down for a year or two. It's not like those effects are gone in 1 year, right? COVID might be gone, but the after effects of all the stimulus spending and the unemployment and everything
The
else.
definition of inflation is too much money chasing too few goods. So pouring more money on top of that makes for more inflation. That's what it does.
Sure, I agree.
Okay, let's use deflationary mechanisms then. You got monetary policy and you have fiscal policy. How about we use some fiscal policy? It's always monetary policy. Like, what do you mean? Ask Ben about what he would do as far as deflationary fiscal policies. I want to know what Ben Shapiro thinks we can do, because it would go against his own personal worldview. I mean, even neoclassical economists agree on this, I think. Hold on. Let me turn on this indoor walk. That's right. We're walking, baby.
But like, there's also the definition of when do you deficit spend is when economies are headed for recessions, right? Rather than when economies are doing really well, like they were under Trump, and he was deficit spending. Whereas Biden can at least make the argument that I ought to be deficit spending because the economy is heading for potential recession. Right?
So here's the thing: I don't think that the economy was actually headed for recession. In fact, if you look at the economic
Every
statistics,
economist said it was.
No,
okay, they're still saying that there's like a recession coming, right?
Right, but that was largely because of the after effects of inflation. Meaning, if you inflate the economy, what you're going to end up doing is bursting a bubble, and then when that bubble bursts, you'll get a recession. I mean, that was the basic idea, right? The question was whether you're going to get a soft landing. But if you actually look at, for example, the employment statistics or the economic growth statistics in the United States, what they look like under the last year's Obama and then Trump. I mean, this is what the chart looks like. It looks like this, and then it hits March of 2020. It goes like that,
yeah.
Right, and then by like September, it bounces back up. Right, it's a V-shaped recovery, and then it starts to peter out.
Sure.
After Joe Biden took office, what you see is actually kind of a straight line. I mean, what the chart looks like. In any case, okay. So on the foreign policy stuff, this is getting abstruse, but on the
Don't
on the foreign
save him, Legs. What are you doing? I mean, God. I thought Destiny was like a Joe Biden simp. Doesn't he portray himself as like a big like he talks about Brandon being like a boss hog? This is one area where he should be fucking ripping into Ben Shapiro. What is happening? What is happening? You didn't even ride for Biden hard enough. What the fuck do you ride for? That's crazy. That's crazy. I thought you were. What is going on here? He barely brought up that Brandon brought 4 million jobs. Okay, fine. Where's the rest of the fucking? I can't believe this. Oh my God. Okay.
Policy stuff. So
he said that he's amazing in international politics. That's not enough writing. Yeah, he's writing for Biden on the worst fronts. Biden is actually pretty progressive on domestic policies in comparison to prior leadership. Okay. So Biden, and I've talked about this quite a bit, Biden has actually done a decent job on many domestic issues. Okay. Pro-labor, like his advocacy on that front. The fact that he even cut a deal with the rail workers after forcibly breaking their strike, but quietly getting their demands met with the railroad. Now, even if you're like a liberal guy, okay, you can openly admit that was a good thing that he did. Okay, his agency appointments were great. He has beefed up the NLRB. He's done a decent job with the FTC, even with the SEC. Like, there's a lot going on that Biden has done a decent job with. Okay, demands were met, yes. However, and the IRA is not bad either. You got fucking battery development facilities, which are slated to be unionized, by the way. You have a lot more manufacturing facilities opening up, a lot more jobs. These are all good things that Biden did. Okay, video games are back under Biden. Let's be real. Anyway, now, if I were to advocate for Biden, those are the things that I would push on. Okay, he's done a decent job. I don't know why he's not talking about it. Anyway, let's continue. Grand Theft Auto 6 was announced under Biden. Didn't happen under Trump. Let me tell you that.
Questions that I have with regard to Biden on foreign policy. Very, very simple question. Do you think that the situation in the Middle East is better now than it was under Donald Trump?
Probably. That's a hard one. The factors that I'm making right now are like, obviously you've got the.
Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Yes, of course it's worse. Directly as a consequence of the Trump regime. That's it. That's the answer. There's only one answer to this. It's Trump. It's literally Trump. That's the reason why Biden is bad. He is Okay. Oh, sorry. I was Kaya eating a bone. Okay. I have to I can't walk and yell at the same time. Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I know a lot of people say, Hassan, all of my haters, especially like Destiny fans that come in here, they always say like, I'm so bad about foreign policy. But I really legitimately think Destiny is really, really, unfortunately, a little out of his depth here. Okay. The issue with the Biden regime is that it is a direct continuation of Donald Trump's horrible foreign policies. Okay? Horrible foreign policies. You can just very easily turn this around. You're not letting him play.
Israel-Palestinian war that's going on right now, which is kind of bad. But like broadly speaking, I'm not sure how much that affects the Middle East as much as like the collapse of Syria. 2013 Syrian civil war sent millions of immigrants throughout all of Europe,
which was under
Obama and continued under Trump. Trump didn't do anything to alleviate any of the Syrian civil war.
Why did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia again?
How did Syria end up as a preserve of Russia?
Yes. Why did it end up being essentially a client state of Russia?
I know that Putin enjoys access to the ports down there. I don't know.
I mean, the reason is because Barack Obama suggested that there was a red line that would be drawn in the face of chemical weapons use. Bashar Assad then used chemical weapons in Syria, and Barack Obama was unwilling to then essentially create consequences for Syria in the form of any sort of Western strike. And so instead he outsourced it to Russia. This is 2013, 2014.
Sure.
Right?
Do you think there might have been some hesitancy after like seeing how Libya ended up that maybe us like intervening?
Who was president during Libya? Yeah. I mean, like, so
but what does that have to do with anything? I'm just saying, like, there might have been like a mistake learned.
The point that I'm making is that actually
I'm
the Middle
losing
East,
it.
I mean, just
I'm
historically
losing
speaking,
it.
was historically good under Donald Trump. I mean, it's very difficult to make the case that either before or after Trump were better than during
Okay. Foreign policy, just like economic policy, really, is almost always a direct continuation of prior administrations. Okay? Everything that happened in the Brandon administration, you can directly find fault in the administration prior. Even Syria, when you talk about putting the blame on Biden, is still it's still a major problem due to the former war on terror and the destabilization that the Republican administration of George W. Bush created. It doesn't matter ultimately because both parties are completely aligned when it comes to foreign policy anyway. But if you were to try and make an argument here between like foreign policy between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is still worse. It's just the truth. Donald Trump greatly escalated drone strikes. Donald Trump was horrifyingly bad on the issue of Israel-Palestine. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem was a major misstep. A misstep that I don't even think Hillary fucking Clinton would have done. Okay? These are all awful flubs. The Abraham Accords was genuinely awful. Genuinely awful. Casting aside the signature accomplishment of the Obama administration in the form of the Iran denuclearization agreement, which was created through so much unilateral cooperation that was continued on with our European contemporaries literally going in and investigating, putting fucking cameras in nuclear facilities. Oh, it's just so bad. Biden's faults and failures are a direct consequence of following on the Trump agenda on foreign policy, okay? Trump literally killed Qasem Soleimani. It's not even a fucking question. Like, multilateral, I said unilateral. You're right. Sorry, multilateral.
Donald Trump.
Syrian, I don't think that Trump contributed to the Syrian situation in improving much. I think
he
it caught
wrecked
a lot
ISIS. He did wreck ISIS, which was in the
ISIS had been getting wrecked by the Kurds in Iraq, by every single person, by Assad's army, by Putin, by Turkey. Literally everybody was fighting against ISIS at that point.
There's a spike in violence, and then the Trump, I mean, you get credit for when you're president, presumably. I mean, things got better with ISIS under Trump.
I mean, yeah, they did. I mean,
things got worse with ISIS under Obama.
For sure.
He called them the JV squad. Sure. And then they became not the JV
Bro,
squad.
who created ISIS? Shut the fuck up. Dude, oh my God. Trump literally killed the #1 ISIS killer in the fucking region, okay? Qasem Soleimani, sure, bad guy. You don't like him, okay? Plenty of people don't like him in the region. But undeniably, that's the guy who was killing ISIS, okay? Trump did such a good job of dealing with ISIS that he killed the fucking #1 ISIS killer. Jesus Christ. Lamal Hassan is a crybaby, to be honest. Okay, I'm embellishing for the point of like, being entertaining here because it's such a fucking boring ass debate otherwise. I don't know why you immediately go, oh, yes, this is a Republican. Never mind. I love you, brother. Spartan 1117. Let me tell you. Oh my God, we caught one, boys. We got a Republican in the building. Listen, Patriot. I love you, okay? You're right. Fuck Joe Biden, baby.
But I don't know if ISIS...
God, I got so excited. One conservative in like a sea of annoying, smarmy liberals. Oh, hell yeah.
This is originating in Syria and Baghdadi, and all of the growth of that is necessarily Obama's fault. I know that we like to say that Obama created ISIS. I don't know if you say that, but I've heard that saying a lot. I think that's a little bit simplistic. I don't think that when I'm looking at like actions that presidents have taken, the biggest criticism I have for like Middle Eastern policy is I think the Doha Accords were a disaster. And I think that's like one of the biggest blemishes that we have right now. I would also argue that moving the embassy to Jerusalem was also kind of silly.
Yes.
And arguably contributed to some of the conflict we see right now.
No,
I'll
argue precisely the
Some? No, that's huge. That's a huge deal. No, you're right. Don't fucking back away.
Opposite, especially given the fact that after the
God damn it, Wikipedia reading motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
movement of the embassy to Jerusalem, the Abraham Accords continued to sign and actually expand. And that if Donald Trump had been elected, I have no doubt in my mind that Saudi Arabia would now be a part of the Abraham Accords. In fact, that was basically pre-negotiated. And then when Joe Biden...
Oh, dude. Oh, shit. Wait, I didn't realize. Guys, if Saudi Arabia officially normalized relations with Israel, then the Palestinian population would magically go, oh, fuck, dude. Saudi Arabia, which we love and are super fond of, are now dealing with Israel. So I guess that must mean that, like, the situation is solved. Shut the fuck up, Ben, you fucking idiot. What do you mean Saudi Arabia? The fuck are you talking about? October 7 literally is a direct consequence of writing out the Palestinians from the equation completely and trying to normalize relations with Gulf states, but while sidestepping the Palestinians entirely.
Took office, Joe Biden took a very anti-Saudi stance on a wide variety of issues. The biggest single effect in the Middle East of Joe Biden's presidency, and again, I agree with you that not every foreign policy issue can be laid at the hands of a president. Joe Biden's main approach to the Middle East was very similar to the Obama approach, which is why the Middle East was chaotic under Obama and chaotic under Biden. And that was to alienate allies like Saudi Arabia and Israel, and instead to try to make common cause or cut deals with Iran. What that did is incentivize terrorism from Iran. What we're watching in the Middle East is Iran attempting to use every one of its terror proxies in the Middle East, and it was specifically launched in an attempt.
It's so funny that he's saying this when, like, Iran, Israel, and the United States of America said that Iran was not involved in October 7. Okay, why did all three of them say that? Even Iran themselves said, you know, October 7 was sick. We loved it, but, like, not gonna lie, we can't take credit for it. So why did that happen? Okay, why did that happen? That's because the Palestinians did October 7. Hamas and other Palestinian militias did October 7. Okay, the notion that this has anything to do with Iran is really stupid, beyond the fact that, like, yeah, of course, Iran is still arming Hamas and training Hamas and whatnot, but, like, they're not the ones who did it. And the major reason as to why it happened is because they were not dealing with the Palestinians at all. They were just completely writing off the Palestinians from the equation with the Abraham Accords. It is a genuine, massive, disastrous foreign policy failure. Whoo, goddamn, dude. And by the way, you are not going to find a single person in the American foreign policy blob that will actually genuinely, legitimately agree with Ben's point here. Okay? I'm talking like Rand Corporation is not going to fucking agree with this. It's so stupid.
To avoid what Biden actually was trying.
Haaretz doesn't agree with it. Former Shin Bet officials don't agree with it. Former Israeli Knesset members don't agree with it. The idea that Ben is right and all of these academics and all these fucking wonks and dudes who are like Zionists themselves and totally on board with Israel, the fact that they don't agree with Ben, I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. Iran literally was pissed and told Ismail Haniyeh, when he went to Tehran, that Khamenei said, we trained you all for a future war, but you went ahead and left the whole axis of resistance in the dark. Yeah. Like, they literally, they just completely did it on themselves, on their own. And they did it specifically because they were completely written out. Like a couple weeks prior, Netanyahu went in front of the UN and basically showed a fucking map where Palestine didn't even exist. Okay?
Trying to, which was good, which was after 2 years of failure with Saudi Arabia, try to bring them into the Abraham Accords, right? That was what was burgeoning at the end of last year. And Iran saw that, and Iran decided that they were going to throw a grenade into the middle of those negotiations by essentially activating Hamas.
Wait, if that's the case, if Iran activated Hamas to fuck up the Abraham Accords, then doesn't that undermine the point that you're trying to make? So what if Saudi Arabia joined in on the Abraham Accords? What difference does that make? What do you mean? What a dumb fucking argument to make.
Activates Hamas, commits October 7th. Israel, as a sovereign nation state, has to respond to the murder of 1,200 of its citizens and the taking kidnapping of 240. Israel has to do that not only to go after its own hostages and try to restore them, but also to reestablish military deterrence in the most violent region of the world. Hezbollah gets active on Israel's northern border. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. They get active on the northern border.
Dude, I would destroy Ben on Israel-Palestine shit. I'm serious. He is so bad. I think it's because he's like really confident because a lot of people in his orbit 100% agree with him. Okay? Like, Destiny is going to agree with him. He's not going to disagree with him because he has assumed the position of being like an ultra Zionist himself. It's crazy. The idea that like Saudi relations with Israel would somehow Saudi relations with Israel will somehow like fix the problem of Palestinians being ethnically cleansed and living under an apartheid is so stupid. Unless you literally think that Arabs all are of one mind or something. You know what I mean? They all operate with one mind.
Houthis in Yemen get active. These are all the only reason all this is happening at the same time is because Iran is doing this, right? And not just that, they're threatening global shipping. Sure. If you're talking about the effects of global supply lines, which I totally agree had a major inflationary effect on the economy thanks to COVID, right now the cost of shipping is nearly double what it was just a few weeks ago. And that is
damn, that's crazy, man. Maybe Israel should stop fucking pummeling Gaza then.
because a ragtag group of Houthi barbarians are attacking international shipping and forcing everybody to stop using the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, instead going around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. All of that is the result of the fact that Joe Biden reoriented the United States in the very early days in favor of a more pro-Iranian stance. He appointed Robert Malley to negotiate the Iran deal, who, as it turns out, was using proxies. Many of his aides were actually taking money from Iran. The Biden administration, literally one of their first acts was to delist the Houthis as a terror organization and end sanctions against the Houthis. These are all moves that Biden made very early on. They were disastrous moves. But when it comes to domestic...
I like that he's saying Biden is bad, which, by the way, this is exactly what I talk about when I talk about why Biden comes across as weak. Okay? Because it's wishy-washy bullshit. Like, he's literally hitting Biden on, like, some of the good things that he did as far as foreign policy, and then wrapping that around and talking about how bad Biden is when Biden is literally doing exactly what Ben wants. Ben's argument is Biden should be just as fucking ruthless to the Yemeni population as Trump would have been, right? And also simultaneously talking about complete nonsense, like the Abraham Accords would be successful if Saudi Arabia automatically normalized relations. Saudi Arabia would be on fucking fire right now if China had not facilitated a goddamn deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia to halt hostilities in Yemen, okay, to end the blockade, to end the genocide. Let me tell you, the idea that a cessation of hostilities was not beneficial for Saudi Arabia is ridiculous. So China actually did more in terms of like fixing that area than America did. It's so unimaginably stupid to make this argument that if Saudi had openly normalized relations with Israel as opposed to like what they're doing now, which, by the way, since day one, Saudi Arabia, before the American CENTCOM came into play, was already fucking trying to intercept Houthi missiles and shit on its way to fucking Israel regardless. Saudi Arabia has been aligned with Israel in perpetuity at this point. It's so ridiculous. We're not talking about like the 1970s. Okay? You're giving too much credit to China. Saudi went to them to spite the U.S. for not helping against the Houthis. Brother, I'm not like a BRICS truther at all. I understand that. These countries are leveraging their relations with China in an effort to get better deals or make better demands from the United States of America. I agree. Okay? I'm simply telling you what is going on. What happened is the Iran-Saudi normalization agreement was facilitated by China. That is true. That came with a cessation of hostilities against the Yemeni population.
Policy. I think he hasn't been nearly as damaging on domestic policy as he has been on foreign policy.
Sure. So just on a couple of Middle Eastern things. So one of the big things that threw the Middle East into disaster was what we are all traumatized by it now, was the Iraq invasion, which happened under a Republican president. You agree with that, right? Sure. Yes. The deposition of Saddam Hussein and everything that followed after probably contributed more to the growth of ISIS.
Wait, Destiny is anti-Iraq invasion. That's really shocking. I mean, all of his supporters are making like pro-Iraq invasion style arguments lately, so I thought that's shocking. Okay, let's continue.
The destabilization of that entire region, probably more than anything else. I think that under prior to...
Why are you anti-Iraq invasion? Are you a Saddam supporter? It's kind of interesting.
To Bush, for Clinton, even at the beginning of Bush's presidency, we were on some kind of road to normalcy with Iran, which I think has to happen, whether we like them or not, until Bush, for whatever reason, decides to throw Iran into the axis of evil.
And I need to remember that we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
That
we were on a road to normalcy with Iran in the 1990s.
My understanding is that, from the late 90s and prior to the axis of evil labeling of Iran, that there was going to be some path forward to where we could start to normalize relationships with them.
I find that very difficult to believe, and I don't see a lot of evidence. I mean, we can just disagree on that.
Sure, we can disagree on that.
Why? I mean... Why does Ben disagree with that? I wonder. I mean, I don't personally think that America was ever genuinely interested in normalizing relations with Iran, but why does Ben disagree with that? I wonder.
But I know that
the after effects, just quick note, the after effect of the Iraq War that was the most devastating was the increase in power of Iran.
I agree. Yeah, because of the destabilization of Iraq and Iraq not having a government that...
Wait, that's the bad part of the invasion of Iraq, is that it gave Iran more power in the region. That's
that was functional for at least a decade,
and was in fact a Sunni government, right? Originally, it was a Sunni government. Disbanding the Sunni army was one of the worst things that the Bush administration did.
Banning all the former Ba'ath parties,
sectarian,
all horrible under a Republican president. But
don't disagree.
That that probably contributed more to ISIS, to the growth of power in Iran, maybe even to the destabilization of Syria, probably more than anything that Obama did. Also, when we look at Iran funding people in the region, I don't disagree with that as well. I think Iran is the number one instigator of bad guy things right now in the Middle East. Iran, the IRGC, I supported when Donald Trump killed Soleimani. I think that was a great thing. I think that Iran is a major problem.
Wait, I don't get it. So if you're wait, I'm sorry. He's anti-deposition of Saddam, but pro-assassination of Qasem Soleimani. Like, one created a power vacuum. The other one greatly escalated tensions. Why is the other, like, if you're against one, why are you not against the other? It doesn't make sense. I mean, this is like entirely incoherent. If you're talking about the destabilization of the Middle East, he is anti-Saddam. I think you misheard. No, but he said the deposition of Saddam and the destabilization of Iraq was greatly beneficial to Iran. Okay? And he's talking about it like we shouldn't have done that. I don't know what his solution is. I have never interrogated his positions on the matter, but like, you can't. The assassination of Qasem Soleimani was unimaginably bad. It was a total fuck up. Genuine fuck up. Definitely not appropriate. And the only reason why it didn't escalate into further conflict is restraint on the Iranian side, partially as a consequence of their own economic prospects in general. But it's not because of America. America was not being restrained in that situation at all. It was a gross violation of sovereignty. Anyway, having said that, I mean, this is a classic liberal position, I think, which is like, maybe he's a Ba'athist. Yeah. Yeah. Wait till he finds out that the Baathists are secular. He's going to be like, wait, they're not Islamist fundamentalists? I didn't get to that part of the Wikipedia page. Maybe they're not so bad. Yeah, what's not to like, dude? Secular guys, pro-America early on. I'm just saying, maybe not so bad. Anyway,
However, I don't know if the path forward is constantly being a belligerent to Iran or trying to figure out some road to normalcy. I don't know if the collapse of Iran or the destruction of that country, considering how unpopular the Ayatollah even is there, like the citizens of Iran, I don't think are big supporters of the government there. I feel like moving on a path where, let's do our nuclear inspections. We had that Iranian nuclear deal that Trump pulled out of. Let's do the nuclear inspections. Make sure you're not on the way to nuclear weapons. Let's unfreeze some funds. Let's move in some direction where we get on a good term with you. I feel like that's the most important thing that needs to happen in the Middle East. As much as people like to look at the Abraham Accords, who cares if, what was it? Bahrain, I think Oman, I think
UAE,
Sudan,
Morocco.
The UAE and Morocco. Yeah, or something like all of these people, even Saudi Arabia, already have like de facto normalization with Israel anyway. They're all trading.
No, I mean, to pretend that anybody even 15 years ago would have been talking about normalization in Saudi Arabia and Israel is insane.
Why would that be insane? Why would that be insane? Saudi Arabia did 9/11 and we just acted like that was not even a big deal and immediately said Iran, which was Saudi Arabia's proxies, enemies in the region, was actually responsible for it. We literally had Saudi Arabia do 9/11. We turned around and attacked belligerently every fucking other country in the region. We went into Afghanistan. We went into Iraq. And we claimed that Iran was somehow aligned with these countries when they were literally aligned with us against all of the fucking Wahhabist and Salafist sects in the region. What the fuck? What are you saying? Why wouldn't we have a complete normalization agreement set in place between Saudi Arabia and Israel? They're both are incredibly important allies in the region. The fuck are you talking about? This is so silly. Come on, dude. Push back, please. I'm like a little kid with a fucking I'm like a little kid with a stick. Like, do something. Come on.
And
they were already on that path. They had already been they were already de facto trading partners with each other. They had already been collaborating.
That's a wild claim that Israel and Saudi Arabia were going to normalize 15 years ago.
15.
That's not a wild claim. That's not a wild claim at all. Shut the fuck up, Ben. That's not a wild claim at all. What the fuck are you talking about? That's not. Why is that a wild claim? Oh my God. Why would that be a wild claim? They're both profoundly important trade partners of the United States of America. It's not like we magically decided 15 years ago to start giving Saudi Arabia weapons or have bases. The fuck is Ben talking about? You're so dumb. Fuck. How can he talk so much about Israel, Palestine, and just not know anything? At least like know the right talking points. No, the reason why he's saying this as a wild claim is because he doesn't know what the correct talking points would be in this situation. The only thing that the Abraham Accords did was make the private relationship that Saudi Arabia had with America, and not so private really, and in recent years especially, and all the other Gulf nation states, the relations that they had with America and and Israel, because Israel is a continuation of America, okay? It was just to make it public. That's it.
Years ago, it might have been a wild claim.
That's what.
But after Turkey, after Jordan, and then in the past like 20 years of like economic relations and ties with each other, all of the leadership in the Middle East, and you'll agree with this, look at Israel and they go, okay, well, we've got Palestinians who, you know, God bless them, do nothing, and then you've got Israel, which is on a region with no natural resources to somehow become like an economic giant. They're good to trade with. Their population is educated. They, you know, have military power. All of the leadership in these Middle Eastern countries are wanting to be friendly with Israel and are engaging in trade.
Dude, why is Destiny using like Zionist arguments like he's like 65 years old or something? Like, this is what Joe Biden believes, okay? I feel like these are arguments that like a really old person would make who like thinks about the glory days of Israel, you know, 6-day war type shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure, he's a Zionist, but like I feel like the talking points have been updated by now. He's like, yeah, everybody wants to be everybody is like, wow, look at Israel, the greatest economy, no natural resources. They took a swamp and they turned it into, you know, bountiful harvest. It's like, yeah, dude, I can't believe the Israel, bountiful nation. They made ways, dude. It's an entire country filled to the fucking brim with goddamn DJs and also Pegasus spy tech, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? The entire purpose of Israel is a destabilizer in the region. It's America's military base as a country. That's it. With its own motherfucking espionage network. This is crazy.
Factor with Israel, and the idea that like the UAE and Bahrain were brought in to say like, oh well, now we're going to officially say this.
Those were the first steps toward obviously the formation of a new Middle East in which economics would predominate over sectarian conflict. The chief obstacle to that is Iran. The notion that negotiations with the Ayatollah were going to be a solution to any of this is,
but do we think
absolutely benighted.
Is it the Abraham Accords that's convincing Saudi Arabia to take a stance against Iran?
No, I mean,
they're already fighting with each other, right? Like, I don't think the Abraham Accords moved us any closer towards any type of real peace in the region. What has to happen is something has to happen with Iran.
Job.
There has to be some diplomatic bilateral communication there.
No, what has to happen is the containment.
He's right. He's right. That's good. That's a good way to talk about it.
Which was what was taking place with the increased normalization with the Sunni Arab world and Israel, combined with significant economic sanctions.
Dude, I think Lex is interjecting too much. He really needs to dial it back in this debate. I mean, he's really punching a lot. You know what I mean? He's got to pull back a little bit, right? Come on, Lex.
The notion that
Big yapper.
there's this far-fetched notion in foreign policy circles that diplomacy can sort of be wish-cast out of thin air. That if you sit around a table, that you can always come to an agreement with somebody. The Ayatollahs do not have common interests with the United States. They do not. And this idea that they are willing to take money in exchange for example, some sort of peaceful acquiescence to Israel's existence is obviously untrue.
Hasn't that been the case, though? That you've had a region with tons of sectarian violence for a long time, and then finally Turkey was like, you know what, this isn't worth it. The United States paid them a lot of money. They had conversations with Israel. You know what, the economy, the economic gains.
Well, I mean,
same thing with Jordan, same thing with
Turkey? The fuck's he talking about? Turkey. Turkey is a NATO country. It has been Israel's #1 dick rider privately and even publicly for quite some time. I don't know why he's fucking talking about Turkey. The fuck does he mean Turkey? There's no way. I don't think he's talking about Turkey, right? There's no shot.
Turkish politics,
Sure,
but the situation with Turkey was actually quite warm between Israel and Turkey in the 90s when you had the sort of secular Muslim regime
in the 90s, but they signed
Kemal Atatürk in place, and now Erdogan has joined in the fray, and Erdogan is significantly more radical than what before.
No, he's not. Shut the fuck up. It's just chirp, dude. It's just this. It's just chirp. Ben, shut up. Turkey's significantly more radical. Yeah, dude. Turkey has, like, even during the Mavi Marmara situation, okay, Erdogan was constantly fucking yelling at Israel while they were still training Israeli pilots in Turkey in American bases. Like, the idea that Turkey has ever been at odds with Israel and its existence or with Zionism is fucking bullshit. Okay?
Oh, sorry. If I said Turkey, I meant Egypt. My bad.
Yeah. Okay. So
Egypt, yeah.
Right.
So like, in terms of like Egypt and Jordan, right, were the first two.
You need
big ones.
here's the thing. You need. Is it possible that you could theoretically come to a deal with Iran only with a new leadership?
He was not talking about Turkey. He was talking about Egypt. Two entirely and utterly insane mix-up, but fine.
Okay, this is true for every peace agreement in the region. You could not. Israel could not have made peace with.
Well, they made peace with Egypt, and Sadat was the leader for Yom Kippur, right?
They did not make peace with Nasser. right?
Sure.
The point is that this is a different regime. You need a different regime. This is
But
one
I
of
think the
problems-
same regime that did the part of the Yom Kippur War was the same regime that negotiated peace with Israel.
I mean, that's true.
Mhm.
It is also true that that is a relationship that could be cultivated specifically because it was Sadat who made clear he was going to come to the table.
Mhm.
Have the Iranians ever made clear that they would come to the table over, for example, the existence of the state of Israel?
No.
I mean, that is not a thing that's going to happen.
But I think people probably
Literally,
felt the
their
same.
Every single one of their proxy groups, every one of them, not only calls for the destruction of the state of Israel, they also call for the destruction of America. I mean, this is literally the Houthi slogan. They're busy hitting ships, and
that's crazy. Why aren't they saying nice things about America instead? Aw, that's crazy. He thought Erdogan was the prime minister of Israel like 2 months ago. Yeah, after saying that he was the president of Syria or something. I saw the video. I saw the clip. Yeah. Like the current Iranian regime is a direct consequence of American intervention. American intervention that originally came in 1953, okay, before Iran could ever even develop any real relations with Israel. So that's another American fuck up. So I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. I guess like Ben has to be a Shah defender in general, though. But he got Arafat and Erdogan mixed up. It is pretty cool that you can, demonstrate your overall lack of interest, care, knowledge when it comes to like Middle Eastern policy, foreign policy in general. But as long as like you're kind of aligned with American State Department shit, it like really doesn't matter. Most people will go, yeah, you're right. And also, all the better if your ideological foes are fucking Muslim background. So then I can just say maybe there's like some kind of additional biases occurring here that is clouding their opinion on the region.
Their slogan is literally Allahu Akbar, death to America, death to the Jews, death to Israel. It doesn't fit on a bumper sticker, but and it's not all that catchy, but that is in fact their slogan. The notion that the regime that propagates that is going to be approached with diplomacy is not only wrong. The problem is that it's easy to say the stakes of diplomacy are okay, so we try to talk, right? Jaw is better than war. Sure. The only problem is that in the Middle East, weakness is taken as a sign that aggression might be an appropriate response. That is how things work in the Middle East. And the fact that Barack Obama...
Oh, is that how things work in the Middle East? Yeah, because why, Ben? Why is that how things work in the Middle East? Elaborate a little bit. Come on, Destiny. Ask him why he thinks that. These are not like, look, doesn't matter what your perspective is here. Doesn't matter if you agree with Israel or disagree with Israel. If you're looking at this on purely the fundamentals of debate, that's a fucking weak spot that any seasoned debater would immediately fucking hone in on and go, why do you think that is the only way to deal with people in the Middle East? And then he says, well, it's their culture. They understand barbarism only, blah, blah, blah. And it's like a very racist thing to say, and you give them the rope to hang themselves with afterwards. Now, of course, I don't think Destiny is going to interrogate that because this is one area where he 100% agrees with. Like, I think him and Ben Shabibo are like completely fucking aligned on this issue.
That Joe Biden, rather, came into office with an orientation sort of continuing the Obama policies in Iran has led to conflagrations, these sort of brush fires breaking out everywhere that Iran has borders with either the West or Israel or both, right? Any place that's happening is leading to brush fires because, again, the logic of violence in the Middle East is not quite the logic of violence in other places in the world. By the way, I think the logic of violence in the Middle East is actually closer to what most international politics looks like than we wish that it were.
Violence in the Middle East is not like anywhere else in the world? The fuck does that mean, brother? What are you saying? The logic of violence in the Middle East? What?
I mean, I think that's part of what's happening in Ukraine as well.
So you think
which brings me, by the way, here's my question about Ukraine.
Sure. Well, just real quick, and then you can answer this one now. So you think that for Iran, right, a country that has been sanctioned for God knows how many years now, you think that for Iran, just continuing to sanction them and contain them is an effective way, is more effective than trying to engage them in bilateral or multilateral peace talks?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, if that's the case, then why did the Iran denuclearization deal work tremendously well, as a matter of fact? Why did it? We also cooperated with Iran in the Middle East for the damn near duration, the entirety of our war on terror. Like, we didn't just come up with our fucking bombing targets on our own. We got them from Iran. So what's up? Can we cooperate with these fucking barbarian animals, these Muslim animals, these brown scary guys? Or can we not cooperate with them? This is turned into an interview. Please, Destiny. Ask
And the proof is in the pudding.
Oh my God.
Before we go to Ukraine, can I ask about Israel? So you're both mostly in agreement, but what is
I don't know about to say that.
Okay, but
what are you disagreeing
as I'm learning,
on?
what is Israel doing right? What is Israel doing wrong in this very specific current
Get in there, Lex.
war in Gaza?
I mean, frankly, I think that what Israel's doing wrong is if I were Israel, okay, like, again, America's interests are not coincident with.
Yeah, we literally cooperated with Iran on the invasion of Afghanistan. They give us intel on the Taliban. Exactly. It's fucking ridiculous.
Israel's interests. If I were an Israeli leader, I would have swiveled up and out and knocked the bleep out of Hezbollah early.
What does that mean?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what? Bro, they tried that. What do you mean? You are such a gross little worm, dude. You fucking violent little shit. It's like, that's right. I would go in there and knock the shit out of Hezbollah. Yeah, really? Oh, you mean like what Israel did already? How did that work out? Did that work out well for Israel the last time that happen? Shut the fuck up, Ben.
What does that mean?
So I would have, Yoav Gallant, who's the defense minister of Israel, was encouraging Netanyahu, who's the prime minister, and the war cabinet, including Benny Gantz. So whenever people talk about the Netanyahu government, that's not what's in place right now. There's a unity war government in place that includes the political opposition. The reason I point that out is because there are a lot of people politically who will suggest that the actions Israel is currently taking are somehow the manifestation of a right-wing government. Israel currently does not have a quote-unquote right-wing government. They have a unity government that includes the opposition. In any case, Yoav Gallant was urging in the very early days of the war that Israel should turn north, and instead of hitting Hamas, they should actually take the opportunity to knock Hezbollah out, because Hezbollah is significant.
This is so bad. This is such a dumbass fucking take. Oh my God. Ben is an accelerationist that wants to wipe out the Zionist entity, okay? This is literally like, he's like a fucking permanent first world genocide JD Pong guy, but for Israel. He's like, yeah, wipe out Hezbollah. Yeah, dude. First strike against a foreign nation in Lebanon, okay? Just immediately fucking diving in head first. Immediately diving in head first into Lebanon and fighting a military with trained soldiers and significantly better munitions, like not bathtub bombs that can be intercepted by Iron Dome, which of course Israel has many defenses, some of which, as far as I understand, are, pretty good. Dude, they didn't go full force. The Dahiyya Doctrine was invented in Lebanon, but it was not considered full force, guys. You don't understand. Israel did to Lebanon what it's doing to fucking Gaza, and they still had to fucking pull out, okay? So the idea that they would go full force somehow and different, you're delusional if you think Hezbollah is comparable to the IDF. No, brother, you're delusional, okay? Because wars are not won and lost in the way that you think they are won and lost. Wars are not about like full force going in and doing bombing campaigns and then, ooh, my military power is better than your military power, and then we shake hands and I lose and you win. It's not how it works. America lost in Vietnam and in Afghanistan. Russia lost in Afghanistan. Why did that happen? Think about it for a second, and you will understand that obviously war isn't just about like who has the most powerful military. It's not like fucking Call of Duty, okay? It's just, this is like specific armchair quarterbacking, talking about like, oh, dude, Israel could go full force, dude. Yeah, really? Is that why they've been able to wipe out Hamas? Is that what happened? Is they're going full force? Yeah, tell that to the 24 Israeli occupying force soldiers that got fucking exploded with their own munitions yesterday. What it's like to go full force. There is no fucking full force, okay? It doesn't work that way. That's ridiculous. You think this is like, you think counterinsurgency is like fucking Call of Duty? It's so stupid. I mention this all the time. There is a limitation to how much war you can wage, okay? They can't go full force in Gaza because they would kill too many people. Dude, shut up. Oh, yeah, Israel is really restrained in Gaza, famously. And definitely not. Israel is super restrained in Gaza, famously, just like they were super restrained in Lebanon. Listen, man, wars and the continuation of wars is done on attrition. How many soldiers can you throw at the fucking problem until you no longer can throw soldiers at the problem and you have genuinely destabilized your own country? Part of the reason why Russia has been able to effectively take over eastern territories in Ukraine, as opposed to Ukraine being able to purge the Russian invaders, is directly a consequence of that. Russia can throw bodies into the fucking meat grinder over and over and over and over and over again, which they have done. They have more people and they have more conscripts. And even if they don't have the best of weapons overall, okay, or even enough combat experience, they still have people. Because guess what, dude? Any cop can tell you this as well. One guy with a weapon is still a major threat. One guy with a weapon can still hold a position, okay? No matter how inexperienced they are. So people is one of the most important parts of war and attrition, okay? Israel, despite having awesome weapons in general, does not have the capacity to engage in a two-front war without directly involving the United States of America, okay? The United States of America is the most powerful fucking country on the planet. What are we talking about? Even they had to inevitably pull out of Afghanistan and cede the entire territory that we occupied for 20 years to the Taliban, the guys we fought. Hezbollah is Hamas times 10 and is not surrounded and blockaded, meaning it can more easily be resupplied. It has thousands of precision missiles, and even most are likely intercepted or destroyed. If 10% get through and hit power plants and desalination plants, it would be really bad. Exactly. Like, guy can't hold a weapon in comparison to the firepower that Israel has. They could put Gaza into the dirt in a week if they wanted to. No, man. No. You are engaging in fantasy. This is pure copium from America and American adjacent power players who want to fucking jerk off about how powerful they are. No, that's not. Dude, do you think Israel is restrained in Gaza? Like, what are you guys, delusional? They literally leveled the entirety of northern Gaza. What are we talking about? And the same thing they did in Lebanon too. You can genocide civilians all day. Genociding civilians is one thing, okay? That's not how you win wars. You can keep killing as many civilians as you want, but as long as there's entrenched power within a militia group that has popular support and has the capacity to be resupplied, and in Gaza, they don't even have that, and yet they are still holding off fairly fucking well, all things considered. Hezbollah, on the other hand, has the entire nation at that point. It would be unimaginable. This is ridiculous. These people are thinking World War II style total war. Countries don't fight like that anymore. No country has gone full force in like 50 years. Yeah. Israel is going maximum force. Anything beyond, like, I guess the only thing Israel would do more than this would basically be to just nuke it. What is this? Why do you hate America so much, but you live here and have funds to move out? Sounds like one of those guys that makes how to make money courses, but the way they made that money was through the course. What? You think I make money by saying America is bad? Do you know how much more money I would make if I said America is good? What kind of stupid take is this? Look at these two goobers right here. Do you think they're particularly charismatic? It doesn't require too much to just say America good always. Okay? I would wipe the floor with the entirety of the right-wing commentary sphere if I were to fucking do a heel turn and become like a right-wing guy. Oh my Lord. Oh. Anyway, it's time to become a Republican one day, dude. I'm just gonna fucking sell all of my values and just do this shit. Oh, it's on Echo. That's why it's so
significantly more dangerous to the existence of the state of Israel than Hamas. I actually agree with that. As far as what Israel has been doing wrong in the actual war, I mean, I think that, again, from an American perspective, I think that Israel is doing pretty well. From an Israeli perspective, if I were Israeli, I would actually want Israel to be less loose about sending its soldiers in on the ground level. So Israel's attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and the cost of that has been the highest.
Yeah, he's saying Israel should still, in the most cowardly way, kill civilians from afar. Nice, man. Thank you for your armchair general, dude. No, don't send the soldiers in. They're dying.
Military death toll that Israel has had since the 1973 Yom Kippur War. I mean, I personally know, through one degree of separation, 3 separate people have been killed in Gaza. And that's because they're going in door to door. It's because they're attempting to minimize civilian casualties, and they're losing a lot of guys.
No, yeah, dude. They're losing a lot of guys because they're going door to door to shoot TikTok videos, okay? They're like, oh yeah, this is terror, baby, behind me. Look, it's a playground. And then, like, they blow it up. And in the process, some of them are getting sniped, dude. Nice. They're trying to minimize civilian casualties. Okay, I'm sorry. If the Israeli occupying force is trying to minimize casualties and yet they've still killed 25,000 Palestinians in the process, then you have to disband, okay? You have to immediately disband because it's criminal negligence, okay? It's either deliberate, which I think it is, and it's ethnic cleansing, or it is the worst kind of criminal negligence you've ever seen, and it must be immediately disbanded. You have to disarm every Israeli soldier immediately. and put them in like a padded room or something. Keep them away from scissors and sharp objects, because holy moly, they really fucked that up. Okay, Jesus Christ.
In this particular war. The problem that Israel has had, historically speaking, is that Israel got very complacent about its own security situation. They believed the technology was going to somehow.
Yeah. By the way, with this logic, Russia is way better at minimizing civilian casualties. Israel, yeah, 100%. Yeah. The problem is Russia is not sending pamphlets ahead of time. Okay, if Russia was like flying in pamphlets into like Lviv, then it would be fine. It's a valid target. They're minimizing civilian casualties. It's war.
Correct for the hatred on the other side of the wall. That so our people have to live underground for 2 weeks at a time while some rockets fall, but at least it's not a war. And that complacence, bred what happened on October 7th. So to me, what Israel did wrong was years and years and years of complacence.
Bro, what, see, Bucha? Brother, you're misunderstanding my point. I'm saying that what Russia is doing is bad. And just like what Israel is doing is bad. I think you misunderstood my point. I don't know if you did that on purpose or not.
And belief in an Oslo system that is at root a failure, because you cannot make a peace agreement with people who do not want to make peace with you. So that's what I think Israel is doing wrong. I have a feeling there's going to be wide divergence on this point.
Maybe. In terms of broadly speaking, I generally oppose settlement expansion. Is a thing that Israel does incorrectly that I think is kind of like provocative to at least all the Palestinians in the West Bank, and it probably energizes hatred in the Gaza Strip for them as well. In terms of conducting warfare, the one thing that I always say to everybody, especially Americans, is you can't evaluate things from an American perspective. It's very stupid. It happened a lot with Ukraine, where people are like, oh, well, didn't they work with the Nazis, and like weren't the Soviets the good guys? And it's like, well, in other parts of the world, it's not quite as simple. And I think the same is true for Israel-Palestine. That a lot of Americans will analyze the conflict as just being one between only Israel and Palestine, which it's not. It's a conflict between Israel and then Palestine, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iran. Right now it is. I think that however, one area where I'll break with Ben is I think that minimizing civilian casualties and everything is very, very, very important. I think on the Israeli side, I don't think it's important so that the U.S. will stay with them, because I think the U.S. is probably going to stick with Israel as long as they don't do anything crazy. And I don't even think it matters for the international community. It definitely doesn't matter for the UN, because Jesus Christ. However, I think it's really, really, really important that I think that in the Middle East, broadly speaking, I think that leadership, especially in the Gulf, has gotten over the Palestinian issue. I think that leadership is kind of like they don't care as much anymore. But the population.
Oh, anymore? Dude, what are you talking about? When did they care? The Gulf nation states leadership and the Gulf nation states population are almost always at odds on this issue. Okay? Like, there is no world in which that is a thing. The Gulf leadership just wants F-16s, okay? They want nice missile defense systems, they want planes, they want cool weapons, and they want trade, okay? Yeah, there's no way he's talking about like 1973, I assume. Like there hasn't been any momentum since then. So I think he's making it seem like these guys like recently had a heel turn or something. And it's not so recent. As far as I've been alive, it's not been a thing.
Populations still care quite a bit. And I think that the main issue that Israel could run into is if the civilian death toll does climb too high, and if they start to hit this 40, 50, 60,000 number of civilian casualties, they run the risk of the civilian populations in the surrounding Middle Eastern states becoming so antagonistic towards Israel that they start to take steps back towards normalization in the region. So for instance...
What? There is a magic number, and the number is 40, 50, 60,000. I mean, it's already probably at like more than 30. I think the 25,000 number is like pretty conservative as far as estimates goes. Like, no, I don't think the populations of these nations are fond of Israel at all. The civilian populations are very hostile towards Israel, and that's not going to change anytime soon. If anything, it's gotten significantly worse and is a genuine problem. This is at the heart of why I always say Israel makes Jews less safe, not more. Okay? Like, Israel's actions, Israel claims, is done at the behest of Judaism. This is not true, obviously, but that distinction is one that we can make in the United States of America because we're not that close to the fucking conflict. A lot of people see Israel doing this at the behest of Judaism with the Star of David on the side of the fucking plane, and they don't think beyond that. Okay? That's it. They look at it, they see that these guys are America's soldiers here, and they're doing this at the behest of America and also at the behest of Judaism. It's the America part is correct. The Judaism part is obviously incorrect, but I'm not going to expect so many of these people to make that distinction when they're so close to the conflict in and of itself. Okay? Israel is just as much as a disgrace to Jews as ISIS is a disgrace to Muslims. Yeah, except the difference is ISIS and Islam are not actually compatible. As a matter of fact, if you ask Muslims around the fucking world, almost all Muslims would tell you that ISIS is not compatible with Islam, and ISIS's targets are predominantly Islamic populations. They are like a colonial force. Judaism is incompatible with Zionism, and Judaism is not has nothing to do with Zionism whatsoever. No matter how much Israel tries to LARP as though it does. That's it. Nobody should be writing and making that distinction, but Americans, especially American Christian Zionists, American Jewish Zionists that are older as well, make this distinction, or not make this distinction, sorry. They try to conflate the two, not thinking that there are genuine consequences for that, because other people see it and think, okay, well, these guys are doing this for Judaism, which creates more anti-Semitism. Okay? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? I want to keep going on this, but I feel like there's too much to there's so much more to talk about. Are you saying that Judaism is a problem? What? Did you seriously just say Judaism is a problem? What? No. Oh, come on, dude. Oh my Lord. Ay ay ay. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, dude. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, you son of a bitch. It's fucked up. Oh. I say finish this section. The rest is meh. I watched it all. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, well, I'll try to finish this segment.
Since I know that Bahrain, I think, already pulled out their ambassador to Israel, my guess is going to be it's temporary. I know that on the public speaking side, you've got a lot of people condemning Israel for the attacks. And on the private side, you've got people telling Israel, please kill all of Hamas because this is untenable and nobody wants to work in this situation. I don't know if this ended up being true or not. I'm guessing it didn't. But I saw on a couple of Twitter accounts, it was leaked that potentially Saudi Arabia was considering installing a government in the West Bank that they would run.
This is like, I'm sorry. Okay, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm not. Okay. This is pure fantasy. This is the absolute dumbest conversation to have on this issue. Okay. I'm sorry. Like, it's almost as idiotic as like America being like, we're going to put the Palestinian Authority in charge in the Gaza Strip. Like, you don't know anything. What are you saying? This literally is the fucking main problem. How is he simultaneously saying that, like, oh, well, we have to deal with Iran through peaceful means, which is correct. Okay. But then turning around and just completely overriding Palestinians and their needs and their interests, okay? And talking over it and talking about like the Gulf Partnership and whether or not this was like good to stabilize the region or not, as though that has anything to do with fucking Palestine. That is the whole point of it. It is directly contradicting what he said earlier because he was trying to make an argument about fucking Donald Trump with the Abraham Accords, okay? He literally said originally, don't you think that the Abraham Accords kind of sidestep Palestinians? Like, did I mishear that? Didn't he fucking say that when he was talking about why October 7 happened, when he was trying to shit on Donald Trump? And now he's talking about how, now he's literally talking about how, like, oh, well, all these regional leaders are actually, begging Israel to kill Hamas. Like, that doesn't mean anything. That's the whole point. Regional Gulf region leaders do not have a say in this process because what is happening to the Palestinians is unjustifiable. And the Gulf region leaders have always been at odds with their own citizens on this issue regardless. And the only reason why don't you go on us on 08? No, I mean, I would love to debate Ben Shapiro on this, especially on this. Holy fuck. It's, I don't know. I'm shocked that he's like, talking about the Saudi leadership potentially being installed in Gaza. Like, all of this would be devastating.
No, I mean, I think Israel would love nothing better than that, but that is
for
not
sure.
something the Saudi,
Okay.
One of the big problems in the Middle East is literally no one wants to preside over the Palestinians.
Yes.
No one.
So
the
I
Arab
think
states is
Let the fucking Palestinians preside over themselves then. What are you talking about?
Israel. No one.
Yeah. So I think the issue is, and I'm largely actually, I'm very sympathetic towards the Palestinians because I think that for, since 48 and onwards, I think that all of the Arab states super gassed them up on that. They wanted the Palestinians to fight because they wanted to fight with Israel. However, as time has gone on and they realized that it's kind of a lost cause, states have started to drop out. So you're getting these bilateral peace treaties with Egypt and with Jordan. You're getting multilateral.
No, it's because Palestinians don't have anything. They have nothing. They have no means of like securing regional partnerships. And the only way that they've ever been able to at least like fight on their own is due to the fact that they are a destabilizing force against America's colonial vassal state in the region, Israel. That's it. Beyond that, Palestinians have nothing. They have no commerce, they have no economy, they have no natural resources. So of course nobody gives a shit. These wars are fought, or these allegiances are made not on the kindness of people's hearts. They're made on material necessity. They're not gonna. The Palestinians, unfortunately, are very poor. So of course, no one's gonna come to their defense. And the only utility that they've had is to destabilize the major destabilizing force, Israel. That is the major utility that they have. That's why Iran funds them, not because like they personally think that like these guys are a part of this. Yeah. In the game of realpolitik, from the view of some Arab governments, the Palestinians have literally nothing to offer compared to Israel. And those nation states have always tried to manage their own population and hope that they don't get too mad at them, because they want American contracts significantly more than they give a shit about the Palestinian plight. Let's be fucking real. That's it. That's the whole point. So reaffirming that relationship and re-solidifying it is not going to change anything. In the eyes of the Palestinians, it's not going to change anything. You have to either go full genocide, or you have to start dealing with the Palestinians as equal partners in this process and offer them citizenship. Israel is doing half genocide, like the slow burn Nakba over the course of 75 years, and expecting everybody to come to their fucking defense in this process. Of course, people are going to fight back. You can't push people into ghettos and shut them off from the rest of the world and expect them not to fight back.
Agreements like the Abraham Accords, and now the Palestinians are looking around and like, okay, well, you guys told us to fight all this time, and now the only people that we have supporting us are Iranian proxies. So the Palestinians are in a very weird spot where they've like lost all their support. Yeah, I think that
Palestinians have lost all their support. What the fuck are you saying? Palestinians haven't had as much support in fucking recent history. If you're talking about the actual population, if you're talking about the governments themselves, yeah, they've never given a shit, as you also correctly mentioned. This is why after the Abraham Accords, one of the main ways some governments were selling it was hundreds of millions of dollars in trade each month with Israel. Yeah. Ultimately, they can't sell that to their population, though. They can't sell that concept to their population for two reasons. One, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism still. But more importantly than that, the people living in these countries see their brothers and sisters get fucking pulverized by American rockets that Israel is using. They're never going to turn around and be like, well, at least we have good trade deals. Like, it doesn't work that way. I lived in Egypt for 6 years, and during the revolution, propaganda against the Palestinians was a normalized thing by the Egyptian army and its regime there. Palestinians sold their land, Palestinians are thieves, and so on. That was most like support the position of the Egyptian government to blockade Gaza from Rafah. I wonder what the position in Egypt is now.
Israel, what I would say to be
no, that's true. They tried that in Turkey too. There's like there are historians in Turkey that also run that narrative too. It's a common narrative in the Middle East to like offer support to Israel by saying like Palestinians themselves personally sold their lands to Jews that were coming in. And there is obviously truth to that too, by the way. Like they did, not Palestinians, but like landowners did sell their lands to some of the incoming Jewish population that was migrating from Europe. That part is definitely true. This does not justify any of Israel's actions, however, but that is definitely. But overall, it doesn't matter. Not only does it not excuse anything, but also it certainly doesn't excuse Israel's current actions. And more importantly than anything else, I would say that by and large, I haven't looked at polling in Egypt specifically, but by and large, since this last Israeli siege, the support for Palestinians have absolutely increased. Yeah, the total land owned by the Jewish population by 1945 was still only 5.67%. The entirety of Palestine, the entire land sales narrative is idiotic. Yeah.
Critical of Israel is Israel needs to take strong steps towards peace that probably involves them enduring some undue hardship. So not the October 7th attacks, because Jesus, that's way too much, but other types of attacks that they might have to deal with that might cause some civilians to die that they don't come out over the top with and retaliate with if there's ever going to be peace in that region. However, another thing that I've always said is a huge problem between Israel and Palestine is I think that both sides think that if they continue to fight, it will be good for them. But the problem is one side is delusional. Israel, I think
Yeah, I mean they're doing a suck fest over here, dude. What the fuck? This is devolved into like, this is not even a yap fest anymore. This is a circle jerk suck fest. What is happening?
Israel wants to continue to fight because they get justifications for the annexation of the Golan Heights. They get justifications for expansions, especially into Area C, that I think they're probably going to try to annex soon. They get justifications for the increased military posturing towards the Gaza Strip and the embargoes. And Israel is right that if the conflict continues, really the situation only improves for Israel over time. But the Palestinians also all believe that if they keep fighting, they've thought this since 2000 under Arafat, that if they just keep fighting, they'll get better gains too. But that's not the case.
Is there a difference between?
That's crazy. The Palestinians have no choice. Israel holds all the cards. Israel is the colonial occupying power. These aren't just like fucking buzzwords that I'm using here. They mean something, okay? Israel is a belligerent occupier upon the Palestinian population, okay? They set the standard of violence. They have the capacity to de-escalate said violence. It is absolutely ridiculous. The notion that like the side that wants to continue hostilities is the Palestinian side is ridiculous. Strangely, I don't disagree with what he's saying here in the sense that like continuing attacks almost a given if Israel makes moves towards ending the apartheid. Let's be honest, but it's imperative that Israel not respond with a fucking genocide every time they get attacked. Otherwise, nothing will change. No, that is if you continue hostilities, then yes, there's always going to be back and forth. There's also another alternative here, which is to completely cease hostilities entirely and end the occupation, which he's not mentioning conveniently. He's making it seem as though there's only one option here, which is Israel just keeps its violent occupation and its apartheid regime upon the Palestinian population. And then, you know, yeah, they're just going to take an L every now and then, and some civilians are going to die, which is a ridiculous take to have, especially because there is there 2 months of ceasefire is being negotiated on currently, right, within the Israeli population or within the Israeli war government and Al-Qassam and all the other Palestinian militancy. Okay? Right now, that's happening. Okay, 2 months of cessation of hostilities. Let's see where that goes. We let the Palestinians breathe a little bit. Okay? But the apartheid still continues. And that's still not just because Israel is going to continue doing shit that they're doing. Israel's going to continue doing the shit that they were doing before October 7. And when that continues, resistance to that will understandably continue. Do you understand? How the fuck did Destiny drop the ball so hard on this topic? I used to think he was at least a little genuine, fucking calling a genocide a conflict and calling the Gazans delusional to stop being genocided. No, I mean, I don't think he gives a shit because, I mean, let's be real. Most Americans don't. Liberal and conservative alike. They're very callous in their indifference to Muslims, Arabs alike. They just don't care. They don't think that these are like real humans with dreams, aspirations. I should clarify. What I mean is that even if Israel ends the apartheid tomorrow, surely there will still be incidents that currently, according to the Israeli leadership, would just stoke tensions again and not put a backstop to public support, for example, but they need to power through it and just see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, that part is correct. Yes, I do agree. If the reality is there's always going to be militant factions, this is something that I've mentioned as well, but you would have to deal with it through the civil process that you would deal with people otherwise. Yes, even if Israel magically perished the apartheid tomorrow, yes, there would still be hostilities. Of course, there would be probably more hostilities on the psychopathic settler side. I think that the settlers would probably still continue to engage in way, way worse acts of terrorism. But there would definitely be hostilities on the Palestinian side as well, either as a retaliation for the terror that they are withstanding, the continuation of that terror, or hostilities across the board due to, a century of bad blood. Now, having said that, you would have to deal with that in the same way that we deal with like a Timothy McVeigh, right? Through the civil process, in the way that you would deal with domestic terrorism. That's not what Destiny was saying anyway. Destiny was saying Israel needs to just not be as aggro when Palestinians fight back.
In Palestinian citizens and the leadership, when you say that.
So your one-state solution is not viable? Brother, if you think that what I'm saying is not viable, I don't know what to tell you. No. I'm saying that, yes, it is not going to be perfect and magical immediately. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't greatly avoid significantly larger conflict, okay? Because nothing, and I mean nothing, justifies an apartheid regime, okay? Leftists will encourage Palestinians to fight until they're all dead. Liberals will actually think of real solutions to the conflict, but they're the evil ones. Yeah, you're so right, dude. Liberals are thinking of real solutions to the conflict, like saying no red lines for Israel or giving them more dumb bombs to use upon Palestinian children. You know, pragmatic solutions such as that one. Thank you for the pragmatic solution of helping Israel continue its ethnic cleansing campaign, liberal. It's really cool. I mean, yeah, opening up another front potentially, you know, bombing Yemen. I love the liberal solutions to genocide management, which is let's bomb Yemen too. Fuck it.
All people. I love all people around the world. And I think that when we analyze it.
Yeah, don't forget giving coordinates while saying don't bomb these positions. Yeah. But then Israel bombs them anyway, and they go, oops, well, I told you not to bomb them. Why are you bombing these positions? Whatever. Here, use these bombs next time.
Issues. I think that we have to be very honest with what the people on the ground think. And the idea that Hamas is just this one-off thing in the Gaza.
Oh, for the record, you said I agree with you. Nothing could justify genocide, but you said there would be hostility. So I asked if it's viable or not. I wanted your opinion. Sorry. What I should have responded with was this. Okay. It's not that like ongoing genocide is unjustifiable. It's this. Acts of terror are there's a high likelihood that acts of terror will continue in the immediate aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid regime. There's a likelihood, right? There's I guess not a lot of historical precedent for it, especially when like you look at post-apartheid South Africa, post-Troubles Ireland. Like the hostilities usually cease when the major occupying power is no longer occupying, but Israel's a little different. It has had a much longer apartheid than all of these other examples. So there's probably additional frustrations that might happen. However, okay, the hostilities that occur in the aftermath of the dissolution of the apartheid in Israel are still going to be marginal in comparison to if Israel were to continue its apartheid and there's a shit ton more terrorism and then more state terrorism as a retaliation to the Palestinian resistance acts. Does that make sense? So from a utilitarian framework, Israel's cessation of hostilities and the dissolution of the apartheid regime would be infinitely more beneficial in the long term than trying to maintain the apartheid. Even if you don't want to think about it on the pure boundary of like apartheid is completely unacceptable. It is also more pragmatic. Anyway, so yeah.
Strip is not only incorrect with the situation on the ground, it's also incredibly ahistorical. And the idea that like the Palestinians in the West Bank, of which I believe the most recent polling shows, I want to say 75 to 80% support the October 7th attacks. Palestinians in general want to fight in violent conflict with Israel. That's not just the position of the government. That's not just people. There's a reason why about.
Okay, that's crazy. Yes, dude. It's because Israel is doing, would you say that these arguments that the Palestinians should basically stop attacking Israel if they don't want to get glass is comparable to the argument pertaining to police violence? They should just comply if they don't want to get shot, or is that too much of a stretch? No, it's identical. Israel, the way Americans analyze power dynamics is very similar domestically. No, it is identical in that situation, even if maybe even worse than that. But basically lay down and take it is the position. And that's because, okay, here's why people like Destiny, and there are many people like him who have brought upon themselves this like wave of information in the aftermath of October 7th to like hurriedly read through as many Wikipedia pages as they possibly can to make sense of this like very long history, right? If you try to like make sense of the situation by playing catch up in a matter of 2 months, okay, you're not going to have the full scope, especially when you don't have the knowledge, I guess, or even care about what the regular maintenance of Israel looks like when it's not in direct conflict with Gaza, when it's not sieging Gaza, okay? The point is, October 6th, there was a news report, I forget, I think it was like Euromed or something, that wrote a report one day before, I think it was either one day before or a couple days before, that 2023 was the most violent year for Palestinian children. October 6th. before I've conducted. No, I don't. I haven't watched their interview. I'm glad that he finally arrived at the Benny Morris equation, though, after months and months of reading Wikipedia pages. Okay? What's wrong with changing your views after learning more? Come on. That's so unimaginably fucking cynical in your approach. Brother, like, that's such a disingenuous way to frame this conversation. Why do you guys always do this? There's a difference between conducting research and literally saying that the outcome of this research is like leads to ethnic cleansing, and then turning around and being like, never mind. Okay, never mind. Even though the majority of the people that actually use Benny Morris's research as well, including all of these other, including all genocide scholars, Holocaust historians, like the overwhelming majority, understand that the investigation of Benny Morris and other new historians uncovered directly point to the Nakba being a deliberate attempt of systematically, ethnically cleansing and ethnically displacing Palestinians in 1948. Okay? Seems like he does more research than you. No, you just came in here to say that because you don't know anything about the way I've covered this conflict. I have talked to academics on this issue over and over again. I've used their works. I've interviewed them directly. I've interviewed journalists on the fucking ground that have like actually been in Gaza. I've interviewed Palestinians. I've interviewed journalists that have embedded with the Houthis for years, covered Yemen, covered Somalia, covered all of these other countries. I've interviewed Knesset members. I've interviewed conscientious objectors of the Israeli military. You don't know any of those things because you have no interest in learning about this stuff. You're not intellectually curious at all. Okay? That's why you sit there and go, I've made up my mind about a guy who said that this kind of the genocide of Palestinians was totally fucking permissible, and then played catch up by cracking open bottles of Adderall and like trying to hurriedly read through motherfucking Wikipedia pages. Okay? And then finally arriving at like a historian that kind of agrees with him and interviewing him. That's not, you're doing post hoc rationalizations for a position that you actually you actually decided on. Yeah, I know. Okay, there you go. That isn't really what Benny Morris says in his work, though. The Nakba was complicated. They did not go into the conflict with intent. Plan D was motivated by military matters, but they were happy to accept how things went and blocked return. It's nuanced. Yeah, got it. Okay. Well, they could have just easily allowed people to return, but they didn't. And they kept killing people when people were trying to desperately go back to their homes. So I don't think it's that complicated, to be honest. You slap on the "it's nuanced" sticker. That's why I laugh at people that bring up Benny Morris, because his own like research in the matter directly points to this being bad. The deviation that he has from other new historians, okay, is that he looks at the Nakba, recognizes that it was a planned military action, okay, and then says, but it was kind of valid. That's it. The other guys like Avi Shlaim or Ilan Pape don't think that. They look at it and go, nope, this was pretty valid, actually. Like, this is legitimately an act of ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement. Sorry, I'm going to go with the guys that think that the Nakba was ethnic cleansing and it wasn't nuanced in the sense that it was totally justifiable. Does that make sense? I hope you understand. D-Man has an interview with Barry Mears just trying to pretend the research he did wasn't discussed and validated is a little silly. Wait, what? It's called post hoc rationalization. If you're a debate lord, you know that, okay? Like, I am very familiar with Benny Morris and have been for quite some time. When I came to the conclusion that a one-state solution was the only viable solution, okay, I didn't arrive at that conclusion just, on my own without ever like thinking about it. You know what I mean? Without ever doing any reading. That's the difference. Sounds like you're mad. I'm not. I'm a little sad because so many of you are in here refusing to see the point. Also, there's a reason why your intellectual daddy right now is not looking too good in this conversation with Ben Shapiro and it's not turning into a debate, but instead a suckfest of epic proportions. Yeah, Benny Morris is a part of the Israeli New Historians, the first prominent group of scholars in Israel that investigated the atrocities of the foundation and the answer in the earlier war. But Morris is somewhat of a turncoat. After the Second Intifada, he kind of turned to a position of violence was actually good and necessary. Those Palestinians are animals. I don't want to go that far, but, you know, yeah. His position is more nuanced, that the Nakba was, you know, it happened, but also it was good. Anyway, if you want to see how Benny Morris fell, look at this article he wrote in 2022. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict isn't about race. A new Amnesty International report charging Israel with apartheid applies the wrong lens to a struggle between nations. Oh my Lord. Yeah, I mean, he's just like, but that means a scholar, D-Man has an interview with Benny Morris, but that means a scholar validated D-Man even if you disagree. Yes, one scholar that has gone back on his original work that was formative. Is Avi Shlaim a good historian? Yes. This is crazy. How do you not see that you're engaging in a tremendous act of copium here? Okay, yes, you can find a scholar that will agree with you on this issue, even if his own formative work disagrees with it. If you read it yourself, you would come to different conclusions. What are you talking about? No, and Benny Morris isn't some like random guy, for the record. I mean, he is an important scholar, okay? The issue here is you're going, my favorite guy made his conclusions. Yeah, the Dersh is a scholar who agrees, but that's not applicable because the Dersh is a serial plagiarist and also not a good person and not exactly a historian, okay? Benny Morris is. That's the difference. Why don't you read the whole article? Well, one, because it's paywalled, and two, I don't want to fucking listen to an article about how calling Israel an apartheid regime is wrong because it's fucking idiotic. They tag your post with Hamas Piker on the Destiny Reddit. These people coming in here are not being charitable towards you. I know. I don't think I'll ever be able to change your minds, chatters, because he's not going to read it because it's not a Twitter headline. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's like, this is copium, brother. This is one issue where that I can tell you with all sincerity that I know a lot more of than, like I said, your intellectual idol here who is sucking Ben Shapiro's cock aggressively because they agree full tilt. That's it. And you can sit here and be like, oh, he's reading Wikipedia. It's called research. Look it up. All you do is like read Twitter posts or whatever. You can use the talking points that you heard from Destiny and repeat it in here. But the reality of the matter is there are infinitely more scholars who agree with me and journalists who agree with me on the issue than not. Okay? The fact of the matter is, for all intents and purposes, every single fucking organization on the ground agrees with me on this issue as well. Because it's correct. Israel is an apartheid state, no matter how hard you act like that's not the reality. Okay? It's funny to be like, oh, he just reads tweets, when the tweets I'm reading are literally directly from journalists. Okay? Every now and then, maybe not so much, but the overwhelming majority. Most historians disagree with you, actually. That is 1000% incorrect. It feels really weird because this is an issue that I've written about and covered for the past 10 fucking years, and I'm fairly knowledgeable on. And yet, for some reason, like, white Americans from Iowa who just found out about Israel yesterday are coming in here to be like, well, you're a Muslim fundamentalist, you're an Islamist piece of shit and a terror lover, while also simultaneously being like, well, this one historian agreed with Destiny after he said he wanted to do genocide to the Palestinians. You're not actually having a serious conversation. I think many of us are that are with you are trying to listen and learn from you and therefore more silent. The other people are going to be louder chatters, in my opinion. I get your sadness. You have a lot more patience than me. It just makes me sad. It's funny that people imply you're not as well educated because you don't read Wikipedia. Like, you've been doing this for long enough. You don't need to learn about things for the first time from reading from fucking Wikipedia. Yeah. Anyway, but good luck to all of you. Okay? An article deleted by Haaretz showing Morris is a Zionist and downplayed the Nakba. That's the difference. Why would he read an article when it wouldn't change his position anyway? Some people are just fundamentally against illegal occupation and genocide. Yeah. Anyway, I'm done for tonight. I hope that you guys can be a little bit more charitable. To be clear, Morris D-Man combo wasn't about justifying genocide. It went through a lot of historical events, facts of the matter, as well as modern policy. It's worth watching regardless. I'd also be interested to see some of your writings. They preemptively called you a pussy that you won't cover this debate. Now that you're dismantling it, they're switching to shitting on you and coping. I know. Well, it's because they didn't get enough juice from the debate itself, right? Like Destiny once again did not provide the actual like, you know, discourse that he claimed he would. So now they have to like find secondary markets to go to. I'll revisit the Israel-Palestine side of this video because this is really, really bad, I think. Because honestly, Ben Shapiro is somehow worse than Destiny on this. I don't know how the fuck that's even possible because like Destiny is not necessarily knowledgeable on the issue either. But it's wild. But Ben Shapiro has done it, you know, for someone who has talked about Israel-Palestine for fucking years and years and years. He's done it again. I do think that perhaps the major reason as to why both Destiny and Ben Shapiro, especially in this circumstance, fall short of what is actually going on the ground and the realities there, I think it's a consequence of, you know, having a little bit of biases towards Muslims in general, you know? If you don't think that like Arabs and Muslims in general are human beings with real goals and they're just like barbaric hordes to be violently kept docile under an apartheid structure, then yeah, you're going to be shocked every time something like October 7 happens, and then you try to retaliate as much as you can. Maybe you could get someone to go on with you on this because a lot of people don't really take your word for it most of the time. No, that's not true. Plenty of people take my word for it. Someone said one of D's employees is Muslim. Oh, shit, dude. No way. My bad. So when he said he's an Islamophobe, that I should have understood it differently then. Damn, he hired a Muslim guy? Shit, my bad, bro. Come on, brother. Yeah. Yeah, Republicans aren't racist. They have black Republican people that are running for office. What? That's crazy that you tried to fucking hit me with that. His fans hate Muslim but love using Muslim phrases unironically. Yeah, they call themselves the Taliban, right? Fucking classic bullshit. Yeah, guys, Israel's not an apartheid state. There's Muslims in the Knesset. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow, all right? Peace.
The starlight to the topic just begun. Then he is dreams, whether big or whether small, have held me, and so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There he is again, a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat?